Chapter 24, Cole. When I walk into the architectural team's office space that evening, it's late enough that the place is empty, except for Delilah. She's sitting at her desk, and I pause for a moment to watch her. Her long dark hair is drawn back in a ponytail with a few loose tendrils falling forward to frame her face as she looks down at what she's doing. Her lower lip is caught between her teeth, and her brow is slightly furrowed as she concentrates. She's fucking gorgeous, and my dick stirs in my pants as I anticipate the hours to come. But I don't move from where I'm loitering at the doorway. My behavior this afternoon is confusing me. I decided to rein in my attraction to her. But after not seeing her last night, the urge to see her today had taken control of me. I canceled my planned dinner meeting with one of my old college associates and did something I hadn't done since her team moved into the building. I went down there to see her. The looks I received when I walked in reminded me why I rarely mingle with the workers. Everyone stiffened at my presence, then rushed to look as busy as possible. I made my way to Delilah's empty desk, wondering where she was and what I should do now that I was there and she wasn't. It was then that she walked out of an office near the end of the room, looking like a fucking fantasy in a skirt that hugged her hips before flaring out to flirt with her thighs, and a pale pink blouse which revealed the barest hint of lace beneath it. But when Paul walked out and stood behind her with his hands gripping her hips, a tidal wave of possessiveness crashed over me. I've rarely felt the urge to punch anyone. In my position, people don't often dare to cross me, but seeing Paul touching her, touching what I'd already claimed as mine, even if only temporarily, made me see red in a way I never have before. And now here I am, watching her work like I'm some kind of crazy person. Enough. I stalk to her desk. She jumps when she notices me, her hand fluttering to her chest. Then she lets out a light laugh.
You scared me.
Maybe you should be scared. She looks up at me, a playful expression on her face.
Should I? Why is that, Mr. King?
I lean over her, bracing one hand on her desk, the other on the back of her chair. Because before the night is out, I'm going to make you scream. Her lips part and her pupils dilate, her voice dropping to a whisper.
Should I run, then?
I lean even closer and growl. I wouldn't recommend it. She blows out a breath.
You're good at this.
I straighten with a smirk. I'll show you just how good I am when we get back to my place. So let's go before I bend you over this table and fuck you right here. She stands in a rush.
I'd say you were joking, but at this stage, I wouldn't put it past you.
Smart girl. She throws me a smile which will get her in trouble, but I don't say anything. I just wait for her to gather her things together, then put my hand on the small of her back and guide her toward the door. Jonathan has the car waiting for us outside. Delilah glances around as he opens the door for her, as if she's worried someone might see us. I understand her concern, but it's unlikely anyone aside from my brothers and their PAs will be loitering this late, and I'm not worried about their opinions. But luckily for her, she doesn't try to change her mind, sliding into the back seat and looking up at me as I follow her in. As Jonathan pulls the car into traffic, my gaze is still tangled with Delilah's. I can't seem to tear it away. Visions of her laid out before me on my bed, and the things I can do to her tumble through my mind, a smorgasbord that I get to choose from. Surprisingly, the thought of having her in my own bed doesn't disturb me as much as I expected it to. The thought of seeing her spread out over my black silk sheets, or her face buried in one of my pillows as I take her from behind, has blood surging south. I'm about to reach for her when a ringing from her purse breaks the connection between us. She rummages around and pulls out her phone, her eyes darting to me. I raise a brow. You can answer it. At least that way I'll know if it's a man or not.
Thanks.
She swipes her screen and holds it to her ear.
Hi, Mom.
I relax, even though I didn't know I was tense to begin with.
Oh, I'm just on my way to a friend's place,
she says, her eyes darting to mine again. I smile to myself and turn to face the window, giving her as much privacy as I can, but I can't help overhearing her conversation in the close confines of the car. I give up trying to avoid listening.
You know me. I like being busy.
She says. Then she laughs.
I might not go out and party every night, but I'm not exactly confining myself at home. No, I'm not dating anyone else yet.
She says, and she's lowered her voice.
Look, Mom, I'm almost at my friend's place, so I should probably go. I'll call you later this week.
She's silent for a second.
I miss you too. I'll organize a flight home as soon as I can, and we can spend the weekend together. Okay? I love you too. Bye, Mom.
I'm struck by the genuine warmth and affection in her voice. Have I ever spoken to either of my parents that way? Maybe when I was young. Before I realized they considered my brothers and me as mere pawns in their genetic legacy.
I'm sorry about that,
she says as she slips her phone into her purse. No need to be sorry. I clear my throat. You and your mom are close? She smiles, her eyes soft.
Yes. It's only ever been her and me. We're each other's best friend.
You mentioned before that your father wasn't in the picture. I don't frame it as a question, even though it is, so I'm surprised when, after a small pause, she answers.
Mom got pregnant with me when she was 18. He was older than her, but he wasn't interested in starting a family. Not with us. Anyway.
Her voice is casual, almost flippant, but the shadow in her eyes tells me her tone is a lie. Do you see him at all?
I occasionally saw him around town when I was growing up, but not since I was 16.
What happened when you were 16? She shrugs.
Nothing in particular. He just walked past me in the street.
Rising anger tightens my ribs. Did he talk to you? Acknowledge you? She looks away before meeting my gaze again.
He saw me, but he just kept going. Climbed into his Mercedes and drove off. I didn't expect anything different.
I consciously loosened the fists my hands have tightened into without me realizing. I don't have a lot of good things to say about my father, but I have even less to say about Delilah's. I'd say you were better off without him.
I like to think so,
she says, flashing me a small smile that has my heart doing something odd in my chest. What does your mom do?
She's a hairdresser.
Delilah absently touches the end of her ponytail, and I imagine her mom probably cut her hair for her when she was younger. I nod, but instead of continuing the conversation, I look out the window. I'm not used to asking this many questions of the women I'm with. My interest in Delilah is unusual. Maybe because she's different from the women I normally sleep with, considering most of them are part of the social sphere where appearance is everything, vulnerability is considered a lethal weakness, and love, well, love is a transaction. Tonight isn't supposed to be about getting to know each other, though. It's about one thing and one thing only. The less we share regarding our private lives, the easier it will be for her to keep that straight in her mind. We ride the rest of the way in silence. My penthouse isn't far from the office, and I'm glad because I'm itching to strip her out of that outfit and finish what I started in her office this afternoon. When we pull up outside my building and Jonathan opens the door for Delilah, she steps out gracefully and stops to look up at the building, then to the trees of Central Park looming on the other side of the street. Her gaze meets mine.
I knew you were rich, but...
She glances away again, up at the huge steel and glass building that reaches skyward.
Sometimes reality outstrips imagination.
I picture this through her eyes. From what she's told me, her mom struggled to give her the things she needed, to keep a safe, comfortable roof over their heads, and now I'm about to take her up to my multi-million-dollar penthouse apartment that I purchased without a second thought. I'm not ashamed of my wealth. Why would I be? And yet I feel something right now I've never felt before. Not shame, but maybe the wish that someone had been there to help support her mom and her when she was growing up. Someone like her father. I'm hit by the urge to find out who he is and what he does, to learn if there's any way I can make his life just a little harder. I make a mental note to get Samson to look into it tomorrow. It won't hurt to find out his name and see what business he's in. The doorman has been watching us keenly, waiting to leap into action, so I start toward him. I've only taken a couple of steps before I realize Delilah isn't next to me. She's looking across at Central Park again, a faint smile on her face as she watches a couple walk past, arm in arm, heads tipped together as they laugh at something. I reach back and grab her hand, threading my fingers through hers. Her focus switches from the couple to where our hands are connected, then up to my face. The curve lingering on her lips and the way her fingers curl around mine send a strange pulse of warmth through me. I clear my throat. "Let's go," I say brusquely. As expected, the doorman jumps forward, opening the door and tipping his hat at us. "Good evening, sir, ma'am." I give him a nod. "Good evening, Jeffrey."
Hello.
Delilah gives him a smile that has his grizzled cheeks reddening. I grumble to myself and tug her after me. We ride up to my penthouse in my private elevator, and when the doors open directly onto my foyer, I hear her indrawn breath. It's only when I lead her out that I realize I'm still holding her hand. I use the excuse of shrugging out of my suit jacket to let go of her, but she doesn't seem to notice. The foyer opens directly onto the open-plan living area, and she's focused on the view over the park and the glitter of the city skyline, both visible from the floor-to-ceiling windows that line the room.
I can't believe you get to look at this view every day.
I stand next to her. You get used to it after a while. She tips her head up to me.
That's a shame.
When I don't respond, she walks past me and her mouth drops open.
Oh my God.
The main living room is huge, sleek, and modern, with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and expensive art hanging on the walls. The kitchen is visible at the other end of the room. It's a spotless white with state-of-the-art appliances that never get used because cooking isn't one of my skills. Delilah turns to me.
Your home is beautiful, Cole.
Then my interior designer earned her pay. I don't bother to mention that this place has never felt that much like a home, but then I'm not sure if any place I've lived in has felt that way. Delilah rolls her eyes at me, then laughs softly. The sound does things to me that are anything but soft. I reach for her, pull her close, and drop my head so my lips brush the curve of her neck, and I can breathe her in. My already hardening cock swells even more at the feel of her against me. I don't want to talk about my apartment or her family. I definitely don't want to talk about my family. I just want this, her body and mine, together. And I'm not waiting another minute. I tie a knot in the condom and drop it into the trash. As I turn to leave the bathroom, I glimpse myself in the mirror. A fine sheen of perspiration coats my body, and the satisfied gleam in my eyes has everything to do with the orgasms I've had over the last 2 hours, and even more, the ones I've given Delilah. Although I came only a few minutes ago, the thought of her lying stretched out and naked in my bed has me hardening. It's late and she's probably tired, but I think I can drag another orgasm out of her before I send her home. I exit the bathroom only to stop when I see Delilah standing by the side of the bed, pulling her skirt over the curve of her ass. She already has her bra on, and as I watch, she reaches for her blouse. I cross my arms and lean my shoulder against the doorframe. Going somewhere? She glances at me over her shoulder, a tentative smile playing on her lips.
I think 5 is probably my limit, and I didn't want to...
What? She turns away.
Overstay my welcome.
I want to go to her, strip her naked again and throw her back on my bed. But I don't, because it is late and she's right. I should have had enough of her by now. The goal might be for me to fuck her out of my system, but it obviously won't happen all in one night. So instead of doing what I want to do, I just nod and go to my dresser to fish out a pair of pajama pants. We dress in silence. While I usually don't have a problem with the part of the night which involves sending a woman home, something about this feels off, and not knowing what it is or why I'm feeling it is irritating.
Okay.
Delilah says, breaking me from my reverie.
Is it still all right to get a ride home? Or would it be better to call for an Uber? It's pretty late. I'd hate to wake Jonathan.
Don't worry about Jonathan. I pay him a hefty salary to be available whenever I need him. And besides, I add, I wouldn't trust a rideshare with you, particularly at this time of night. A soft smile curves her lips. She walks over to me, goes up on her toes and brushes her lips over my jaw.
Thank you.
Something hot and potent rushes through my veins, and I band my arm around her waist and haul her into me, molding her body to mine. I want to kiss her, but I don't. The emotions Delilah brings out in me are unfamiliar. They make me feel out of control, and I don't like feeling out of control. So I drop my head and breathe in her scent, the faint aroma of the wildflower perfume that still lingers on her skin. Then I let her go. I'll call Jonathan and tell him to meet you outside.
All right. I'll wait down there for him.
I reach for his shirt, but Delilah stops me.
You don't have to come down with me. I'm okay waiting on my own.
She turns away and walks out of the bedroom. After a moment's hesitation, I toss my shirt back in the drawer and follow her out. We walk through my huge apartment until we get to the foyer in my private elevator. I press the button for her and the doors sweep soundlessly apart. She faces me and gives me a slightly wonky smile.
Thank you. For tonight, I had, fun.
An honest-to-God laugh slips past my lips. I think you need more practice at this part. She groans and covers her face with her hands, then laughs too.
You might be right.
I cave to the urge that's clawing at my chest and grab her by the waist, pressing her backward until she's against the wall next to the elevator. Then I curve my hand around her slender neck and use my thumb on the angle of her jaw to tilt her face to mine. I take her mouth the way I wanted to before. The doors of the elevator whoosh shut beside us, but I ignore it. Her taste is intoxicating, like the finest vintage in my wine cellar, and if I could, I'd spend the rest of the night getting drunk on her. But before I can do something I'm bound to regret in the morning, I tear my mouth from hers and smack the button next to us, causing the doors to open again. I step back, eyeing her as she stands with her back pressed against the wall, chest rising and falling, mouth swollen from the intensity of my kiss. Then she blinks, licks those swollen lips, and lets out a shuddery breath before peeling herself off the wall and stepping into the elevator. Her gaze holds mine.
Good night, Cole.
Good night, Delilah. My voice comes out gruff, and then she's gone, and my apartment is suddenly empty.
Chapter 25. Delilah. What are you doing this weekend? I tuck my phone between my cheek and shoulder as I drop the tea bag into my cup and pour in the hot water. It's Friday night, and with Cole having plans, I decided to leave the office at a normal hour, relax at home, and give Mom a call. Considering how distracted I've been with work and Cole over the last 2 weeks, we haven't spoken as often as usual. A book I've had on hold for weeks at the library has finally come in, so I'm going to pick it up tomorrow morning and spend all weekend devouring it, Mom says. I laugh. Sounds perfect. She sighs happily. Doesn't it? One day when I have my dream house, I'm going to make sure it has its very own library, one with a ladder to reach the top shelves. And a window seat? Of course. A window seat is essential for any home library. Oh, and it needs to be a bay window looking out over a beautiful garden. This is a game my mom and I play. It started when I was young and one of my friends pointed out a big, beautiful house behind a black wrought iron gate and enviously listed all the fancy things that must be inside it. She didn't know the house belonged to my father's family, but I did. Mom had always been honest with me, and that included answering my questions when I started asking about my dad. When I saw Mom that afternoon and mentioned it to her, she'd sat me down and told me that a house can be big and beautiful and full of expensive things, but that doesn't mean it's full of love. And then together, we'd started dreaming up all the wonderful things we'd put into our own dream house, one that would be full of everything that gave us joy. And we still do it today. After chatting for a while longer, I say goodbye to Mom and immediately go to my little desk in the corner of the room. I pull out the plans I keep rolled inside a document holder and spread them out over my desk. Mom doesn't know it, but describing our dream house that day ignited my desire to be an architect. I wanted to be the one to design my mom's perfect house, Throughout high school, I used to doodle ideas in the backs of my school books. Once I started college and learned the proper skills, I began drawing them up. The thought of surprising her with the plans one day and eventually having enough money to build it for her was the dream that kept me going through years of study. And after that, the hard work to get my license. Imagining her happiness when she finally got to live in her dream house, one that would far surpass the house my dad had lived in when I was young, because it was full of everything she loved, always made me happy. I make some changes to the plan in front of me. I've already added a library, since it's something she's mentioned before. But now I want to make it larger and add in the bay window. This isn't the first iteration of Mom's house I've created. I've gone through quite a few variations throughout the years. As my skills increased and I had different ideas, or when Mom mentioned something else she'd like that I hadn't already thought of, I'd make changes. I'm so caught up in perfecting Mom's library that I don't realize Alex is home until she speaks behind me. Working on your mom's house again? I put down my drafting pencil and stretch before turning to face her. I want it to be perfect by the time I finally have the money to build it for her. She peers over my shoulder. It looks pretty perfect to me. It's getting there. I roll up the plans and store them back in the corner. Then I get up and wander to the couch while Alex rummages around in the small kitchen, putting together a dinner of leftovers, pretty much what I had done several hours ago. Not spending the evening with Loverboy tonight? She asks as she shoves some Chinese food from a couple of days ago into the microwave. No, he has some kind of event he has to attend tonight. It's been a few weeks since we've had a Friday night together, she says. I grimace. I know. I'm sorry. I've been a bad friend. No, you haven't. I'm only joking. It's good that you're getting some so regularly. At least one of us is. The microwave dings and she pulls out the steaming bowl of food, then comes over and plops next to me on the couch. Does Jackson have plans to visit? I ask. She sighs. Not for a while. He's busy attending PR events, and then they'll be in the studio to record their album. Has he said anything more about their plans? Are they still considering moving to LA? Alex's shoulders slump a little. They're still debating it. It makes sense for them to be there, but all four of them have lived in New York their whole lives. It's a big choice. And there's you. Don't forget, you're his future, too, not just his music. Have you told him how much you're missing him? Alex bites her lip. I've tried to hide it. I want Jackson to do the right thing for him and his band without worrying about how I'm feeling. But honestly, just this little taste of having a long-distance relationship has been harder than I expected. What about your idea of getting a job in the LA office? I asked about it, but they don't have any positions available. Something might open up in the future, but nothing at the moment. Would you consider joining another firm? If I have to. I suppose I'm waiting until the guys make up their minds about what they're going to do, and then I'll decide. I reach over and give her a hug. I'm sorry. I know it's hard and you miss him. I shouldn't have left you here all by yourself so often. Alex waves her hand in the air, her usual smile returning. You haven't, and it's not like I'm curled up in bed crying. Yes, I miss him, but we talk every night, and I've got my classes, and it's not like you're my only friend. She pokes me in the stomach. I go out with my other friends plenty. That doesn't mean I won't monopolize your attention and get you to update me on what's happening with tall, dark, rich, and handsome when you're here. I stretch my legs in front of me. I don't know if there's much to update you on. I go over to his place. We have sex. I come home. Alex looks at me skeptically. In the last 2 weeks, you've been at his place almost every second night. There must be more to it than just sex. I don't know. I mean, you know what I said about him being overwhelming? Well, he is. And sometimes it's hard to separate what's him being the man that he is from him feeling something more than just lust. Every now and then he does something that makes me think there might be more between us. The next minute he does something that reminds me that this is just casual sex for him. Alex slurps up a noodle. Maybe he's still working out how he feels. Or maybe I'm reading too much into things, and this is just how he is with the women he sleeps with. Intense. Well, how do you feel about him? That's a loaded question, and one I've deliberately avoided asking myself. I want to believe I can keep this thing between Cole and me only physical, that I can enjoy what he's offering, knowing it will end one day, and he'll walk away without a second thought. But what I said to Alex is true. He is intense, and his occasional hot and cold attitude gives me whiplash. He's all over me when I'm there with him, doling out orgasm after orgasm until my legs shake so much I can barely walk. But the minute it comes time for me to leave, he goes cold. Since that first night, he doesn't kiss me when I go. He kisses me plenty while we're naked and writhing around together on his bed or his couch or his dining table. But when I'm dressed and standing at the elevator doors, all I get is a cool farewell. That should be more than enough for me to keep my heart under wraps. But there's something in the way his gaze lingers on me right up until the elevator doors close that makes my heart do crazy things. And there are other moments, too. When I see one of his rare smiles, or hear one of his even rarer laughs, when he runs his lips tenderly down my neck, or traces the outline of my mouth with his fingertip, as if he's memorizing the shape of it, it's confusing. He's confusing. I think if we keep this up, there's a chance I might fall for him, I admit. Alex stops eating, a line forming between her brows. So maybe you should break it off, then, especially if he hasn't given you any sign he might want this to turn into something more. It's only been a few weeks, and I'm not sure I'm ready to give this up yet. If I feel like I'm approaching the point of no return, that's when I'll tell him I think we should stop. Alex's frown reveals her concern, but she doesn't push me on it. When are you supposed to see him again? I'm going to his place tomorrow night, but I was thinking maybe you and I can go out for lunch before that. She nods. I'd like that. We switch on the television and get caught up in a new rom-com that's on, but eventually, my mind drifts to Cole, as it does so often these days. I find myself smiling as I think about tomorrow night and how good he'll make me feel. I'll just enjoy the incredible sex while I can, because I know very well that giving my heart to a man like Cole is a risk I can't take. Although from the way butterflies whirl around my stomach at the thought of being with him again, there's a chance I may have already started down that slippery slope.
Chapter 26, Cole. As I step out of the limo, camera flashes explode in my face. I extend a hand back into the car to help Jessica out. Her cool fingers wrap around mine and she smiles at me as she emerges, looking stunning in a dress cut nearly low enough to be indecent. She tucks her hand in my elbow and sweeps along at my side as we make our way to the entrance.
It's good to know you remembered my phone number,
she says as we finally get inside. I knew she was stewing about something. Jessica has never been the warmest person. It's not something that's ever bothered me before, but the ice coming off her in the limo was palpable. Considering there has never been anything between us apart from the benefit of convenience, I don't know why she's pretending to be upset about it. Is there something you want to say? I don't hide the boredom in my voice. She's been pushing things lately and she knows I'm not interested. She pouts, but all I do is raise a brow. A breath huffs out of her.
It's just that it's been a while. I was disappointed we didn't catch up when you were in Chicago. I had some plans for that beautiful hotel room and big bed of yours. I thought you weren't going when I didn't hear from you, but then you turned up with that architect of yours.
Irritation flares. Delilah is working on the Chicago hotel. I brought her along to view the site. I wasn't about to leave her in her hotel room while I went out.
I get it. She's cute. I hope you took advantage of that big bed like Tom and I did.
I don't want Jessica getting her claws into Delilah. I know how vicious she can be. If she somehow misunderstood the reality of our arrangement, the last thing I want is for her to view Delilah as a potential rival. I pierce her with my stare and say nothing. She gets the message.
Anyway, Tom and I had a great time.
Good to hear. Shall we? I usher her toward our table. The speeches last forever, and my mind drifts. Images of Delilah find their way into my thoughts. What is she doing tonight? Is she thinking about the things I plan to do to her the next time I get her alone? If I leave early enough, Jonathan can drive past her place after we've dropped Jessica off, and I can take her back to my penthouse, spread her out on my bed, and have my fill of her. I shift on my chair as my dick hardens. This isn't the best place to get an erection, not when I'm slated to give a speech soon. A hand lands on my thigh and skims upward. I grab Jessica's wrist just as she reaches the spot where I'm straining the material of my tuxedo pants. I pull her away from me, but when I look at her, she has a coy smile on her face.
Are you thinking about what's going to happen after this is over?
Her voice is a husky whisper in my ear. I am, but not the way she thinks. Nothing's happening after this is over. Her eyes flare.
What's going on, Cole? It's not like you to turn down a no-strings-attached fuck.
Nothing is going on. You and I aren't in a relationship. We haven't made any promises to each other. If I want to fuck and you want to fuck, then we'll fuck. But that's all there is to it. And tonight, I'm not interested. Her eyes narrow to icy blue slits.
Does this have to do with...
My hard stare is enough to silence her. The man at the podium is wrapping up his speech, so I push back my chair and stand, then make my way to the front of the room. As soon as I'm done here, I'm leaving. I'll check with Jessica to see if she wants me to drop her off or if she wants to stay here and mingle. Maybe find some other man to scratch her itch tonight, and then I'm going to get Delilah, take her home, and give in to my craving. It's that thought that has a smile on my face when I take the stage. My speech is about the King Group's commitment to social responsibility and our dedication to making a positive impact on the world through our charitable trust. Considering recent events, however, I need to address the elephant in the room before I launch into the core of my speech. I acknowledge the seriousness of my father's arrest and highlight that despite the previous CEO's actions, the King Group is committed to operating with transparency and integrity. 20 minutes later, as applause rolls through the room, I nod to the crowd, walk off the stage, and wind my way through the tables until I reach Jessica and her unreadable expression. Instead of sitting, I lean down and murmur in her ear, "I'm leaving. Do you want me to drop you off, or are you going to stay?" She studies me, dabs her lips with her napkin, and rises.
I'd appreciate it if you could drop me off.
I'm not sure I trust this more subdued version of Jessica, but I'm too busy thinking about what I'll do to Delilah to care what's going on with her. It sounds cold-hearted, but there's never been any emotional intimacy between her and me. I won't start indulging her now that she's annoyed because I don't want to sleep with her. When we get outside, there are still a few die-hard photographers lingering around, probably hoping to get a photo of some debauchery on behalf of the rich and famous filling the ballroom. I stride toward where Jonathan is parked waiting for us, only slowing when I notice Jessica is taking her time, making sure the photographers get plenty of shots. We finally get to the car, but before I can open the door for her, Jessica stops me with a hand on my shoulder. Impatiently, I turn, only for her to wrap her arms around my neck and slam her lips against mine. My hands go to her waist. I'm conscious of the camera flashes going off around us, so I don't immediately extricate myself, even though anger boils in my veins. When I eventually ease her away from me, I know she can see the fury in my eyes. But like any good businessman, I don't let it show on my face. "What the hell was that for?" I say through clenched teeth. She smooths her hand down my lapel.
I just wanted to remind you what you'll be missing out on.
I don't need a reminder. I'm not interested. She steps back and I reach for the door and hold it open for her. Get in the car. She slips past me and I follow her inside. As soon as the door closes behind us, I press the button and tell Jonathan to take us to Jessica's building. I fix her with a hard glare. Never pull a stunt like that again. She pouts at me.
It's not like we haven't done far more than kiss before.
Not like that, and never in public.
What does it matter? It's not like you have a girlfriend. Everyone knows Cole King doesn't have girlfriends. So, what's the big deal?
It matters because it's unacceptable. If you try anything like that again, you'll find out just how little I appreciate it when people cross boundaries.
Fine.
She smooths her hands down her skirt.
I just hope you get whatever this is out of your system before you do something you'll regret.
I don't bother responding. What I'm doing with Delilah is none of Jessica's business. We spend the next few minutes in silence. Jessica's apartment building isn't far away, and it's not long before we're pulling up outside the expansive glass foyer. Jonathan opens the door for her, but just before she climbs out, she turns to me.
It's not too late, you know. You can still come up to my place.
I merely arch a brow, and she huffs out a breath and slides out. Jonathan closes the door behind her, then gets back into the driver's seat. Am I taking you home, sir? I think about my plan to swing past Delilah's place and pick her up, but now I'm not so sure. I've been seeing her a lot lately, maybe too much. It might be better to have a break. I briefly considered telling her about Jessica kissing me, but it was meaningless on my part, so I don't see the point. It's unlikely she'll ever see the photos that will probably be printed in the tabloids. I doubt she reads the gossip columns. Yes, thank you, Jonathan. The car glides into traffic and I lean back in my seat and stare out the window. I'm supposed to see Delilah tomorrow night, but I might need to take a step back. Give us both some breathing space. Seeing each other so often isn't a good idea. I don't want to give her the wrong impression about what's going on between us. Even though I'm not overly happy with my decision, I force my mind to other things. There's always plenty of work that needs to be dealt with. I pull out my phone and start reading emails.
Chapter 27. Delilah. I put the finishing touches on the interior plan I'm working on and try to keep my mind off the fact Cole canceled on me this weekend. After all, as I told Alex, this is only meant to be casual. I need to take things as they come, instead of investing too much time and effort on trying to figure out what's going on in his head. Still, disappointment followed me around for the rest of the weekend after he called on Saturday morning and said something had come up. I'd been looking forward to seeing him. I draw one final line on the plan and click print. I'm unpleasantly aware of Paul lingering on the far side of the room. I can sense his eyes on me, and I'm not sure why. He's mostly kept his distance since our meeting in his office, apart from when he's had something work-related to discuss with me. My stomach rumbles, and I check the time. It's well past lunch, and I haven't eaten anything since breakfast. I head to the kitchen to get the salad I made this morning, but just as I close the fridge door, Paul corners me. When I try to sidestep him, he puts his hand on my arm and holds me back. I look down at his hand before returning my attention to his face. He smiles, but there's an edge to it I don't like.
I need to talk to you about something.
Can we do it at my desk?
I don't want anyone else around when I show you this,
he says, holding up his phone. I can't help but look, and when I do, my heart does a painful stutter. It's a photo of Cole kissing a blonde woman. He's dressed in a tuxedo, and his hands are circling the woman's slender waist, while she has her arms wound around his neck. I keep my expression neutral, not wanting Paul to get a reaction from me, particularly since I've never confirmed that Cole and I are spending time together. And after all, there are lots of photos out there of Cole with various women. I don't know why you're showing this to me.
Don't you?
He says, a nasty smile flitting at the corners of his lips.
That's funny. I got the impression there was something going on between you two, so of course when I saw this photo from Friday night, I thought I should let you know. My mistake, I guess.
My stomach drops. From Friday night? It couldn't be. Cole didn't say anything about taking a date to the event, and we had an agreement. We're meant to be exclusive while we're doing whatever it is we're doing. Is this why he canceled on me? Was he with her instead? Paul swipes his screen casually.
She's quite the looker.
He flashes his phone in front of my face again, and this time the photo is of the woman about to climb into Cole's car. He has his hand on her back, but that isn't the only reason pain slices through me. It's the woman's face, because it's one I recognize. Jessica. A woman Cole had assured me he didn't have a relationship with before I slept with him for the second time. I'm so stupid. Of course he said that. If someone asked him about me, he'd probably say the same thing because we're not in a relationship. We're screwing, fucking, scratching an itch. I'm sure that's how he sees it anyway. I force my lips into an unconcerned smile. Even if there was something going on between Cole and me, you'd be the last person I'd want help from. So if that's all, I push past him and head back to my desk. But nausea swirls in my stomach, and I no longer feel like eating the salad I'm holding. My food sits uneaten next to me as I grab my phone and navigate to the website Paul showed me. Like some kind of masochist, I flick through the photos. There aren't that many, just 4. But what they show is damning. The two of them arriving together, Cole's hand possessively on her back, and then their departure and the kiss before he helps her into his limo. If I know Cole, he probably fucked her in the back of it, or took her back to his penthouse to screw the hell out of her there. I put my phone face down on my desk, heat prickling the backs of my eyes. I'm not sure if it's worse that he didn't try to hide it. At least Paul hid his cheating from me because he didn't want to lose me. Apparently, Cole doesn't care if I find out. Unable to sit there one more second, I shove my container of salad into my bag and log off my computer. Paul loiters nearby, probably waiting to see what chaos he's caused. Unfortunately, there's no leaving without talking to him, so I make my way over. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to work from home for the rest of the day. The fake sympathy on his face turns my stomach, but I hold myself together.
No problem. I hope you're feeling better tomorrow.
He's all toothy smile, and I picture slapping it off him even as I hold his gaze with my chin high. I turn and walk away as calmly as I can, but as soon as I get into the elevator, my shoulders slump. I can't believe I was so stupid. Men like Cole, like my father, are all the same. Once they get what they want, they discard you without a second thought. The elevator dings and I step out, taking only a few steps before I see who's standing there with a group of men. Outside of meetings, or when he's sought me out, I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen Cole around the building. I close my eyes. Of course it would be him. He catches my eye and frowns, but I turn away and continue walking to the entrance.
Miss West.
His voice comes from behind me, and I curse to myself. I don't have a choice but to stop. He's still my boss, and I'm at my place of work. I take a deep breath, then turn to face him. He says something to the group of men, then walks toward me. Anger wars with hurt in my chest as I wait for him. He comes to a stop in front of me, a frown furrowing his brow.
What's going on?
He asks in a low voice. I finally meet his gaze head-on, the intensity of his stare hitting me like a punch to the chest. What do you mean?
You barely looked at me as you passed, and it's not like you to leave early.
I'm not feeling well. I'm going home. My pulse hammers, and I want to yell at him, to ask him how he could do something like that to me when I thought... Well, I thought wrong. Saying something like that is bound to be the quickest possible way to get fired. So I bottle it all up and push it down where it has to stay until I can be alone. Because I won't lose everything I've worked for over this man. His frown deepens. I glance over his shoulder to find the group of men he was with, eyeing me with curiosity. One of them looks at his watch, then says something to the others. I take a step away from Cole, hoping he'll let me go since his group is waiting for him.
Delilah, tell me what's going on.
The awareness glimmering in his eyes makes me think he knows exactly what's going on. How can he not imagine there was a chance I'd see the photos? But suddenly, I want him to know, to realize it's not okay to hurt people just because there are no repercussions for him. The elevator behind him dings, and the men board it, holding the door open.
Cole?
One of them calls out. I take another step backward. I'll see you later, Cole. I'm glad you and Jessica had a good time on Friday night. His jaw clenches, but he says nothing as I spin on my heel and make for the front door. My mouth is dry, and I need to get home so I can drown my sorrows. It's mid-afternoon, but I'm giving myself permission to crack open a bottle of wine. I step outside and take a deep breath. I can't bear the thought of catching the train home, so I hail a cab. My phone beeps in my purse, and I pull it out to see a message from Cole.
We need to talk.
I stuff it back in my bag and blink back tears. What was I thinking? Honestly, how had I ever thought sleeping with him was a good idea? I'm such an idiot. Tears blur my vision. But I can't be that woman crying in the back of a cab over a man. I won't. For all my determination, the moment the door of my apartment closes behind me, the dam bursts. Hot tears splash down my cheeks, and I sink into my couch. Why am I this hurt? This wasn't a real relationship. It was just sex. We were just enjoying each other's bodies. Yes, he lied to me. But being stupid enough to believe him, to let myself feel more than I should, that's on me. More tears leak out, and I wipe them away. God, this is ridiculous. I want to think it's humiliation, and that's definitely a part of it. No one likes being made a fool of, and this is the second time it's happened to me. But the truth is, I've done exactly what I promised myself I wouldn't. I let myself start feeling things for Cole. And this is the consequence. My phone beeps again, and when I see his name, I can't stop myself from reading the message.
Don't ignore me, Delilah.
I huff out a breath. I'll need to talk to him at some stage to officially end this thing between us, but I want to be calm and in control when I do it, so I don't say something stupid and end up off the project and potentially out of a job. If I speak to him now, I won't be anywhere near calm and in control. My phone lights up with Cole's name on the screen, but I decline the call. I don't understand why he's bothering. He hasn't lost anything that he can't easily replace. Why can't he just leave me alone to take a breath and work through these emotions? Another message notification, and my eyes automatically drop to my phone's screen.
Answer your phone, Delilah.
Anger dries my tears. What is his problem? A minute later, my phone rings again and I stare at it, a pulse throbbing in my temple as my temper rises even more. It feels good to let the anger take over. He's rich and powerful, and I'm technically working for him at the moment, but that doesn't mean he gets to treat me like this, like someone he can discard with thoughtless cruelty. Before I have time to overthink it, I answer.
Delilah.
What is it you want to say, Cole? I'm glad my voice is steady. Steadier than I feel, anyway.
Why haven't you responded to my messages?
Because I don't want to talk to you. He lets out a sigh that seems to be made up of sheer irritation.
Obviously you saw the photos.
His tone fuels my anger. Yes. It comes out through gritted teeth.
It isn't what you think.
There's no apology in his voice. He doesn't believe he's done anything worth apologizing for. Or maybe it's that I'm not worth apologizing to. Really? Do you mean it's not you kissing another woman when you told me you wouldn't be with anyone else while we were together? Or do you mean it isn't you kissing Jessica, who you told me you weren't involved with?
I told you that Jessica and I aren't in a relationship and we never have been.
I'm not stupid, Cole. You're either straight up lying to me or you're lying by omission. I may not be that experienced with men, but I can guarantee that's not how you kiss a woman who's just an acquaintance. There's a pause on the phone. He knows he's been caught.
I have a shareholder meeting in half an hour that I can't miss, but I'll send Jonathan to get you tonight and I'll explain it to you.
He finally says, I'm not interested in seeing you.
Being immature about this isn't helping. At least give me the respect of listening to what I have to say.
A bright flash goes off behind my eyes. Respect? You're talking to me about respect? You guessed I saw the photos, which is why you've been messaging me, which means you already knew exactly how seeing them would make me feel. And you know that, because it's how most normal human beings would feel when they realize they've been played. So don't make me out to be childish for reacting exactly the way you expected me to. My lack of response to your messages and phone calls should have told you I needed time to deal with my emotions. But you refused to give it to me. Instead, you've decided the best way to handle this is to harass me. Then when I answer, you tell me I'm being immature. My fingers tighten around my phone. I asked you straight to your face about Jessica, Cole. I wanted to know what I was getting myself into if I said yes to you, to protect myself from getting hurt. But rather than tell me the truth, you said what you needed to say to get what you wanted. You humiliated me, and you hurt me. I was doing so well, but I lose it at the end as more tears well up.
Delilah.
I gather myself together. No, Cole, I'm not done. You're obviously used to getting what you want when you want it. You obviously don't care what you have to do or say to get it. So, if what you wanted when you kissed Jessica Friday night was a quick and easy way to get rid of the immature workplace hookup that's been hanging around a little too long, congratulations. You got it. With a trembling finger, I end the call, then slump back on the couch and let the tears fall.
Chapter 28, Cole. I barely stopped myself from flinging my phone against the wall. This is why I'm not interested in relationships. I tried to do the right thing, and look where it's gotten me. I shoved my chair back and stand, striding to the window and looking out at New York spread below me. Maybe it's better if she ends it anyway. I've got too much going on with work at the moment, and spending so much time with one woman might be a novelty, but that was always going to wear off eventually. So why the hell does my chest feel so fucking tight? The way her voice wavered when she told me I hurt her had sliced right through my ribs and into my heart. When was the last time anything had reached that frozen organ? I brace one hand against the glass and stare down at the streets below. Looking down on everyone from up here normally makes me feel alive. It makes me feel in control. But it's not working now. I need to get my mind off Delilah and back where it belongs. As Roman already hinted, she's become a distraction I don't need. It's better for both of us if it's over. I sit down, but instead of preparing for my meeting, I open a browser and search for the photos from Friday night. They flash in front of me and I wince. I'd put on a good act when Jessica kissed me. With the rumors of her father's wavering support, I didn't want to reject her publicly. While we won't go under if Barrington pulls his investments, I don't want his pack of cronies following his lead. The last thing we need is a panicked exodus for no reason other than I embarrassed his daughter. Unfortunately, my lack of negative reaction to her kiss comes across in the photos as enthusiasm. I frown and lean back in my chair, scrubbing my hand over my face as regret pulls at cords inside me that haven't been pulled in a long time. Just then my door swings open and Tate saunters in. He stops, his eyebrows rising as he takes me in. Then he grins and continues into the room, taking a seat and stretching out his long legs. "I'm not used to you looking so out of sorts," he says. "What's the occasion?" I click away from the website. "What do you want, Tate?" I can't shoot the shit with my big brother? Tate might be just the distraction I need right now. I don't know if we've ever shot the shit, but if you're saying you've got something to discuss with me, then please go right ahead. He smirks, leans forward in his chair and rests his elbows on his knees. The marketing department is reporting decreased engagement and more negative comments on social media. Dear old dad's indiscretions are circulating more widely, and confidence in our brand appears to be declining. We need a quick win to improve public perception and keep everyone happy. I'm assuming you have an idea. He nods. The team has been brainstorming, and they want to run some press campaigns on the hotel development. Early stages, preliminary concept plans with a heavy focus on the sustainability aspects. Okay, get what you need from the architects. Which makes me think about Delilah. Once again, something tugs painfully in my chest. They're also thinking about filming our contractors smiling and looking competent, that kind of thing. Maybe that sexy little architect of yours could be our star. She's not mine, I snap. His brows arch up again. A little defensive, aren't you? I just meant she's part of your team. I force myself to relax, and he watches me with a twisted smile. Is she who had you all out of sorts when I came in? I don't blame you. If she were working for me, I would have bent her over my desk and don't. I growl, and he lets out a laugh. Oh, that got a reaction. So you are tapping that fine piece of ass? I don't know why he's being so chatty, or why I haven't kicked him out of my office yet. Maybe it's because right now, with thoughts of Delilah trying to take over my mind, I don't hate having him here. I drum my fingers on the desk. We may have had a thing. A thing? What type of thing are you talking about exactly? His cunning eyes scrutinize me before they widen. You weren't dating her, were you? The look of shock on his face would be funny if the subject of Delilah wasn't such a sore spot right now. It was just casual, I say. Just a few weeks. He runs his pointer finger over his bottom lip as he watches me. So you ended it then? Did she get clingy? Or did you get bored? I pick up a pen and spin it between my fingers, debating whether to say anything. He's just sitting there looking relaxed, his golden brown eyes bright with curiosity. It takes me back to a time when the three of us were closer, when we'd been friends instead of whatever we are now. So I tell him, she ended it just before you came in. His brows shoot skyward. She ended it? I clench my jaw and nod. I'd ask you when was the last time a woman ended a relationship with you, but since I can't remember when you last had a relationship, it's a moot point. When I don't say anything, a slow smile spreads across his face. You like her. It's a statement, not a question, but I answer him anyway. I enjoyed spending time with her, that's all. What happened then? He asks. My gaze drops to my computer and my chest tightens as I picture the photos that had been on the screen moments before. I heard her. Was she in love with you? I focus on him. I don't think so. She never said anything to indicate she was. Well, she obviously feels something for you if she was hurt enough to end things. I'm supposed to be taking my mind off Delilah, not being forced to confront my mistakes. I wave my hand in the air. It doesn't matter now. It's over. She can move on to someone who can give her the kind of commitment she's after. And I can go back to screwing random beautiful women and making a fuck ton of money? I raise my brows at him. It's the family business, isn't it? Not sure Mom would agree, he says. No. In Mom's case, it's having semi-discreet affairs and taking advantage of the money we make for her. Tate is silent, and I shake my head. Sorry. He shrugs, but the amusement in his gaze has dimmed. Considering he's the result of one of Mom's affairs, they're a sensitive topic for him. It's hardly a secret. His blonde hair could have come from Mom, but those startling copper eyes of his don't come from anywhere in our family tree. It explains why Dad has always been the hardest on him, too, even if Tate is still his son on paper. Like most things in our world, it's all about outward appearances. People can whisper whatever they want behind closed doors, and as long as it doesn't affect our wealth and status, we don't care. Except I remember a time when Tate cared. A lot. I also remember the times when Roman and I got into fights with the boys who thought it was a good idea to taunt him about his parentage. That was before things changed anyway, before we grew apart, becoming strangers to each other. Maybe working together like this will give Tate and me a chance to reconnect. I make a mental note to catch up with him about non-work related issues on a more regular basis. Are you planning to get her back? Tate asks. I've lost track of our conversation. What? You're architect. Are you going to make it up to her? I think we're both better off if we just leave it. A pit forms in my chest at the realization that my last time touching her happened without me even knowing it. Are you sure about that? I look away from Tate's too perceptive gaze. The best way to distract myself from Delilah is to concentrate on what's important. Work. I've got to prepare for this meeting. Feel free to go directly to the architectural team if you want to use them in any promos. That's it? Tate protests. That's all you're going to give me? You're lucky you got that much. Now let me get back to work. He huffs out a breath, slaps his hands on his thighs, and stands. Fine. Leave me hanging then. I grunt and return to my notes, not bothering to watch him cross to the door. So if she's single now, you won't mind if I ask her out? My eyes shoot to his, rage bubbling up in my chest. He's more of a playboy than any of us. Keep your fucking hands off her. He's still laughing when he shuts the door behind him.
Chapter 29. Delilah. Are you going to be okay? Alex asks, as I gather my purse and get ready to head out the door. When she returned from work last night, she'd immediately known something was wrong, probably because my eyes were red from crying. When I explained what had happened, she wrapped me in her arms and told me Cole was an asshole who didn't deserve me. Then she ordered in dinner and put on a thriller with absolutely no romance in it, and I managed to turn my mind off for a couple of hours. This morning, I'm prepared, if not exactly ready, to face Cole and Paul. The former I probably won't even see, and the latter, well, I'll just have to put up with his smugness. I'm going to be okay. I won't let a man as self-absorbed as Cole King get me down. I just need to finish this project, and then I'll never have to see him again. She comes over and gives me a hug. Good for you. Just keep your head held high and ignore those assholes. You're worth twice the both of them put together. I smile and return the hug. Thank you. After a bracing breath, I pull my purse strap higher on my shoulder and head out. When I get to the office, I quickly scan the foyer before I press the button to the elevator. The last thing I need is to get caught in a metal box for multiple floors with either man I'm trying to avoid. Thankfully, I don't see them, and I ride up with several people I've never met before. When I get to our floor, I slip past them and hurry to my desk. I log on to my system and start on my plans. I really want them signed off by next week. As far as I'm concerned, the faster this project is completed, the faster I can get out of this building and away from Cole. I just want to put what's happened behind me. I manage to get absorbed in my work, tuning out everything around me, until the phone on my desk rings. I don't recognize the name on the screen, but I answer the call. Hello? Hi, Delilah, this is Sophie. I'm Tate King's PA. Oh, hi, I say tentatively. Tate would like to have a word with you in his office. Do you have a spare moment? Yes, of course. Great. And if you have any finished schematics or 3D renderings, can you bring some of those as well? I blink, immediately looking down at the plans neatly laid out on my table. Okay. Can I ask what this is for? He'll discuss it with you when you get here, she says pleasantly enough. Okay. Thanks. I'll be up straight away. I hang up, then stand, smoothing the wrinkles out of my dress. I don't know what the head of marketing might want to discuss with me, But Tate's timing has me wondering if it has anything to do with what happened between Cole and me. Surely not. Billionaires have more important things to do than involve themselves in each other's failed flings. After gathering several of my plans, I make my way to the top floor, hating that I both hope to avoid Cole and wish for a tiny glimpse of him. I steel my spine as I exit the elevator, doing my best to keep from turning my head toward his office door as I pass. From my peripheral vision, I can see it's closed anyway. I continue down the hallway until I reach Tate's office, then approach the woman sitting at the desk outside, who I assume is Sophie. "Hi, I'm Delilah. I'm here to see Mr. King." She offers a warm smile. "Nice to meet you, Delilah. You can go in. Tate's expecting you." I nod my thanks, knock on his door, and enter once he's invited me inside. I give the large room a quick glance before focusing on Tate sitting behind his desk. The office isn't too different from Cole's. It has the same big windows with the same incredible view. Similar elegant prints adorn the walls, and beautiful wooden furniture dominates the floor space. Tate is leaning back in his chair and smiling at me. My breath catches. I've never seen Cole's younger brother up close before. Unlike Cole, who's usually always in a three-piece suit at work, Tate has his jacket off and his shirt sleeves rolled up to reveal his muscular forearms. Like his brother, he's gorgeous, even though he looks quite different from both Cole and Roman. Where they're all dark hair and icy eyes, Tate is golden blonde and tawny, just as beautiful and just as deadly to women's hearts, I imagine. I'm sure he uses his good looks and charm to make women fall for him just as easily as Cole.
Good morning, Miss West.
"Please, call me Delilah." He nods.
Feel free to call me Tate. With multiple Mr. Kings in the building, it gets confusing.
I give him a small smile, then turn to close the door behind me.
You can leave that open,
he says, stopping me. That's weird. Does he think I'll take advantage of him if the door is closed? Has Cole told him about us, and now he thinks I'll make a move on him too? That thought has me lifting my chin as I take a few steps closer to his large desk. I brought some of my plans, like you asked.
Great, I'll take them.
He stands and holds out his hand. I walk closer and pass him the rolled-up schematics, which he opens and lays flat on his desk.
Can you show me what these are specifically?
I'm still confused about what he's after, but I move closer and slightly lean over the desk as I point out the different plans I brought with me. These are the initial concept designs. These are the modifications I made post-site visit. I glance up at him, just in time to catch him looking over my shoulder. Before I have time to turn and see what's caught his attention, he's returned his focus to me.
Do you have interior schematics?
I flick through the sheets and pull out one showing an internal section and place it on top. These aren't complete yet. It's what I'm working on at the moment. He glances over my shoulder again, and this time I turn to look. I can't see anything through the open office door, and I'm a little annoyed. I still don't know what I'm doing here, and now Tate doesn't even seem interested in what I'm showing him. "Can I ask what it is you're looking for?" My tone is slightly curter than warranted, considering who he is and who I am, but today is definitely not my best day. I just want to get back to my desk instead of loitering on this floor. Tate leans back in his chair and smiles at me, and I blink a few times because his smile is equal parts charming and wicked.
The marketing team wants some of the CAD drawings, the interior plans, and 3D renderings for some marketing ideas they're putting together.
My brows shoot up. Okay? His mouth quirks.
Is there something wrong with that?
No, not at all, I say. I guess I'm wondering why me? And why you? Why didn't this go through Paul? And why isn't someone from the marketing team handling this? You seem a bit senior to be the one taking care of this. He chuckles.
You're right. This isn't something I'd normally handle, but I had an ulterior motive for asking you up here.
I tilt my head and study him as I wait for him to elaborate.
Let's just say I wanted to meet the woman who had my brother in a less than pleasant mood yesterday.
Cole was in a bad mood yesterday because of me? I'm surprised he cared enough to let it affect him. And, oh God, Tate knows I was sleeping with his brother. My cheeks heat, but I don't look away. I made a choice, and I won't be ashamed about it. I lean over his desk and start gathering my sheets. So I guess you don't really need to see these then. Once more, his gaze goes over my shoulder, and this time a broad grin spreads over his face. I straighten and check behind me, but there's still no one there. What is going on with him? Do you want me to take these to the marketing team, or was that just an excuse to get me up here?
It wasn't an excuse. The team really does need copies of these.
Okay, I say. I'll just... His ringing phone cuts me off, and he smiles as if he's expecting it. He holds up one finger, and I stop what I'm doing, feeling awkward about listening in on his conversation.
To what do I owe the honor of this phone call?
He stops, catching my eye and winking as he leans back in his chair. I frown and fidget with the sheets I'm holding as I do my best to ignore his private call.
I'm sensing some aggravation from you, Cole.
My gaze jerks back to his as I realize who he's talking to.
I was merely talking to Miss West about the marketing plans.
He listens for a moment.
I agree that's not my job, which is why Delilah is going to drop them down to the team now.
He pauses again.
I don't know what you're talking about. This meeting is completely professional. My door stayed open the whole time, as you obviously saw when you walked past.
Was that why he kept looking over my shoulder? Had he wanted Cole to see me in here with him? My anger is rising now. I'm not sure what's going on between these two, but I'm not interested in being involved in the games billionaires play with each other. I've worked too hard to get where I am. I may have let myself get distracted by sex, but I've learned my lesson. Getting swept up in a man, especially a man like Cole, isn't doing me any favors, just like it didn't do Mom any favors. I reach across Tate's desk and gather the rest of my plans. He eyes me as he continues to listen to whatever Cole is saying to him. I strangle the urge to walk out. Regardless of how irritated I am at whatever he's doing, he's still in a position of authority over me, and I'm in a precarious situation as it is with what's happened with Paul and Cole. So I stand there stiffly until he finally hangs up. As soon as he does, I say, "If we're finished here, I'll run these down to marketing." Whatever he's reading in my tone or on my face has the corners of his lips tilting up. I'm obviously not doing a very good job of hiding how I'm feeling, but he doesn't say anything about that. Instead, he studies me, and I do my best to keep still under his scrutiny. The humor simmering under the surface of his expression fades. His gaze gets distant, and he nods.
Thank you, Delilah.
I get out of there, giving Sophie a small smile as I pass her desk. To get back to the elevator, I have to pass Cole's office. I hope I can sneak past without him knowing. My heart sinks as his PA's desk comes into view, and I see a tall, broad-shouldered figure standing next to it. I lift my chin and keep my pace even. I'll give him a polite nod and continue to the elevator. But as soon as his eyes lock with mine and his gaze narrows, I know it won't be that easy.
Miss West,
he says, and I swallow at the dark tone of his voice. I come to a stop a few feet from him, aware of Samson's gaze bouncing between us. Yes, Mr. King?
I'd like to talk to you for a moment, if you don't mind.
I consider saying that yes, I do mind, but I have to face him eventually. So I just nod, take a deep breath, and follow him into his office.
Chapter 30. Cole. When I walked past Tate's office after my meeting and saw Delilah leaning over his desk, her ass cupped by her fitted dress, my jaw had clenched so tight I'm surprised the people walking next to me hadn't heard my teeth grind together. What the fuck was my brother playing at? I'd been clear with him yesterday that he wasn't to touch her, and the very next day he has her up in his office with her long legs and her tight skirt and her pretty green eyes. As soon as I'd gotten off the phone with him, I'd been out my door and making an excuse to talk to Samson about something, just waiting for her to come down the corridor. I should probably question why I'm acting so irrationally about this when I've already decided it's for the best. But I won't. If Tate thinks I'll let him have Delilah, he's sadly mistaken. She follows me into my office, and her sweet sunshine and wildflower scent teases me. A vivid image grows in my mind. In it, I turn and press her against the door, running my nose down the column of her throat and sucking on the tender skin at the base, marking her so that if Tate calls on her again, he'll see my claim. Which is fucking ridiculous. Delilah's already made it clear that our arrangement is over. I stalk to my desk, but I don't round it to take my seat. Instead, I stand in front with my arms crossed while Delilah hovers near the doorway. Close the door, I tell her. She complies, her shoulders stiff. Then she turns back to me. What did Tate want? I ask. Her brow furrows.
Didn't he tell you on the phone?
I want to hear it from you. She tilts her head.
Do you think he was lying? Why would he? He's your brother.
I lean against my desk. He and I don't have the closest relationship. I'm not sure I trust him to tell me the truth, I say, then wonder why I've divulged that to her.
Well, that's sad.
Genuine sympathy flashes across her face. She's close to her mom, so maybe she doesn't get what it's like to be distant from your family members. But that's how it is in families like ours. Love, affection, trust, they aren't part of the equation. It's just the way it is. I try to get back on track. So tell me.
What about Roman?
I stare at her. What?
Are you closer to him?
No.
Maybe that explains it.
She says almost to herself. Explains what? She shakes her head as if realizing we've gotten distracted. She squares her shoulders.
What did you want to talk to me about?
Her beautiful eyes are on mine, but there's a shadow in them that wasn't there before. Regret tugs at me again. I did that to her, because she was right. I withheld the truth to get what I wanted, and what I wanted was her. If I'm honest with myself, I still want her, against all of my personal fucking logic. I was angry when I called her in here. Angry that Tate had her attention, that he was the recipient of her pretty smile when I wanted it directed at me. But what did I expect? She'd called me on it yesterday. I'd hurt her, and I hadn't even apologized. I'm not used to saying sorry, and it's not something I particularly relish doing, but I've been less than honest with her when, as far as I know, she's always been honest with me. I force down my irrational anger and approach her slowly as if she's a wild creature that might leap away from me before I get a chance to touch her. Her throat moves in a swallow as I come to a stop in front of her, but she stays where she is as I invade her personal space. I take a strand of her silky hair and let it slide through my fingers. I'm sorry, I murmur. I should have told you the truth about Jessica. Her eyes widen. She says, clearly taken aback.
Yes, you should have.
It's no excuse, but I don't consider what Jessica and I have had in the past to be a relationship.
It didn't look to me like it was in the past.
I scowl as I remember Jessica's behavior on Friday night. That was all her. I didn't invite it, and I didn't want it. She was annoyed because I turned down our usual arrangement and decided it was a good idea to force my hand. Her smooth brow furrows.
Your usual arrangement?
Fuck. I really don't want to get into that, but if I plan to be honest with her, I have to be completely honest. What Jessica and I had was a matter of convenience. Our families move in the same circles. Her father is one of the King Group's biggest investors, so we're often at the same social events. Since neither of us is interested in relationships, it made sense for us to attend those events together. And afterward, I shrug, not sure how much detail Delilah wants me to go into. She presses her lips together but only nods.
Thank you for telling me.
She doesn't look happy, or even relieved, and I realize what I've told her might not have cleared things up adequately. I didn't sleep with her Friday night. I haven't been with her since I met you. She lets out a little sigh, and some of the tightness in her shoulders loosens.
Okay.
I'm getting frustrated now. I didn't stop her when she kissed me because I didn't want to be photographed publicly rejecting the daughter of our major investor, but she knows not to do it again. Delilah nods and clasps her hands in front of her.
I'm glad we've cleared that up. If there isn't anything else, I need to get back to my desk and finish my work.
I narrow my eyes at her. I've apologized, but it doesn't seem to have fixed anything. What does she want? She's acting as if the last few weeks didn't happen. Maybe this is another reminder of why I don't do relationships. Maybe now that I've apologized and gotten it off my chest, I can walk away and stop thinking about her. That's all I had to say. It might only be in my imagination that she hesitates before she turns for the door, but it's that possibly imaginary hesitation, coupled with the sway of her hips and the tumble of her dark hair down her back as she walks away from me, hair that I can all too easily recall fisting in my hand as I took her from behind, that has me striding forward. Before she can swing the door open, I'm slamming my hand against it, holding it shut. I stand close behind her, caging her in, my chest brushing her shoulder blades and my rapidly hardening cock pressing against her ass. She inhales sharply, her body stilling. "What do you think you're doing?" I growl. She angles her head toward me, just enough so I can see the curve of her cheek and the dark length of her lowered lashes.
What do you mean?
Her voice isn't as steady as before, which sends a surge of satisfaction through me. She isn't as unaffected as she's acting. I skim my hand over her hip until my fingers curve around her waist. I apologized. I explained what happened. I told you I haven't been with her since before I met you, and you're giving me nothing. With my other hand, I brush her hair off her neck so I can run my nose along the soft skin, breathe in her scent. Do you want me to believe you're done with me? With this, because I made a mistake? A breath shudders out of her as my hand slides up her waist to cup her breast, and I smile to myself as I feel her hard nipple pressing into my palm. Her head falls forward.
You hurt me, and that's not what this was supposed to be about. I think it might be better if we just let things go.
Shock rattles through me, followed by a swift sting behind my ribs. What if I don't want to let things go? She turns, pressing her back against the door and looking up at me.
Why wouldn't you? What am I giving you that the Jessicas of the world can't? You don't want a relationship with me. So if all you want is sex, why not get it from someone who won't care when you lie to her?
Because there's no comparison between Jessica and her. Because she brings something out of me I didn't even know was there. That's why I can't seem to walk away even when I know I should. I cup her neck, rub my thumb along her jaw. I don't feel anything when I'm with Jessica. Sex between us has always been... I shake my head. Fucking cold and empty. It's different with you. When I touch you, it's pure fucking heat, and I haven't had enough. I want more with you. Her breath flutters between her parted lips, her eyes searching mine.
More of what?
Everything. More time. More of your body. I dip my head and feather my lips across hers. More of this. I hesitate for a heartbeat, then force myself to continue, to give her some of the truth she deserves. I want your warmth, Delilah. You're about the only source of it I have. I don't want to give it up because of Jessica. Her eyes soften at my admission. I've never said anything like that to anyone, and part of me wants to take the words back. They're too intimate, too close to revealing a weakness I thought I'd buried a long time ago. Her gaze is direct, but shadows linger in her eyes.
I don't know if I can trust you.
I'm not usually a liar. I won't take Jessica to any more events, and I promise you I won't let her kiss me again.
You mean until this thing between us is over?
She wants me to contradict her, but I just assured her I wasn't a liar. I can't make her a promise I am not sure I can keep. Maybe not even then. It's all I can offer, even though for the first time in my life I wish I had more than emptiness inside me to give to someone. She's still searching my face, and I raise my hand and brush my knuckles over her jaw. I'm sorry, I say again, lower this time. Then I tilt her chin, my lips hovering just over hers. I don't like that I hurt you, and I'm sorry. Do you accept my apology?
No more omissions? No more half-truths?
I shake my head. No more. She still doesn't give me what I want, and urgency pumps through my veins now. I use my thumb on her jaw to angle her head further back so that our lips are only a breath apart. Delilah, I growl. Do you accept my apology? Her pupils flare and a hint of a smile plays on her lips, sending relief surging through me.
Maybe you should show me how sorry you are.
Even as the tension in my chest loosens, my cock swells. You want me to get down on my knees and grovel, kitten? Her pulse flutters against my palm and she nods slowly. If any other woman asked me to do that, I'd laugh and show them the door. Like so many things with Delilah, my reaction is different. Before I do that, I need to kiss you. She wets her lips.
I'll allow it.
I fucking love that she's playing with fire. I grip her ass and jerk her against me so she can feel exactly what she's doing to me. She gasps, and I use the opportunity to close the distance between our lips so I can taste the sweetness of her mouth again. With my hand tangled in her hair, I groan as she presses into me. Fuck. She's like a drug I've gotten far too addicted to, and right now I can't bring myself to care. I slide my hands around her waist, then turn her, maneuvering her backward across my office until she's pressed against my desk. I'm going to show you exactly how sorry I am, I rasp, lifting her and setting her ass on top of it so I can run my hands up her legs and part her thighs. I'm going to eat that gorgeous pussy until you come on my face, and then I'll know you've forgiven me.
I didn't lock the door behind me,
she says breathlessly. I don't care. The only people who will walk in here without an invitation are my brothers, and if they see you spread out with my mouth buried in your pussy, they'll know you're mine, and they better do the polite thing and walk the fuck out again. Now lie back. With only a second's hesitation, she does as I command. I shove her skirt over her hips and drop to my knees. Her panties are a tiny scrap of fabric that I rip from her without a second thought. She inhales sharply, but I just shove them into my pocket. And then she forgives me. Twice.
Chapter 31. Delilah. I'm in my pajamas on Friday night, sitting in front of the television with a glass of wine and my tablet on my lap. Alex invited me out with her and her other friends, but I wanted to finish some work, so I declined. It's been a week since Cole apologized to me in his office, and we haven't been together physically since. I'd expected him to ask me back to his penthouse that night, and I was fully prepared to say no. Not only because of my standing dinner date with Alex, but because I just wasn't ready to jump back into bed with him straight away. He hadn't asked, though. He'd kissed me at the door to his office, said he hoped Alex and I enjoyed our dinner, then told me he'd see me soon. I was grateful he was giving me some breathing space, but unfortunately he's been gone most of the time since then for work. And even though space was what I needed, I've had more than enough now. He's due back late tonight, but we won't see each other until tomorrow night. I'd be lying if I said I'm not looking forward to it. I don't know what it is about Cole, but when I'm with him, I feel free. I do things I wouldn't have considered before, and I like it. I like him. The flash of vulnerability in his eyes when he told me he didn't have any warmth in his life made my heart hurt. Maybe I still should have walked away, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Just like him, I want more of whatever it is that burns between us, even if it will probably flame itself out all too soon. I take a gulp of wine to ease the pinch in my chest. Casual and temporary is what I agreed to. And when it comes to Cole, it's all that's on offer. That's okay, though, because it's the best thing for me, too. We've cleared the air, so we can keep enjoying our physical connection, and I can continue focusing on my career. Soon, I'll have enough money to start saving for Mom's house. That's the goal I've worked toward for years, and letting myself get distracted by a complicated relationship would be silly. Cole will never want anything more than this with me, and that's perfect. As long as I keep reminding myself of that, then I won't be disappointed when it ends. My phone rings on the coffee table, and I put down my wine glass to answer it. Cole's name is on the screen and my chest deflates a little. He might be canceling tomorrow night. I accept the call. Hey, how was your trip?
I'm outside your building,
He says, ignoring my question. You are? I stand, walk to the window and spot the big black car parked below. Do you want to come up?
No, I want you to come down.
He sounds tense. Okay, I'll be down in a minute.
Leave your panties up there.
I stop what I'm doing since I know what that means. I thought I was going to your place tomorrow.
You were, now you're coming tonight.
It seems like arrogant Cole is back. His attitude rankles me, even though I was just thinking how ready I am to see him again. I'm finishing some work.
It's 10 in the evening on a Friday. Why the hell are you working?
You're just getting back from working, I point out.
And now I want to stop working and fuck you, so get your ass down here.
As much as I'm dying to see him, I sit on the couch. You really know how to sweep a woman off her feet, don't you? He exhales a harsh breath, and when he speaks again, his tone is softer.
Delilah, I've had a long 3 days of meetings. Our investors can't seem to accept the numbers I'm showing them, and all I want to do is fuck you with my tongue, then have you ride me until we both come. Is that too much to ask?
Exhaustion threads through his words, and I frown, particularly because his concern over the investors seeps through the phone. It's not like I haven't done a full week's work. There's no reason I shouldn't indulge in a couple of orgasms while helping Cole relax. Okay, I say, I'll be down in 5 minutes. I brush my teeth, splash some water onto my face, and finger comb my hair so I look presentable. Then I lock up behind me and head downstairs. Jonathan is waiting for me when I get outside, and I smile at him. He tips his chin, but his expression remains inscrutable as he opens the door for me. I slide in, my attention immediately caught by Cole's blue eyes. I give him a smile. It's good to see you, I say, taking him in. He looks as gorgeous as ever. He's without his jacket, and he's rolled up his shirt sleeves. I eye the corded muscles of his forearms, images of them wrapping around me flickering through my head. Then I really look at him, noticing the shadows under his eyes. Are you okay? I ask. He doesn't answer my question.
Come here,
He says, holding out his arm for me. I cross the car and slide onto the seat next to him, but he wraps his arm around my waist and pulls me onto his lap as Jonathan starts the car. Cole presses his lips to my neck and groans.
Fuck, I've thought about nothing but tasting you again for days.
His teeth scrape across my pulse point. I've been thinking about you, too.
What exactly have you been thinking about?
He says, as his hands skim under my t-shirt. This? I feather my lips across his, barely touching. Cole's fingers tighten on my waist, and he groans, deepening the kiss. He tastes like the whiskey he must have had on the plane. The hard length of him presses against my core, and since I'm not wearing panties, I half expect him to take me right now. Surprisingly, he seems content to kiss me as his hands roam over my skin. This slow, sensual molding of our mouths is something new. By the time we get to his building, my blood is simmering in my veins, and I'm sure I've left a wet patch on his pants. He continues his methodical assault on me in the elevator, on the way to his penthouse. As soon as the doors open on his foyer, I'm dropping my purse on the floor, and he's stripping my shirt over my head while my fingers fumble with his buttons. True to his word, He has me flat on my back, on the plush rug in front of his fireplace within moments, and his mouth is busy making me pant and moan. Seconds after I come, he's rolled on a condom and buried himself inside me. It's not the smooth seduction I'm used to from him, but I love it just the same. It makes me feel like he's been wanting me as much as I've been wanting him. I close my eyes and lose myself in the sensation. Cole is pressing kisses down my stomach on his way to giving me a third orgasm when my stomach grumbles loudly. "Oh my God," I say, throwing my hand over my eyes in embarrassment. He chuckles against my skin, a low rumble that has me looking down at him in surprise. I'm not used to such good humor from him. He meets my gaze, and there's a sparkle in his eyes that wasn't there when he picked me up.
Do I need to feed you before I can eat again?
I laugh and prop myself on my elbows. It couldn't hurt. "What do you have in the house? I can make something for us." He nuzzles his nose against my stomach.
I don't cook, so there isn't really anything. I'll order something.
I reach down and tug on his hair until he looks up at me. "You don't have a single thing in that massive fridge of yours?" He crawls up my body and presses his lips to mine, then says,
Some wine, bread, possibly a block or two of cheese. Nothing you can make a decent meal out of.
He sucks a nipple into his mouth and tugs on it sharply, forcing a gasp out of me. I lie back on the rug as he sucks and licks his way across my chest to my other breast. "Cole," I laugh, threading my fingers through his hair again. Then I roll him over and sit astride him. His eyes go dark as he grips my hips. I shake my head, and when he scowls, I lean down and brush my lips over his. "I'm going to make us dinner, and then I'm going to ride you like a pony." He stares at me for a second, and then bursts out laughing.
Like a pony?
I'm secretly delighted to see him so relaxed. Okay, I'm not good at dirty talk. Would it have been better if I'd said like a stallion?
Marginally.
I climb off him and look around for my t-shirt, but his hands encircle my waist.
Wear my shirt.
He murmurs in my ear. He fishes his button up from the couch, and I slip my arms into it, my heart thumping rapidly in my chest. His knuckles graze across my breasts as he slowly smooths the material over me. I shiver, my nipples peeking against the luxurious material. I reach for the buttons, but he brushes my hands aside.
Leave it.
I glance at the floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding his massive apartment, but he just shakes his head, trailing his fingers down over my abdomen and moving them lower until they slide between my slick folds.
Someone might see in if they're looking, and if they're looking hard enough, they might catch a glimpse of this pretty pussy.
He slides his fingers into me, and I go up on my tiptoes, bracing myself on his shoulder and rolling my forehead against his chest as I pant.
If they do, they'll be fucking jealous knowing it belongs to me tonight.
He pulls his fingers from me and brings them to his mouth, sliding them between his lips. His eyes drift shut as he licks them, my cheeks flush, and when his eyes meet mine again, they glitter darkly.
My favorite appetizer.
God, Cole, I breathe, and he gives me a slow, seductive smile that has me squirming. But then my stomach grumbles again, breaking the tension swirling between us. Cole chuckles.
Come on, let's see what wonders you can create from whatever's rattling around in my fridge.
He pulls on his boxer briefs, follows me to the huge double-door fridge, and hovers behind me as I look through what he's got in there. He was right. There's not much. Some expensive-looking cheeses, butter, some condiments, a bottle of white wine, and about 1,000 bottled waters. I glance over my shoulder at him. You said you have some bread?
I think so, although I don't know how fresh it is.
He pads on bare feet to a cupboard. When he pulls open, it's actually a walk-in pantry. Curious, I peer in. It's huge, but once again, there's hardly anything in there. Cole pulls out a brown paper bag and hands it to me. I look inside and see a half loaf of crusty white bread, I pull it out, and he's right. It is a little stale, but that's okay. It won't be an issue for what I have in mind. I ask Cole for a cutting board and a knife, which he pulls out of various hidden compartments around his massive kitchen.
Can I help?
He asks, as I cut 4 slices. I tuck a tendril of hair behind my ear and smile at him. Can you get the wine and a jar of mustard? He collects the bottle and jar and deposits them on the counter next to me.
What are you making? Grilled cheese?
A variation of it. I glance up at him. Do you like grilled cheese? He shrugs.
Don't most people?
Well, I wasn't sure what billionaires eat at home, and you don't exactly seem like the comfort food type.
Is that what it is for you? Comfort food?
Yeah, I smile to myself. My mom used to make it for me whenever I had a bad day. When I got older, and Mom was working 2 jobs, I started making them for her when she got home too late for dinner. When I was a poor college student, I experimented. This is my favorite variation, although I hold up the cheese and wine he's given me. I never had ingredients this expensive. The corner of his mouth twitches.
I suppose not. That bottle cost $500.
I freeze. Oh no, I can't use...
Use it.
I bite my lip, then nod, and continue what I'm doing. He watches quietly as I melt the cheddar and brie in a saucepan, then add in some of the wine. Cole fetches 2 glasses, then takes the bottle and fills them. I accept the one he hands me and take a sip. The cool tart flavor explodes on my tongue. That's good. And now I know what a $500 bottle of wine tastes like. Cole hasn't drunk any of his yet. He's watching me with an inscrutable expression on his face. It makes me a little nervous. So as I combine the butter and mustard in a small bowl, I ask, "Did your mom ever make you grilled cheese when you were growing up?" He doesn't answer, and I look up at him. His jaw is tight, but he just shakes his head.
We had a chef. Sometimes if we harassed him enough, he'd make us one. He didn't like doing it, though. It was beneath his culinary talents.
Right. I guess caviar was more his thing. Well, we're the chefs tonight, I tell him. So, here, I pass him a plate with 2 slices of bread on it, along with a bowl of butter and mustard. Spread the melted cheese on, then butter the top with this. He does, and I do the same with mine. When we're finished, I find a skillet and fry the sandwiches until the bread is a crispy golden brown. When I slide Cole's plate over the counter to him, he looks at it, then back up at me, something shifting in his gaze.
Thank you,
he says in a low voice. When was the last time someone other than a professional chef made him a meal? I smile. You're welcome. I'm still standing on the other side of the bench, but he uses his foot to push the stool next to him out and nods at it.
Come here.
I carry my plate and wine glass around the bench and slide my butt onto the stool. The tension on his face relaxes, and he smiles at me. Once again, that expression has my breath catching in my lungs. He really is unbelievably gorgeous, even more so with that look on his face rather than the stern one he normally wears. Although, the stern expression he gets when standing at the head of a conference table, controlling a room full of people with a single look, isn't too bad either. I pick up my sandwich and take a bite. The mix of sharp cheddar and creamy brie goes beautifully with the mustard and the hint of wine. I watch him as he bites into his and chews, and I'm more nervous than I should be to hear what he thinks. His eyes meet mine.
This is delicious,
he finally says, with a hint of what sounds like surprise in his voice. I can't help the grin that crosses my face, and I take a sip of my wine. Now that you know how to do it, you can make one of these whenever you get the urge for a snack.
I'll probably just call my favorite restaurant and tell them how to make it, then get them to deliver it.
I stare at him with my mouth open. His expression is deadpan, and I don't know if he's serious or not, until he cracks a smile and chuckles. I laugh too. Wow, there's that sense of humor again.
It comes out on occasion.
I take the last bite of my sandwich, and then, with a hum of contentment, I lick the last bit of greasy goodness off my fingers. I look up in time to see Cole's eyes focused on my mouth. They've gone dark. He puts the rest of his sandwich on his plate, pushes it away from him, hooks his foot around the leg of my stool, and drags me closer, forcing a gasp out of me. Cole, He shakes his head, cutting me off before reaching for the wine and raising it to his mouth. He takes a sip straight from the bottle, then he tips it toward me.
Drink.
Relaxed Cole is gone. Intense Cole is back. My belly twists in anticipation, and I reach for the bottle. He shakes his head again, then presses the rim to my lips. When I part them, he tilts it until a trickle of delicious liquid fills my mouth. I barely have a chance to swallow before he's gripping the back of my head and dragging me to him. His tongue meets mine with an urgency I match. It's almost 1 a.m. I should be tired after a long week at work and already having sex with him once. But I'm not. Instead, I'm filled with a strange energy that traces its fingers along my nerve endings, waking my body in a way only he has ever done. I thread my hands through his hair, rubbing the tips of my fingers along his scalp, and he groans against my lips. Before I know what's happening, he slipped his shirt off my shoulders, and I'm naked in front of him. He breaks the kiss, his gaze sweeping over me, causing my nipples to furl into tight, sensitive peaks.
You're so fucking sexy.
He growls. Then he stands, shoves our plates aside, and lifts me onto the countertop. I gasp when the cool marble meets my skin, my eyes immediately going to the wall of glass surrounding us.
If anyone's watching, let them. Let them see how I make you mine,
Cole says, and I shudder as the part of me that craves being reckless and free pushes against my restraint. Then he's pressing me down, and I'm letting him, my heart thundering as his big hands spread my thighs. My eyes are closed, breath spilling from my lips in frantic bursts. Then his mouth is on me, hot and wet, and he eats me like he's a starving man, his tongue spearing into my opening and wringing a gasp from me. His fingers replace his tongue, which traces a path to my clit, the sensitive bundle of nerves already swollen with need. He flicks it and then sucks it between his teeth. I'm so close. My hips buck against his hold. Just before I lose control, he stops and I cry out with frustration, my eyelids flying open. Cole is staring down at me, his eyes hot and hungry. Then he picks up the almost empty bottle of wine and tilts it so a small stream trickles over my pussy. I almost shriek at the sensation, but before I can say anything, he's sinfully lapping at the liquid covering me. I squirm. God, Cole, that feels so good. With a hand under my ass, he tilts my hips up, and then the bottle's cool glass brushes against my inner thigh as he pours another trickle over me. This time, with the way he's angled me, I feel it pool at my entrance. His mouth covers me and he drinks. The thought of what he's doing is such a turn-on, and even with no direct stimulation against my clit, my orgasm barrels closer, but it's not quite enough to push me over the edge. I thrust my fingers into his hair, tugging to get him where I need him the most. With one final flick of his tongue, he moves upward. My breath shudders out of me as he latches onto my clit, sucking it between his lips. And then the smooth rim of the bottle presses against my entrance, and I gasp, shooting almost upright. Cole?
Lie down.
He growls, and I obey, collapsing against the bench. The tip of the bottle eases into me, and I don't know whether to be embarrassed or aroused. My body decides for me, and my internal muscles clamp down around the neck. The cool hardness of the glass feels incredible inside me, especially when Cole doubles down on my clit. He thrusts the bottle, but not hard enough to be uncomfortable, just enough to give me some pressure and friction where I'm craving it. I imagine what we would look like if anyone saw us, me laid out naked on the countertop with my legs spread, and a shirtless man with his head buried between my thighs, fucking me with his mouth, and the neck of a wine bottle. The mental picture and the physical sensations are enough to catapult me over the edge, and I cry out as my climax hits. My channel clenches around the bottle, and my clit pulses against each lash of Cole's tongue. By the time it's over, I'm a sweaty, shuddering mess. Finally, Cole stands, pulling the bottle from me. All I can do is lie bonelessly on the countertop and stare up at him as he gives me a dark, sensual smile. He raises the bottle to his lips and tips it up, the strong column of his throat moving as he drinks most of the remaining wine inside it. His arm slides under my back and tugs me upright, holding the bottle to my lips.
"You taste fucking divine,"
he says. I open my mouth and let him pour the last drops of wine onto my tongue. He sits down, pulls me onto his lap, and kisses me again so that we're sharing the taste of the wine and me. My body quakes almost as much as my heart and mind. Cole is too much for me, too much of everything I'm not, and yet the feeling he gives me when I'm with him like this and can let go is addictive, too addictive. The way his mouth claims mine, the possessive grip of his hands on my body, none of it feels casual or temporary. I don't want to move from where I am. I want to stay here, pressed against him like this, without reminding myself that this must end. But I can't, so I gather myself and pull away. When I try to slide off his lap, he tightens his arms around me.
"Where do you think you're going?"
I should probably go home. He feathers his lips down my neck.
"Stay,"
he murmurs against my skin. What? I lean back to meet his gaze. His brow is furrowed, as if he's not sure of what he's saying.
"It's late. You should stay."
You want me to stay the night? He doesn't bother to answer my question.
"I'll get you one of my shirts to wear."
He lifts me off him and disappears down the hallway to his bedroom. I trail behind. He's never asked me to stay before. I never really expected him to. I assumed it was a way to keep the reality of our non-relationship front and center in my mind. But now I'm confused. I enter his bedroom and find him rummaging around in a drawer. He turns toward me and holds out a white t-shirt that will be far too large for me, but nicer than sleeping in the one I was wearing all evening, and will have to wear home tomorrow. I take it from him, my fingers brushing his, and a little curl of warmth blossoms in my stomach. I do my best to suppress it. I don't want to give in to the temptation of thinking this means something, and yet I pull the shirt over my head. It hangs down to mid-thigh, but the material is soft and luxurious. Cole stares at me, the intensity of his gaze heating every inch of my skin. He scrubs his hand over his mouth, then abruptly turns and disappears into the bathroom, coming out carrying a new toothbrush for me to use. We both quickly clean up, and before I know it, he's climbing into his huge bed and holding the covers back for me. I slide under, but lying there next to him, I'm not sure what to do with myself. Cole doesn't exactly seem like the spooning type. But then he rolls toward me and places his large hand on my stomach, the warmth of his palm seeping through the shirt and relaxing me. We might not be cuddling, but being here with him, like this, still feels special. I think I might be smiling as I drift off to sleep.
Chapter 32, Cole. I wake to something hot pressed against my side. My eyes fly open and immediately find the woman curled up next to me, her massive dark hair draped over my arm, the rest of it partially covering her face. Her long dark eyelashes flutter against her cheeks as she dreams. I'm not sure what came over me last night when I asked her to stay. No, that's not true. I know exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking that I liked that she'd cooked for me. I liked that she'd laughed with me. I really liked what she'd let me do to her afterward. Having her with me after a long fucking week of work had felt good. More than good. I hadn't wanted that feeling to go away. I hadn't wanted her to go, and I don't know what the hell to do with that. I slide myself away from her and out of bed. She makes a little whimper and curls into herself, and I want to crawl right back under the covers, roll her onto her back, and bury my head between her legs. My thoughts are all over the place right now, and I need to focus on something else. After using the bathroom, I dress in my workout clothes and head to my personal gym. I spend the next hour pushing my body hard, all to keep myself from thinking about the woman in my bed, the one who keeps working her way further and further under my skin. I force myself to think about my plans for the weekend. Today's our monthly catch-up with Mom, an event which my brothers and I, and Mom as well, I'm sure, dread equally. It's been even worse since Dad's arrest. Mom's doing her usual routine of ignoring anything even slightly unpleasant, while Roman, Tate, and I are there for appearances' sake. As soon as lunch is over, we'll all go our separate ways. Duty done for another month. 10 minutes later, I put my weights on the rack and turn, stopping when I see the slender form standing in the doorway. My dick stirs at the sight of her in my t-shirt. Her nipples are clearly visible through the white cotton, and all I can think about is getting my mouth on them. Then I notice the way her fingers twist together in front of her. She's uncertain about being here, probably as uncertain as I am about having her here. Delilah walks toward me, and I take in the soft sway of her hips. I wait for discomfort to overwhelm me with the urge to rush her out the door, but I just stand there and watch her come closer. Rather than telling her I'll call Jonathan to take her home when she stops in front of me, I step toward her, wrap my hands around her ass, and yank her against me. Her wide eyes look up at me, and I'm overcome with the need to strip that shirt from her body and fuck her right here on the gym floor. I fist my hand in her hair and tug back her head.
Cole, do you want me to...
Do you want to come to lunch with my family today? Her lips part and she stares at me.
You want me to spend time with your family?
It sounds ridiculous when she says it, and I don't know what I was thinking by asking her, but instead of backtracking, I doubled down. Yes. Do you have anything planned for today?
I was just going to do some work.
You work too hard, I growl. She laughed softly.
Like you can talk.
I angle my head toward her, breathing her in. Feel free to distract me. She stares up at me, something soft and warm blooming in her eyes. Then she crosses her arms, grasps the hem of her shirt, and tugs it over her head. I drive Delilah back to her apartment in my McLaren so she can get changed. When she comes out dressed in a pretty blue sundress and high-heeled sandals, my fingers itch to slide the silky material up her thighs and sink into her. I'd love to take her back to my penthouse and spend all day in bed with her rather than go to this lunch, but appearances are all important, and our monthly family lunch must be maintained, a sign of our solidarity. It's even more important after what Dad did. I start the engine, pull into traffic, and head toward my family's estate in Westchester County. We drive in silence for a few minutes, the scenery outside the car window changing from the skyscrapers of Manhattan to leafy suburbs. Delilah breaks the silence.
Will your brothers wonder why I'm there?
I glance at her, taking in the furrow between her brows. Considering I'd surprised myself when I invited her, I've no doubt my family will be shocked, but the last thing I want to do is make her feel uncomfortable. My brothers already know about you.
I know Tate does, but I didn't realize they both do.
She bites her lip.
Won't they think it's strange that I'm with you today?
Worry laces her voice, and I can't help but feel a twinge of guilt. They will, I admit, trying to keep my tone even, but they won't say anything.
And what about your mom? You didn't tell her you were bringing me, did you?
No, it's better that way. At least she won't have time to sharpen her claws. Mom will be polite, at least on the surface. I can't imagine her reaction to me bringing a woman to lunch, let alone a woman who works for me. Just don't expect her to be like your mom. She's not particularly maternal. At this stage, Delilah's probably wondering why I invited her. I'm not exactly painting an appealing picture of my family, but I can't lie to her either. This won't be a fun family catch-up. Maybe that's why I invited her. Not because I particularly want to expose her to my family, but because I'm not prepared to give up the warmth of her presence in exchange for another cold meeting with them. Delilah seems to sense my hesitation.
Is everything okay?
I pause, then decide to tell her the truth. These lunches aren't exactly enjoyable. It's just something we do to keep up appearances and fulfill our societal obligations. My mother likes to tell her friends that she spends quality time with her sons, and we go along with it because it's good for business if we maintain a facade of family unity. Investors and shareholders like to think there's a close-knit family running the company, but there's no love lost between any of us. Basically, it's just a matter of going through the motions until we can leave.
I'm sorry,
she says, and when I glance at her, sympathy shimmers in her eyes. I shrug. It's just the way it is.
Well, I'll do my best not to make things more uncomfortable.
With the hand that's been resting on the gear shift, I reach over and slide her dress up until I can curve my hand around her bare thigh. You won't. 20 minutes later, I turn up the long gravel driveway. As we reach the end and the main house comes into view, Delilah's mouth drops open. She peers out the window at the white columns flanking the entrance of the sprawling 3-story Georgian mansion made of red brick. She shakes her head in disbelief.
This is where you grew up?
When I wasn't in boarding school. Her eyes widen as she turns to look at me.
I didn't know you went to boarding school. Whereabouts?
In New Hampshire.
Wow, I can't even imagine what that would be like. Although I guess you had your brothers, at least.
No, I didn't.
What do you mean?
Roman is 5 years older than me. By the time I was in high school, he'd started college. Tate went to school in Massachusetts.
Why did Tate go to a different school?
Now's not the time to get into Tate's situation. We should probably get inside. She keeps looking at me for a beat, then gives me an understanding smile.
Okay.
Before she can unlatch her seatbelt and get out, I exit the car and round to her side so I can open her door for her. I worry she won't wait for me, but she does, accepting my outstretched hand and stepping out gracefully. Her fingers are warm in mine, and I can think of 100 other things I'd rather be doing with her right now than this. But we're here now, so I guide Delilah up the steps to where Peters is already holding the door for us. "Good afternoon, Mr. King, ma'am," he says. I swear my parents chose Peters because he's just as warm and affectionate as either of them. Which is to say, not at all. From his cool greeting, you'd never believe he'd known me since I was a child. Then again, my parents have never encouraged familiarity with any of our staff. "Afternoon, Peters. Are we eating in the dining room or in the south lawn today?" "The south lawn, sir." Delilah looks at me with wide eyes again. However, as we step into the large foyer, she transfers her deer-in-headlights gaze to the surrounding space.
Oh my God.
She whispers to herself as her hand flutters up to press against her chest. I look around, seeing the place the way someone who is unfamiliar might. The foyer boasts 24-foot ceilings, and the pale blonde wood floor, white walls, and expansive windows fill the area with light. Directly in front of us, a wide staircase sweeps upward. With all the sun streaming in, the place should feel warm and inviting, but it doesn't, at least not to me. If I had memories of these rooms filled with love and laughter, it might feel like a family home, but I don't have those memories. I have others. My eyes go to the closed library door, but I turn away before the scene I witnessed there can play through my head. We follow Peters to the back of the house where glass doors lead onto the porch. My brothers are already seated at the table in the middle of the precisely manicured lawn. Peters opens the door for us and stands to the side to let us pass. I step out, then turn back and see Delilah paused on the threshold. It hits me that this must be intimidating for her. Not thinking too hard about it, I reach out, thread my fingers through hers and tug her forward. When she comes with no more hesitation, a strange warmth unfurls in my chest. We make our way across the lawn with Delilah walking on her tiptoes so her heels don't sink into the grass. Noticing our approach, Tate and Roman look up. I can see their raised brows from here, but I ignore them. A moment later, Mom looks over her shoulder. She stiffens, but I keep moving forward, bringing Delilah with me.
Cool,
Mom says as we draw closer.
I didn't know you were bringing a guest.
Her gaze drops to where my hand is joined with Delilah's and her lips thin. The intimacy of what I'm doing hits me with a sudden twist of discomfort in my gut. I let go as soon as we reach the table, using the excuse of pulling out Delilah's chair for her. "Mom, this is Delilah."
Hello, Delilah.
Mom runs her silvery blue eyes over Delilah, then twitches her lips into what's supposed to be a smile.
It's very nice to meet you, Mrs. King,
Delilah says, her own smile far warmer than Mom's. Good to see you again, Delilah, Tate says, his lips curved into a smirk. Roman just nods, his gaze coolly assessing as he watches Delilah sit gracefully in the chair I've pulled out for her. But then that's the way Roman looks at everyone. I take a seat between Delilah and Mom, who takes a sip from her teacup and delicately puts it on the saucer.
So, Delilah, what is it you do? I'm an architect.
Mom's blonde eyebrows arch.
An architect? You're very young for that, aren't you? I completed my licensure early.
Delilah's very talented. Tate throws this in with a sly grin in my direction. She's working on the new hotel development. I don't miss the way Mom's eyes narrow.
You work for the company. I work for Elite Architecture. We're contracted to the King Group for the duration of the development. I see.
Mom picks a bit of lint off the table before leveling me with a cold look I don't acknowledge. I merely reach for the open bottle of wine and fill Delilah's glass, followed by mine.
Roman and Tate were just telling me how things are going with the development.
Mom says.
Apparently, there are some concerns with the investors.
They're sitting back and waiting to see if we fail, I respond. As soon as we show them the final numbers, they'll realize they're going to make more money from us than ever before.
As long as you don't allow yourself to get distracted,
she says, her gaze skimming over Delilah. Delilah shifts in her seat, then reaches for her wine glass. I don't get distracted, I say, ignoring what sounds suspiciously like a muffled snort from Tate. And besides, the people working for us are the best in the business. I don't have any concerns about them dropping the ball. My eyes meet Delilah's, and she smiles at me. The arrival of lunch breaks the tension. A troop of servants arrives, carrying plates and placing them in front of each of us. As usual, the food is exquisite, and there's a few minutes of silence as we all enjoy our meals. Unfortunately, it doesn't last.
When did you last speak to your father?
Mom asks. I share a look with Tate and Roman, and it's Roman who answers. A few weeks ago. They're still discussing a plea bargain, but he's holding out. Mom snorts.
Ugh, he's being stubborn.
Don't tell me you thought he'd go down without a fight, Tate asks, amusement coloring his voice. Out of all of us, there's the least love lost between him and Dad, for obvious reasons. Mom sighs.
Well, hopefully all of this will blow over soon.
I grit my teeth. God forbid anyone or anything disrupt her perfect, careless existence, let alone her husband's arrest. She's more worried about how the women at the country club look at her than the fact that her husband has no respect for her or his family. The whole thing is a joke, sitting here and having lunch together, pretending we're a happy family that gives a shit about each other, because that's all it is, and all it's ever been, a pretense.
So, Delilah...
Mom starts up again.
Is your family from New York?
Delilah puts down her fork.
No, I grew up in North Carolina, near Raleigh. And what do your parents do, dear? My mom is a hairdresser.
Mom's nostrils flare and her lips purse. I grit my teeth. She's not even trying to hide her horror.
And your father?
Delilah raises her chin and looks my mother straight in the eyes.
My father's not around.
God, this fucking woman. She's not letting my mother intimidate her for a second. She's not pandering to her or trying to win favor. She's not ashamed of her upbringing. She's proud of who she is, where she comes from, and who she loves. Her defiance is a refreshing change from the status-obsessed world I come from. I catch Tate's slow grin, and the way he's looking at her pisses me off. I rest my arm on the back of her chair and trail my fingers up the side of her neck. Goosebumps ripple down her arms, and she cuts a glance in my direction. I give her a smile that promises a few good orgasms later, and her cheeks flush. Mom's expression is pinched.
That must have been difficult.
Delilah shrugs.
Mom worked very hard to give me a good life, and now I hope to do the same for her.
What do you mean? Tate asks before I can, and I glare at him. Delilah smiles in his direction, making my teeth grind again.
I'm saving up so that I can build a house for her. I've already started designing it. It's going to be a surprise.
I didn't know that, but then I haven't bothered to ask her for many details of her life, have I? You're obviously close to your mother, Tate says. I've always wondered what that's like. His lips curl, but I'd hardly call what his mouth is doing a smile. Delilah shoots a glance at Mom, who doesn't deign to acknowledge the comment.
Yes, we're very close. It was just the two of us when I was growing up. How sweet.
Mom sounds like she thinks it's anything but sweet. Delilah looks around the table, then at me. She still has a smile on her face, but I can see the uncertainty in her eyes. Considering my parents never did anything for us that didn't serve themselves, the fact that my mother is trying to make Delilah feel bad about how she grew up makes red flash across my vision. I'm about to claim an urgent meeting I'd forgotten about, but Delilah speaks up again.
I may not have grown up in a mansion.
She gestures toward the house behind us.
But my mom showed up for me every single time I needed her. As far as I'm concerned, that means more than anything money can buy.
My mother narrows her gaze on Delilah, who merely picks up her fork and continues eating. Pride rushes through me. Since when has a woman stood up to my mother as directly and sincerely as Delilah just did? And what must it have been like growing up knowing you had someone who cared about you that way? Someone who would put your needs above theirs. Someone who loved you more than money, power, or themselves. Roman picks up the conversation, giving Delilah a break from being the focus of the conversation, although Mom's gaze occasionally slides back to her. I have no idea what she's thinking, since her face is frozen as much by lack of discernible emotion as it is by Botox. Roman, Tate, and I run over some numbers for the new project, while Mom listens. Delilah tries to make small talk with her, but the replies she receives are cool and short at best. Delilah's increasing discomfort distracts me from talking work with my brothers. I was an idiot to think my mother would unbend enough to be courteous to a woman who doesn't meet her wealth and power requirements. I should never have put Delilah in this situation. I don't know if I'm angrier at myself or my mother. It only takes one more curt response from Mom, and I'm done. I push my chair back and stand. We're going. Delilah rises as well.
Thank you for lunch, Mrs. King.
Her words may be calm, but tension radiates from her. How she manages to be so polite to the woman who has alternated between ignoring her and being borderline rude, I don't know. Fuck it. I thread my fingers through hers again and look over at Tate and Roman. I'll see you in the office. Then I look at Mom. I'll see you next month. She's staring at me in shock.
But Cole, we haven't...
Without bothering to wait for her to finish, I tug Delilah after me and we make our way back to the house. As soon as we get inside, I press her against the wall and skim my nose down her neck. I'm sorry. Breathing in her sweet scent calms me, as does the way her arms go around me, her hands pressing against my back.
It's okay. It wasn't your fault.
I let out a harsh laugh. I shouldn't have asked you to come. I know what she's like. She's silent for a moment, her hands smoothing up and down my tense muscles.
I can't say I enjoyed the experience, but...
I pull back to look at her and feel a strange throb behind my sternum as her green eyes meet mine.
I'm glad you wanted me here.
My erection presses hard and heavy against her stomach, and my need to fuck her, to bury myself in her so deeply she'll never get me out, is nearly overwhelming. If I didn't think my mother and brothers might decide to come inside any minute now, I'd strip her naked right here and push my way into her. Instead, I lead her back through the house. When we get to the foyer, my gaze goes straight to the library door, my fingers tightening around Delilah's.
What room is that?
She points with her free hand.
And why does it bother you?
I shoot her a surprised look.
Both times we've come through here, you kind of glared at it.
Even with my current bad mood, I almost smile. For some reason I don't fully understand, I take her over there and swing the door open. The too familiar scent of leather-bound books, polished wood, and a hint of old paper invades my senses.
Wow, This is amazing.
She walks into the room, heading straight to the nearest bookshelf and running her finger along an embossed spine.
How many of these are first editions?
Too many to count. I step alongside her. It used to be my favorite room in the house when I was younger. I was one of the few people who ever used it. I sense her turn to me, but I don't look at her.
What stopped it being your favorite?
When I move past her and make my way to the center of the room, she follows me. It looks exactly as it did back then. Book-filled shelves line 3 walls, while the large windows in the 4th wall offer a view of the manicured grounds outside. At one end of the room, a large wooden desk dominates the space, surrounded by leather armchairs and a sofa. I used to love coming here on rainy days and finding a new book to read.
I can imagine.
I came down to do some reading one rainy day when I was about 9 years old. When I opened the door, I saw Dad was already in here. The unpleasant memory flashes through my mind. My father, reclining in one of the armchairs, shirt open, pants at his ankles, and his head thrown back as a woman's head bobbed up and down between his legs. He was getting a blowjob from our nanny.
Oh, God.
Delilah says. She moves closer until she's pressed against my side. I look down at the sympathy swimming in her beautiful eyes.
That's awful.
I was old enough to have a pretty good idea what was going on. Old enough to realize what he was doing was wrong, that there was some kind of betrayal happening. I don't go into detail. I don't tell her I'd stood there, jaw agape, staring as he grabbed her head and shoved her down on him while he groaned. I don't mention how horrified I was, or that my face got hot and I had a sudden shocking urge to cry, something I'd already learned was not acceptable. I tried to shut the door before he saw me, but I wasn't quick enough. I give a humorless laugh. He wasn't even embarrassed at being caught. He just grinned and winked at me. Delilah moves to stand in front of me and slides her arms around my chest. I instinctively wrap my arms around her, too.
I'm so sorry. That must have been so confusing for you.
I couldn't slam the door quick enough. I worried myself sick about whether I should tell Mom, wondering what she would do if she found out. Eventually, I confessed what I'd seen to Roman, and he told me that Mom already knew and didn't care. Or maybe she cared once, but not enough to disrupt her life, particularly since she was having her own affairs.
That's so screwed up.
I shake my head to dismiss the memories, not only of what I'd seen Dad doing, but also Roman's disclosure of the truth about our family. I'd known my parents weren't affectionate people, but until Roman spelled it out for me, I hadn't realized it wasn't just because they weren't demonstrative. It was because they didn't love, or even particularly like each other. Or us. That was the day I found out the truth about Tate, too. The whole thing had opened my eyes to reality. Love is an illusion. As I grew up, it became even clearer. Relationships are basically business deals. Children are considered investments, and affection is mostly a facade. In my world, at least. I clear my throat. Anyway, the library kind of lost its appeal. I avoided it after that.
That's understandable.
Delilah says, tightening her arms around me.
I'm just sorry your dad was so selfish, that he took something special from you like that.
Driven by instinct and need, I grip her chin and angle her face so I can kiss her. The warmth of her lips and the taste of her mouth drive out any other thoughts. Her hands roam over my back, and she presses herself against me, sending a wave of heat rolling through me. I want her again. Fuck. When don't I want her? Just having her body against mine eases something inside me that seems like it's been drawn tight for as long as I can remember. I drag my lips along her jaw until I reach the delicate skin by her ear. Come home with me again tonight. She doesn't say anything, just nods. Her eyes are hazy, cheeks flushed, mouth swollen from how hard I kissed her. She looks perfect, and suddenly I'm imagining what it might be like to have her with me like this all the time. My ribs tighten around my lungs. I promised myself I would never get taken in by the illusion. I can't start believing the lie that this can grow and become more, that it can last. That doesn't happen in my world. What if it can? I close my eyes and claim her mouth again. I'd be stupid to let those thoughts take root. What if it's already too late?
Chapter 33. Delilah. I'm smiling as I initial the latest set of internal plans. I seem to do that a lot lately. Smile at nothing. And the reason is about 6'2", dark-haired and blue-eyed with a dick that doesn't quit. I laugh to myself. I really am going off the deep end. It can't be a bad thing to be so happy that I'm smiling and laughing to myself, can it? As long as I don't let myself forget that this thing Cole and I have won't last forever. But there's a part of me, the part that watched too many Disney movies when I was little, that can't help but hope that might change. I've noticed a difference in Cole over the last few weeks, since that lunch with his family. A softening, a warmth where once there wasn't. It's like he's slowly peeling away the layers of his cold-hearted persona, revealing the man underneath. And as it turns out, I can't get enough of that man. The sex is still intense. We've done it all over his penthouse, twice in his limo with Cole's hand over my mouth so Jonathan couldn't hear me, and in his office one night when we were working late. Then there are the moments when he seems almost tender, when he holds me in his arms or strokes the hair away from my face and presses soft kisses to my lips. He's started laughing more too, helped me cook several times, and shared quite a few more bottles of expensive wine with me. On the nights I go home to my apartment, he always kisses me before I leave, but just as often, we end up falling asleep next to each other in his big bed. I'm still scared to allow myself to get my hopes up, only to be disappointed, although I don't think disappointed is the right word anymore. My phone rings and Cole's name flashes on the screen. A thrill runs through me. I hope he's calling me up to his office so we can see each other today. I haven't seen him since the weekend, and it's Tuesday now. Stupidly, I miss him. I'm supposed to go to his penthouse tomorrow night, but I'd love to see him sooner. Hi. My voice comes out breathier than I'd like, but he seems to have that effect on me, and surprisingly, I don't hate it.
Delilah.
His voice is a little brusquer than I'd hoped, but that's him, and I'm learning to accept it. Yes, do you need to see me? I wince. That came out a little too eagerly.
I'd like to, but I'm heading into a meeting with the board. I just wanted to let you know that I have to fly to the UK tonight, so I won't be able to see you tomorrow.
Oh, my stomach drops. That's... okay. Has something happened?
The lawyers just informed us the prosecutors are going to offer Dad a final plea bargain. If he rejects it, he's going to trial. Whatever the result, it's going to have an impact. I'm heading to the UK to prep our international offices and handle whatever concerns our overseas investors might have after the news breaks. Cole and Tate will take care of any issues here.
Of course. Do you think you'll be okay? You know, with whatever happens. He's silent for a moment.
I want to feel bad for him, but I don't doubt for a second that he's guilty, and that makes me realize just how dead our relationship is. He cares more about his mistresses than he's ever cared about his family, and that's not saying much considering how many mistresses he's had. So I'm returning the favor. I don't care what happens to him. I only care about what it means for the company.
My heart twists painfully. I didn't have a father while growing up, but my mother gave me all the love I ever needed. Cole had 2 parents and 2 brothers, yet he didn't have any of the love I did. No wonder he doesn't trust relationships. When has he ever had one worth trusting? When has anyone ever been there for him unconditionally? Do you know how long you'll be gone for?
At this stage, I plan to fly back next Thursday.
Just over a week. I let out a quiet breath. Before Cole, I had no problem being by myself or hanging out with Alex. Even when I was dating Paul and he went away to a symposium for a week, I didn't bat an eyelash. I just took the opportunity to spend more time on the project I was working on. This is different. My feelings for Cole are different.
I'll get back late.
He interrupts my thoughts.
So make sure you're free Friday.
I'll see if I can pencil you in. I roll my lips together.
You will you? I assumed you'd be wide open for me on Friday.
Oh, no. I match his suggestive tone. I fill up very quickly.
Fuck.
He lets out a groan.
If my meeting wasn't about to start, I'd have you up here and bent over my desk before you could say I'm always open for you, Cole.
I laugh, then lower my voice to a purr. I'm always open for you, Cole. He curses again.
I have to leave straight after the meeting, but I'll message you when I get a chance.
I sigh. Okay, well, have a good flight, and I hope everything goes well. He says goodbye and I hang up. I get straight back to work, but there's a heaviness in my chest that wasn't there before. I missed him after only a few days. Now it'll be almost 2 weeks before I see him again. A few minutes later, my email notification sounds. Clicking it open, I see a message from Samson.
Good afternoon, Miss West. Mr. King has asked that you not make any plans for this weekend. You are to pack an overnight bag, casual wear only, and a car will pick you up at 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Kind regards, Samson.
I frown and pick up the phone. Hi, Samson, I say when he answers. I just got your email, and I was wondering if you could give me more details. Cole didn't say anything about this to me, and I'm not sure what to expect. Can you tell me what kind of event this is for? I'd like to prepare.
I'm sorry, Miss West. Cole didn't give me any details.
I glance at the clock. Has he already gone into his meeting?
Yes, he has.
Okay. Thank you. I hang up and stare at the email again. What has Cole arranged? I shoot him a quick message on his phone. It will be off during the meeting, but he'll get it as soon as he finishes. Can you tell me what I'll be doing this weekend? Then I try to put it out of my mind so I can get some work done. 2 hours later, my phone buzzes and I grab it, opening the message from Cole.
Don't overthink it.
What does he mean? I furiously type back. What's to overthink about a vague request to pack a bag and go somewhere unknown?
Trust me.
I hesitate before I respond. I do trust him, don't I? As disconcerting as it is to go into something blind like this, Cole wouldn't send me anywhere that would make me uncomfortable. Okay.
Good girl. I'll reward you for that when I get home.
You'd better. Have a good flight. I fight the urge to end my message with something else, something more affectionate, or to call him just to hear his voice again. I don't want to be needy like that, even though it's becoming harder and harder to fight wanting more with him. I finish up the rest of the day, trying to force down both my sadness at not seeing him and my curiosity about this weekend. I have the apartment to myself, since Alex is in LA for the whole week, visiting Jackson. She finally admitted how much she missed him, and he leaped into action, organizing his schedule so he'd have some time to spend with her. I'm sure she's having an amazing time, so even though I wish I could talk to her about Cole, I won't call her. Her time with Jackson is precious, and I don't want to take away from that by having a long phone conversation. I eat dinner with a glass of wine in front of the television and then call it an early night. Well, an early night for me anyway. Only working for 2 hours on my laptop before turning the lights out. The rest of the week passes quickly. We're nearing deadlines, so the whole team has their heads down as we try to get our plans signed off. Cole has messaged me every day, but we haven't spoken on the phone. I know he's busy, and when he's not in meetings, he's out at various dinners and social events. Though I'm happy he's messaging me so regularly, I wish I could hear his voice. Once or twice I've considered calling him, but every time I pick up my phone, ready to dial his number, I end up putting it down again. If I call him, my voice will betray how much I miss him. He'll know how I feel. But now that it's Saturday, and I'm standing outside my building with my overnight bag at my feet, I really wish I'd gotten the chance to talk to him and grill him some more about where I'm going. I meant it when I said I trusted him, though, which is funny. If you'd asked me a few months ago, I would have said he's the last man on earth I'd trust. Well, except for my father. Cole's sleek black car pulls up in front of me, and Jonathan gets out with a smile.
Good morning, Miss West.
He says, picking up my bag for me. "Morning, Jonathan." He opens my door, and when I slide in, he shuts it behind me, then places my bag in the trunk. As soon as he returns to the driver's seat and before he pulls out into traffic, I lean forward and ask, "I don't suppose you know where I'm going?" His gaze meets mine in the rearview mirror, the creases at the corners of his eyes revealing his smile.
"I'm afraid I don't. Cole just told me to take you to the airfield."
"I'm flying somewhere?"
"Yes, ma'am."
I sink back into the plush leather seat as Jonathan maneuvers the big car into the stream of traffic. I spend the rest of the trip trying to guess where I might be going, although the thought that Cole might fly me to the UK to see him is nice. It's blatantly unrealistic. I've only packed an overnight bag, and flying to the other side of the world and back for one night seems like a huge waste of resources, even for a billionaire. If it's work-related, surely he would have told me. He could be sending me to a relaxing spa, although that doesn't really seem like Cole's style. Then again, nothing about this really screams emotionally unavailable billionaire only interested in a no-strings-attached sexual relationship. I try to distract myself during the flight by reading a romance, but my mind wanders to where I might be going, then to Cole, and what's happening between us. My thoughts run in circles until the captain announces we're beginning our descent. The flight was only about an hour and a half, which raises a niggling suspicion in me. After we land at a small airfield I don't recognize, I descend the stairs, and the scent of the air is so familiar I know my suspicion must be true. Emotions swirl through me, but I hold them in until I know for sure. There's a limo waiting for me, and I laugh to myself that Cole thinks I need a car like this when a normal sedan would do. Hell, an Uber would do. But this is who he is, and my chest floods with warmth because he's organized this for me. The driver takes my bag with a nod, then holds my door open. Once he's shut it behind me, he places my bag in the trunk, then climbs into the driver's seat. He seems to know where he's going, so I sit back and look out the window. Soon I see familiar sights, and my suspicion is confirmed. I'm smiling so broadly, I can feel it in my cheeks as I pull out my phone and tap out a message to Cole. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not expecting a response, and I shove my phone back in my purse, eagerly looking out the window. Happiness buzzes in my veins as we get closer and closer to our destination. When the car pulls up outside the small single-story house with all the pretty flowers in the front yard, tears well up in my eyes. The driver stops the engine, and I throw the door open and dash up the path. Mom must have heard the car pull up, because the door opens and she rushes out. "Delilah!" Her voice is breathless with shock, but delight reads her face. "Mom!" I wrap my arms around her and breathe in the subtle scent of lilacs that drifts from her skin, the result of the lotion she applies every single morning. I pull back, scanning her face, which is so like mine. I've always been glad there's hardly any of my father in me. Only the color of my eyes, green to my mother's blue, marks me as his daughter. "I'm so happy to see you," Mom says. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" I laugh. "I'm happy to be here, and I didn't tell you because I didn't know." Her brow furrows. "What do you mean?" "Let's go inside and I'll tell you." Mom nods, but her gaze goes over my shoulder, a quizzical expression crossing her face. I glance behind me and see the driver standing there with my bag. He holds it out to me.
"Mr. King's instructions are for me to pick you up at 3 p.m. tomorrow for your return flight."
I take it with a smile. "Thank you." He nods, then heads back down the path to the car, while Mom regards me with raised brows. "I'll explain," I say. Her lips quirk. "Let's get you inside, then." Every time I come home, it feels like I've never left. It's been months since I visited, but the familiar creak of the front door and the smell of freshly cut flowers and furniture polish fills my senses. I breathe in deeply, taking it all in. As always, everything looks the same. The comfortable, well-worn floral couch, the small TV in the corner. The childhood photos of me that adorn the shelves. Warmth and comfort washes over me. I still can't believe you're here, Mom says. Why don't I make us a cup of tea, and you can tell me everything? Let me just put my bag in my room and I'll help, I say. My old bedroom is just down the short hallway. After I drop my bag on the familiar single bed, I join Mom in the kitchen. While I fill the kettle, she puts some cookies on a plate in a routine that takes me straight back in time to when it was the two of us living here. On odd occasions, I catch her smiling at me as we move around the kitchen. We sit next to each other on the small couch when we've finished. After we both take a sip of our tea, Mom smiles at me. Tell me how you're here and why you didn't know you were coming. I let out a breath. Well, I've been seeing someone. Kind of. Her brows furrow. Kind of. I look down and brush an imaginary speck of lint off my jeans. It's just casual, and I'm not sure it's going anywhere. Why wouldn't it go anywhere? I mean, you're smart, you're beautiful. Why wouldn't any man want to be with you? I put my cup on the coffee table and reach for a cookie. Because he has other priorities. She frowns. Like what? His job? He's very focused on that at the moment, and that's okay. He has to be. I hurry to add that last bit, in case it sounds like that upsets me. That's not the issue for me. What does he do? I really don't want to lie to Mom, but I know what her reaction will be. Still, I might as well get it over and done with. He's an executive. You're being very vague. What does an executive mean, exactly? Well, he's the COO of the King Group. Mom's eyes narrow slightly. Isn't that the company you're working for at the moment? Yes, but you don't work directly for him, do you? I let out a sigh. I'm still working for Elite, but the King Group is our client and we're working out of their building. Mom's mouth twists. Oh, Delilah, is that a good idea after what happened with Paul? Surely you could get in trouble if anyone finds out. Both of you could. I wet my lips. Probably not him, since he's one of the company's owners. Mom's mouth works, but she doesn't say anything for a few seconds. Then it comes out in a rush. Delilah, you know what men like that are after. The minute they get everything they want from you, they'll bail. They don't want to marry you. They just want to use you until it gets too complicated or someone more suitable comes along. I reach for her hand and squeeze it. It's not like that with us, Mom. He's not like Dad. He hasn't lied to me about his intentions or pretended to be in love with me, and I'm not expecting a ring or anything like that. A furrow appears between her brows. Then why be with him if you already know he doesn't want a future with you? Why not find a normal man who will want to settle down and have a family? I know you're too young to think about that right now, but why risk your heart for a man who'll never be interested in more? We're just having fun, although that's not quite true anymore. I push down my guilt at not being honest with her. I've spent so long working so hard. It's nice to let go and enjoy myself for once, and Cole, he forces me to do that. I like it. Plus, he's the one who organized for me to fly here this weekend, as a surprise. Ah, that's who Mr. King is, then? I nod and Mom's face softens. I know how hard you've worked, sweetheart, and how much you've achieved. I want you to have fun. I want you to enjoy your youth. I just don't want you to waste your heart on someone who doesn't deserve it. And men like that? She shakes her head. Men with power and wealth. They don't live the same way as the rest of us, and they don't care about anyone who isn't in their world. Cole's not like that. I pause because, again, that's not quite true. I mean, obviously, he lives a different life from most people. But he cares. Otherwise, why would he have sent me here? She presses her lips together, her eyes searching mine. Then she lets out a sigh. You know I don't regret what happened with your father, because you are the best thing that ever happened to me. but I don't want you to go through the pain of realizing you've given your heart to someone not worthy of it. One corner of her mouth turns up, but then, you've got a far better head on your shoulders than I did when I was younger. I let myself get swept up in your dad's charisma and all the attention and excitement of being with someone like him. I just think you should be careful, okay? I will, Mom, I promise. I know exactly what this is, so I won't be upset when it ends. The lie pinches inside my chest. Worry still shimmers in her eyes, but she smiles gently. Well, that's all I can ask for. Later that night, I'm lying in bed and finally have time to look at my phone. When I see the message notification, I quickly swipe the screen.
I'm glad you're happy. I'll think of a way you can show me your gratitude when I get home.
I'm very happy, and I've already thought of a way to thank you.
Is that so? Care to enlighten me?
No, it can be a surprise.
I've got some ideas, too.
I just bet you do.
What are you doing now?
Mom and I just finished binge-watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, drinking wine, and eating popcorn.
Sounds like a blast.
It might not be as glamorous as hanging out on the red carpet or attending VIP events, but it's one of my favorite things to do. You shouldn't knock it until you try it. Winky face. The 3 dots blink on the screen disappear, then reappear again. Why is it taking him so long to reply? Finally, his message pops up.
I'm always down for spending time with you and a bottle of wine.
Memories shuttle through my brain, and heat sweeps over my skin. Not the reaction I need to have when I'm all alone in my childhood bed. Still, I wonder if that's what he was going to say all along, or if he changed his mind halfway through replying. Maybe he planned to say something along the lines of, "That sounds like my worst nightmare."
I have to go. I've got an early flight to Berlin tomorrow. Have fun with your mom, and I'll see you on Friday.
Good luck with everything. My finger hovers over the keypad before I give in to the ever-building pressure in my chest and add, "I miss you." The bubbles appear and disappear, then stop completely. I puff out a breath. I shouldn't have said anything. I turn out my light and stare up at the dark ceiling, wishing I could take back my words. But a few minutes later, my phone beeps again. I pick it up and read the message with a smile so big, I feel it spreading over my face.
I miss you too. Chapter 34, Coal. I flick through the television channels trying to find something to lull my brain towards sleep. After flying back to London from Germany this morning, then having a full day of meetings, I'm struggling to switch off. I've also been waiting for a call, so when my phone rings, I swipe it off the side table. Did he accept? I ask without bothering to say hello. Roman's voice comes out clearly through the phone speaker. He did, he says, and I let out a silent sigh of relief. If he admits his guilt and pays a $45 million fine, his prison sentence will be reduced from 20 years to 8. Fuck. 8 years? We knew they wouldn't go easy on him, not when government contracts were involved, but still. As much as I meant it when I told Delilah I didn't care what happened to Dad, I can't imagine how he's feeling right now. Then again, I can't imagine what he was thinking, getting involved in insider trading to begin with. His arrogance convinced him he would never get caught, and look where that's gotten him. Sitting in a damn prison cell for 8 years. The news will break soon, Roman says. Do you have a sense of how our investors will take it? There's obviously some concern. A lot of them have adopted a wait-and-see attitude so far. I've been prepping them for a guilty verdict and reassuring them it won't change anything. That Dad's actions were his and his alone, and not a reflection of the King Group's business practices. Any talk of withdrawing? There were some rumblings at the start, but I emphasized that even with the change in leadership, we're continuing to operate at expected levels, and that we'll honor all our financial commitments. It seemed to have eased concerns. If we can get through the next few weeks with no major setbacks, everyone will relax, and we can finally move on from this. Roman lets out a heavy sigh. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. Not that I had any doubts you'd pull it off. That glimmer of pride is back, but I shrug it off. You sound tired. How are things back there? Everyone wants to see progress with the hotel project. He pauses for a beat. Barrington is pushing for us to bring forward the groundbreaking for the first 3 hotels. I frown. Why? Our current timeline is realistic and exactly what we put forward when we went through the equity financing process. I had that conversation with him. I get the sense he's looking for an excuse to pull his investment, but so far we haven't given him one. I scrub my hand over my face. Having a major investor bail right now is the last thing we need. Did he give any indication as to why? The King Group has made him a lot of money over the years. Roman is silent, thinking, I assume. It's rumored that he's considering increasing his investment in Steel Enterprises. Our profitability and revenue growth projections outstrip Steel Enterprises. He knows that. Agreed. But Steel Enterprises is still performing well in the current market, and Jake Steele is Barrington's cousin by marriage. I wouldn't put it past Steele to use the situation with Dad's arrest to put pressure on that relationship. With Barrington getting closer to retirement, there's a good chance he's putting greater stock in personal relationships than in financial metrics these days. He was college buddies with Dad. Exactly. But he's not dealing with Dad anymore, is he? Roman's frustration pours through the phone line. I can set up a meeting with him when I get back, I offer. I plan to have lunch with him tomorrow. I'll test the waters to see what he's really after, because I don't think he actually cares about the groundbreaking date. Okay, let me know how it goes, and if you need me to meet with him, will do. His voice has gone distant, his attention moved elsewhere, but just before I'm about to end the conversation, he comes back. Can you call Mom? I haven't had a chance to talk to her since Dad took the plea bargain. Talking to Mom is the last thing I feel like doing. Still, I agree, and then we end the call. Just as it does every night, the urge to speak to Delilah rises in me. She's gotten under my skin in a way I never thought was possible. I'd much rather talk to her than Mom, but I've made a point to avoid calling her while I've been gone, as if the minute I dial her number because I can't stand not hearing her voice any longer, I won't be able to deny what this thing between us has become. My fingers move over the screen as I pull up our message history, then scroll back to the one where she told me she missed me. I almost hadn't replied, but the thought of leaving her hanging after she put herself out there like that had sent a stab of pain through me. Not that I would have said it back if it wasn't true. The problem is, it's too fucking true. To distract myself from dwelling on the implications of that, I pull up Mom's number and call it, hitting speaker and putting my phone on the side table. Then I swing my legs over the side of the bed and sit with my elbows resting on my thighs as I wait for her to answer.
Cole?
I roll my eyes at the lack of warmth in her voice. Hi, Mom. Have the lawyers been in touch with you about Dad? She lets out an impatient sigh.
Of course. 8 years. It's about what the idiot deserves.
I'm sure he appreciates your sympathy.
If he wanted my sympathy, he should have restricted himself to buying his whores diamonds instead of trying to set them up for life.
She's not wrong, but it makes me wonder what she's bought the men she's had affairs with over the years. What did she get for Tate's dad?
Suffice it to say, I'll be serving your father with divorce papers first thing tomorrow.
The news is hardly a surprise. It's not as if their marriage has ever been anything more than a matter of convenience, and my father has just stopped being convenient. It was only a matter of time after Dad was found guilty, or in this case admitted his guilt. I'm sure he'll be expecting it. She sniffs.
He's lucky I held off as long as I did.
Well, I just wanted to make sure you're okay, I say. Obviously you are, so considering it's 11:30 p.m. here, I'll say goodbye. There's a long pause, and I glance at my phone to check it's still connected. Hesitation isn't exactly Mom's style.
How are you and your brothers doing with everything?
She finally says. Now it's my turn to search for words. I don't remember the last time she voluntarily asked any of us how we were doing. I clear my throat. I'm okay. I've got back-to-back meetings with all our investors over here. I'll have to do some more damage control once the news spreads about Dad's plea bargain. Roman is dealing with some shit from Barrington, but I'm sure he'll handle it. And Tate, well, Tate is Tate. Not much seems to faze him.
Well, I'm glad you're all doing well, but I should go.
She says, and I almost laugh. She's obviously reached the extent of her motherly concern, which, considering she normally has none, is impressive.
I'm having dinner with the Jeffersons tonight. I'm sure they'll ask about your father, so I'm going to have a glass of wine beforehand.
Good idea. The Jeffersons are painful at the best of times. After we say our farewells, I turn the phone in my hands as I stare into the dimly lit room. Having Mom ask about how my brothers and I are doing when there's no one else around to keep up appearances for is unusual, and I'm not sure what it means. Is it just an aberration, or is being away from Dad softening her a little? Or is it possible that what Delilah said during our last lunch together made some kind of impact? I shake my head. I'm obviously reading into it too much. Being around someone as caring as Delilah has me seeing signs of affection in others that aren't really there. For all I know, this was just a one-off because of the recent events with Dad. But now Delilah's on my mind again. Not that she seems to be off it much these days. I open my phone again and pull up her number. I stare at it. The same debate I've had every night running through my head. It's been 6 days since I've heard her voice. Only 4 more days before I'll be back in the U.S. and she'll be back in my bed. I've made it this long. I can last 4 more days. My finger hovers over the screen for another moment, ready to close everything down and go to sleep. And then I'm hitting call and leaning back against the headboard as I wait for her to pick up.
Hi, Cole. I'm so happy you called.
Her soft, sweet voice sends a rush of warmth spreading through me. Fuck, I'm in so much trouble. How are you? I ask.
I'm good. Working hard to get the detailed designs done so they can get signed off by the deadline.
I'm sure you'll manage it. Don't work too hard. Make sure to take a break.
Yes, Dad.
She teases. An unexpected grin spreads across my face. You could at least go with Daddy. She laughs.
I didn't take you as the daddy type.
You're right, let's avoid Daddy.
How are you doing, anyway?
I rub my hand over my face. Roman called. Dad took the plea bargain today.
Oh, Cole. Are you okay?
I have to stop and think. Am I okay? When Mom asked how I was doing before, I told her about work. I didn't stop to assess how I'm feeling about everything, and I doubt I would have shared it with her regardless. But with Delilah, I don't know. I feel conflicted. There's never been any love lost between us. I respected him as a businessman, but I didn't love him as a father, and now any respect I had for him has been destroyed.
That makes sense. What he did was selfish.
Exactly. My brothers and I were raised to put the company above everything else. It's our name, our legacy. It's the only damn thing holding this family together, and he risked it all. For what? For women that weren't his wife? Women he had no connection with other than the physical. I can't reconcile his behavior.
I guess the only thing I can say is that people are complicated. Don't drive yourself crazy trying to make sense of his behavior. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just have to accept that people make selfish decisions all the time without thinking or caring about the consequences for the people they're supposed to love the most. Family should always come first. Maybe that's a lesson your father never truly learned.
She's right. Family was never Dad's priority. It was the wealth and the power he craved. The women were just part of that, another way to bolster his ego.
Is your mom okay?
Trust her to ask, even though Mom was rude to her the only time they've met. She's divorcing him.
I can't say I'm surprised.
I didn't know how much I needed to hear Delilah's voice until I realized that, for the first time in days, all the tension has left my muscles. I don't want to waste the short time I have to talk to her on the topic of my mom and Dad. Enough about my parents. What are you wearing? A laugh bursts out of her, the sound bright and beautiful in this dark room.
You didn't just ask that.
I did. Are you going to tell me?
Let me see.
She purrs seductively down the line, and I love that she knows me well enough to let me change the topic and not press for more.
I'm wearing a sexy set of koala pajama shorts and a white t-shirt with a stain of indeterminate origin over my left breast.
I grin at the pictures she paints, but I lower my voice. If I was there, I'd rip those koala shorts off you and have my way with you.
Would you want me to leave my shirt on?
Definitely. There's nothing I find sexier than stained white t-shirts. She laughs again. When she speaks, her voice is soft and I can hear the smile in it.
I like you like this.
Without even being here, she soothes parts of me I didn't know needed soothing. I tip my head back, close my eyes, and do my best not to let on how her words affect me. And here I was thinking you like when I tell you to bend over and take my cock.
That, too.
Her breathless tone has me hardening, and I rub my hand over myself. Are you alone? My hopes are dashed when she replies,
No, Alex is here. We're actually just about to have dinner.
It's a shame. I'll have to take care of this on my own then. At least I know exactly what I'll imagine while I stroke myself tonight.
What's that?
You, spread out in front of me in that sexy stained t-shirt. She laughs.
The stain really does it for you, huh?
Before I can answer, I hear Alex telling Delilah that their dinner is ready. We say goodbye, and after I hang up, the silence in the room seems louder than it was before. I close my eyes and let my head fall back. I have to face the truth. My craving for her isn't fading. It's only growing stronger, even now, with time and distance between us. I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do about it, because at the moment, I feel like I'm standing at the edge of a ravine, one step away from plummeting over the edge. And I have no fucking idea what I'll find at the bottom.
Chapter 35. Delilah. My phone buzzes on my side table, waking me from my sleep. I blink drowsily at the time on my clock. It's after midnight. Who on earth is calling at this time of night? I pick it up and see Cole's name on the screen. Hello?
Delilah.
His deep voice sends a thrill through me, and I immediately perk up. Is everything okay? Are you back in New York? I thought I wouldn't hear from you until tomorrow.
I wanted to see you. Can I come up?
My pulse speeds up. You're here? Of course. I rush to the door and press the button. I look down at myself. Should I change into something sexier? At least this shirt doesn't have a stain on it. Then I shrug. I'm too excited to see him to worry about changing into lingerie. When the knock comes, I fling the door open and take him in. He's wearing a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, one of the sexiest looks on a man. But as I smile up at him, it's the dark shadows under his eyes that catch my attention. I grab his arm and pull him into my apartment. What are you doing here, Cole? Not that I'm not happy to see you. He doesn't answer me. Instead, he backs me against the wall and drops his head, his lips brushing against the sensitive spot at the crook of my neck. Goosebumps scatter over my skin, and my nipples harden. Since I'm not wearing a bra, he must be able to feel them pushing against his chest. But for a moment, he just stands there, his fingers curving around my waist, pressing into me, and I run my hands over his biceps, up to his neck, sifting through the hair at the back of his head. Are you okay? I've never seen him like this before. He lets out a breath and steps back.
It was a long trip, non-stop meetings with investors who want to be stubborn just for the sake of it.
He scrubs his hands over his face.
I'm fucking exhausted.
And he came here instead of going to his comfortable penthouse? A hot rush of emotion hits me. He wanted to see me. I swallow hard. This is the first time he's deliberately shown me this side of him, the one that isn't the unflappable billionaire, focused and in control at all times. I move closer, cupping his jaw and brushing my thumb over the stubble a day's worth of travel has given him. My bed isn't anywhere near as big or as comfortable as yours. His brow cocks at that understatement. But you're more than welcome to join me in it. His eyes sweep over my face.
I like that.
Okay. I can't stop the smile that pulls at my lips.
Okay.
He repeats. He's still standing there, looking down at me, his gaze fixed on mine, so I reach for his hand, twine my fingers through his, and start toward my bedroom. He follows, but a thought occurs to me, and I look over my shoulder at him. Do you need to let Jonathan know? He shakes his head.
I sent him home when you buzzed me in.
He was intending to stay the night here when he got here. He's come straight from the airport, intending to stay with me. I shouldn't let something so small mean so much, but I can't help it. It does. It means a lot. I don't wrap myself around him the way I want to. I just nod and continue leading him to my bedroom.
Is Alex here?
He asks as we reach my door. She's spending the week in L.A. with Jackson.
So we're all alone. What a shame.
He drawls with a crooked smile. A thrill ricochets through me, but I don't say anything. I do a speed check of my bedroom as we enter. Thank God I keep it relatively neat, and there aren't bras and underwear scattered all over the place. Not that Cole seems bothered by what my bedroom looks like. He stares at my bed, and I know what he's thinking. I suppress a laugh, dropping his hand and going into the bathroom and returning with a spare toothbrush. I don't have any clothes that will fit you.
It's okay.
He's already unbuttoning his shirt.
I won't be wearing clothes if I'm in bed with you.
I watch him strip, my gaze wandering over his broad chest and sculpted abs. He drops his pants and boxer briefs, revealing his already half-hard erection, and my stomach clenches in anticipation. He chuckles as he saunters toward me, letting me look my fill, before tipping his head down so that I think he's about to kiss me. Instead, he takes the toothbrush from my hand, brushes his lips over my forehead, and says,
Thanks, kitten.
Then he slaps me on the ass.
Get undressed and get into bed. I'll join you in a minute.
I shake my head at his back as he walks into the bathroom. Relaxed Cole is just as intoxicating as intense Cole. Doing as he said, I strip off my pajamas, then crawl under the covers, waiting for him to get back. On his return, he pauses at the door, head tipped to the side, taking in the shape of me under the blanket. His gaze travels up to my face, and his eyes lock on mine with an intensity that steals my breath. I wish I knew what he was thinking, but I can't read his expression, and before I know it, he's striding across the room, lifting the covers, and sliding into the bed.
Roll over.
I turn so my back is toward him, and he pulls me against his chest, draping his arm over my waist and pinning me to him. I wait with bated breath for his hand to start roaming, but it doesn't. Instead, he splays it over my stomach and presses a kiss to the top of my head. Barely a handful of seconds later, his breaths deepen and he's sound asleep. My thoughts whirl around my head. We've never slept together without having sex first. Does this mean he's feeling the same way I am? Hope blooms in my chest, and I lightly trace my fingers over the back of his hand. It's too soon to start imagining a future where we might spend more and more nights curled up like this. Unfortunately, my heart isn't listening to those words of wisdom. It's too busy beating in time with his. My eyes drift open the next morning, the numbers on my bedside clock coming into focus. 5:30 a.m. What woke me so early? I flash back to last night, remembering Cole falling asleep behind me, and the last of the fog clears from my mind. I roll over and look for him, but apart from me, my bed is empty. Did I only dream him being here? Before disappointment can hit too hard, a noise filters through my bedroom door. I sit up, clutching my blanket to my chest. Another sound reaches me. Is Cole still here and doing something in the kitchen? I climb out of bed and pull my short, silky robe over my naked body, tying it loosely before heading out of the room. My feet stall and my heart does a little flutter in my chest. Cole is standing at the counter with his back to me, wearing just his boxer briefs, while the early morning light illuminates his muscular body. Bowls, spoons, and various ingredients are spread on the surrounding countertop, and he's peering intently at his phone, which is propped against a cookie jar. He's making breakfast. Tears prick the backs of my eyes. It's a ridiculous reaction to someone making a meal, but this is Cole. He spent the night in my apartment, just sleeping, not screwing me blind, and now he's doing his best to make what I think might be pancakes. Any resistance to what I'm feeling disintegrates, drifting away like ash on the breeze. I've fallen for him. Hard. My heart squeezes painfully in my chest as I watch him try to crack an egg into the bowl, swearing under his breath as bits of shell go with it. I never thought I could love a man like him, but I do, because he's not a man like him. No, that doesn't make sense. I give my head a slight shake, trying to sort through the chaotic rush of thoughts and emotions tumbling through me. Cole is so much more than the cold, arrogant billionaire he shows the world, that he showed me when we first met. I labeled and classified him in my head and told myself I had to be careful with my heart around him, just like Mom should have been careful with my dad. But I've seen the man beneath the facade now, a man who is as real and vulnerable and flawed as anyone else. And yes, a man just as capable of getting eggshell in his pancake batter. I walk forward as quietly as I can, and he's so absorbed in watching what the person on the screen is doing, he doesn't notice me until I do something I wouldn't have considered a few weeks ago. I slide my arms around his waist and press myself against his back. He actually jumps.
Fuck. You scared me.
I press my cheek against his warm skin. Are you making pancakes?
Trying to.
He grumbles, and I can't help but laugh. He throws down the spoon and turns in my arms, so that now he has me against his chest. He looks down at me, his brows furrowed.
The guy in the video makes it look so fucking easy. I'm going to call Jonathan and get him to pick up some...
I shake my head and smile up at him. No, you're not. We're going to make them together. His gaze traces over my face, dropping to my mouth, then to the open neck of my robe, and back to my eyes. His rapidly growing erection tells me he likes what he sees. He strokes his thumb over my jaw, his eyes sweeping over my face.
I didn't fuck you last night.
You were exhausted. He nods.
I don't sleep with women.
My brows shoot up. I think you've slept with plenty of women. He shakes his head, focusing on me again.
I've fucked women. I've never slept with any of them until you.
I run my palm up and down his chest. I'm glad you came here last night. I say softly. I'm glad you slept in my bed. He's still watching me, and the hint of wariness in his eyes hurts my heart a little. He really has no idea how to handle this, whatever this is now. I reach up and curl my hand around the back of his neck and tug him down to my waiting lips. My heart does a little twirl when his mouth crushes against mine. I open for him, going up on my tiptoes to give him better access. He might have been too tired to fool around last night, but there's no sign of that exhaustion now. His body is hard against mine, his groan vibrating into my mouth. He runs his hands over my waist, then grips my ass, his fingers pressing into me, kneading me. Then they slide lower, and he's lifting me so I can wrap my legs around him and grind myself against his erection.
I fucking missed you. I missed this.
Me too, I pant as he walks us back toward my bedroom. In a demonstration of strength, which has my arousal spiraling higher, he lowers me slowly to the bed. Then he stands tall, staring down at me where I lie sprawled on the mattress, my robe barely held to my body by the tie around my waist. Cole's hungry eyes move over me as a muscle ticks in his jaw. He stares at me so long with that inscrutable expression on his face that I start to get nervous. I sit up, but he shakes his head.
Lie down, Delilah.
The rasp in his voice has me pressing my thighs together, even as I comply. As soon as I'm flat on my back again, he lifts the end of the tie around my waist and draws it slowly so that the knot falls open. Using his index finger, he flicks each side of my robe to the side, exposing me to the heat of his gaze.
So fucking gorgeous,
he murmurs, as if to himself, and my pulse flutters in my throat. I'm so gone for this man. I don't have time to dwell on my newly acknowledged feelings, because before I know what's happening, he's gripping me by the thighs and dragging me to the edge of the bed. Cole, I gasp, but he ignores me, dropping to his knees and spreading my legs wider.
Brace yourself, kitten. I'm not stopping until you've come at least 3 times.
Chapter 36. Delilah. I don't know but I'm too busy moaning as his lips make contact to finish the thought. He's not messing around. Within a few minutes, I'm yanking at his hair as I scream my way through my first orgasm. Cole, I need you inside me. He looks up at me, his intense eyes on mine.
Not until you come 2 more times.
Cole, oh God. 2 long fingers slide into me, stroking and curling, rubbing against my G-spot. My back arches off the bed as I come a second time, my body clenching around his fingers.
1 more.
But my body knows what he wants now, and I'm already ramping up for another one. When his fingers leave my body, the sudden lack of pressure inside me has me crying out in protest.
Where do you keep your toys?
I blink up at him, my mind hazy. What?
Those toys you're so proud of.
One corner of his mouth quirks up as I groan and cover my eyes with my hand. The mattress next to my shoulder depresses, and a big, warm hand closes around my wrist. He pulls my hand away, and my gaze locks with his. He's leaning over me, bracing himself on one hand.
Don't get shy on me now. The picture of your beautiful little pussy being fucked by a big, fake cock has been stuck in my head since you first told me about it. Now I want to see it in real life. So tell me where they are.
Even though I'm embarrassed, I'm excited too. My heart thrashes against my ribcage because that's what Cole does to me. He makes me desperate to experience everything he wants to show me. I trust him to make it good for me. I trust him with myself. Middle drawer. I point at my side table, and he releases my hand and reaches for it, yanking it open and rummaging around. I have a few different toys in there, a couple of my favorite dildos, and a vibrator or 2. Cole finds my biggest dildo and pulls it out. It's flesh-colored, realistic, and big, though definitely not as big as him.
How often do you use this?
Not much anymore. He holds my gaze.
No?
I wet my lips and shake my head. Without looking away, Cole slides the dildo through my slick, already swollen folds.
Why is that?
Because, I gasp as the head of the cock pushes into me.
Because?
His voice is husky as he eases it out, only to press it smoothly back in. I swallow hard, because I don't need it anymore.
Why don't you need it anymore, kitten?
He twists it inside me and I inhale sharply. Have you. Cole's pupils flare wide, satisfaction etching itself across every line of his face.
That's right. You have me,
he says, his voice a dark bass growl. For a heartbeat or 10, our gazes are locked together, and I swear I can see what I feel for him reflected back at me. Finally, he looks away, his gaze dropping to where I'm stretched around the toy. He's moving faster now, burying the length of it inside me with every stroke. It feels good, but it's not him. Please, Cole. He doesn't acknowledge my plea.
Your pussy looks incredible filled with this cock. I could do this for hours.
I want you. But my hips are moving now, riding the toy as he thrusts it into me. The pressure grows inside me and I'm almost there, but I need more. Something else to tip me over the edge. Cole, please, I need you.
I want to see you come with this inside you. Give me that and I'll give you my cock. Can you do that for me, kitten?
He rolls his thumb over my clit, sending a jagged shard of pleasure through me. Yes, I gasp. Yes.
Play with your nipples.
I cup my breasts, running my thumbs over the stiff peaks, then pinch them, sending little shock waves directly to my core.
Good girl, you're so fucking sexy.
Cole's voice is rough with desire, his gaze dropping back to what he's doing between my legs, the stark hunger written on his face as he uses his thumb to massage my clit is enough to shatter me. Cole thrusts the toy into me one more time, and I cry out, arching my back as my internal muscles pulse around the intrusion. My body has barely finished spasming when Cole pulls the toy from me and tosses it on the bed. He kneels between my thighs, his erection so hard it's flush with his stomach. With one hand, he presses it down, his expression almost pained.
Say I can have you bare.
My eyes fly to his. He knows I have an implant, but this is the first time he's ever brought up not using a condom.
I've never gone without.
His tone is almost harsh, but there's a rawness to his expression that reaches right inside me and wraps its fingers around my heart.
I want you with nothing between us.
A muscle jumps in his jaw.
I need to feel all of you.
God, I want it too. Badly. With all the ways he's taken me over the last few months, having him want me with nothing between flays my chest wide open. I want to feel you too. I want to feel everything. He gives his cock a hard jerk, as if he can't help himself.
You want it? You want me to fill you with my cum?
I barely have a chance to form the shape of the word yes before he's on me, working his cock into me with shallow thrusts that drive me out of my mind. The minute he's fully seated in me, he drops his forehead to my chest and groans.
Your tight little pussy is so hot, you're gonna burn me alive.
His hips flex, and we both moan at how good it feels. When he moves again, it's to pull out all the way to the tip, leaving me empty and desperate for him to fill me again. Then he does, with one hard pump at the same time as his lips find mine. There's a desperation to his movements that has me responding with equal fervor, even though I've already come 3 times. He licks and bites his way down my neck, then takes a nipple into his mouth, sucking it hard and rhythmically. Every hard slam of his hips against mine has his pelvis rubbing against my oversensitized clit, and I'm tightening around him, my body already preparing to throw me into a 4th orgasm. But before it can, he pulls out of me.
Turn over.
I do as he asks, scrambling onto my hands and knees, craving him inside me. With one thrust, he claims me again, leaning over me with a hand on my hip, the other pressing between my shoulder blades until my chest is flat on the mattress. He feels huge at this angle, and I pant and moan incoherently. He slips his finger inside me, alongside his dick, and the sting of the increased stretch causes me to inhale sharply. He doesn't keep it there, though. The next thing I know, he's rubbing that arousal-slicked finger against the tight ring of muscle between my cheeks, and I freeze. He's touched me here before, and even though it still makes me nervous, I know how well he can play my body. I take a breath and relax, earning me a growl of approval that vibrates through every molecule inside me. His finger presses into me, and I squirm and cry out when he breaches my back channel, slowly sinking it into the first knuckle. He gently eases it out and back in again, even as his cock continues to stroke languidly into me, until the foreign sensation morphs into pleasurable pressure. God, What does it say about me that it feels so good that my orgasm surges closer? He knows.
You like that, kitten? You like my cock and your pussy and my finger in your ass?
Yes, I manage to get out. He pushes his finger further in, then pulls it out so he can add another. It's more pressure, and I still again, until I grow accustomed to the sensation. The movement of his hips has slowed now, his cock gliding slowly in and out of me as he concentrates on my behind, twisting his fingers inside me, stretching me. I wriggle my hips, wanting him to move again, my orgasm hovering just out of reach. But he leans over me, bracing one arm on the mattress so he can whisper in my ear.
I want to fuck you here, Delilah,
he says with another thrust of his fingers.
I want to claim every single inch of you. Only when I'm buried balls deep in you am I going to let you come again. And believe me, you'll orgasm so hard you'll milk the cum straight out of me.
My eyes are wide, my throat dry. I don't know. I've never done that.
I know, but you'll do it for me, and you'll love it. I was the first person to have your pussy. I'll be the first person to have you here.
His fingers push deeper as he slams his cock into me, and I almost explode right then, except he stops again, and I cry out in frustration.
Tell me you want it. Beg me to make you come with my cock deep inside your ass.
God, yes, please, fuck me in the asshole. I never thought I would hear myself utter those words to anyone, but Cole isn't just anyone. I trust him to make me feel good. If he says I'll come hard, then I believe him. Like he said, I want to share this first with him too.
Your pussy is dripping. I won't even need lube. I'll go as slow as I can for as long as I can, okay?
Okay. His fingers trace up my spine, and he presses a soft kiss to my shoulder blade, the tenderness of his touch making my heart swell. Even as my pulse kicks into high gear with nervous anticipation, he pulls completely out of me, leaving me empty. Before I can voice my protest, he's dipping his fingers into me, gathering my arousal and spreading it up to my behind. I can feel how wet his fingers are, how wet I am, and I shiver at the thought of what's going to happen. When I look over my shoulder, he's stroking his cock, his fist wrapped around the slick shaft. His eyes meet mine, and my stomach swoops at the look in them. They blaze with heat, but there's something else there too. An intensity of emotion that sends my heart into overdrive, just as much as it sets my body on fire. I'm distracted when he presses the blunt head of his erection against me. I hold my breath as his broad crown pushes through the tight ring of my opening, and I whimper as my body clenches around the intrusion.
Fuck. You're so fucking tight. Relax, kitten. Let me in.
I try to do as he says, and gradually my muscles loosen. Cole pushes deeper, inch by inch, filling me until I don't think I can take any more. Then he pushes even further, and the tension inside me snaps. I let go completely, allowing myself to be taken over by the new sensations coursing through my body.
That's it, beautiful. You feel amazing.
He releases a ragged breath.
You are amazing.
I close my eyes, my heart expanding even more at the emotion I'm sure I can hear in his voice. Moving slowly at first, he lets me adjust to him before he picks up the pace. Once I start moving with him, he wraps one arm around my waist while his other hand finds my clit again, rubbing it with the perfect amount of pressure. He forges deeper into me with each flex of his hips, his tempo picking up until the spark of an orgasm flares to life deep within my core. The expert movement of his fingers and the relentless strokes of his cock soon have me panting and begging for more. My whole body trembles. It's something completely new, an intense sensation unlike anything I've ever experienced before. And Cole knows exactly what he's doing. He teases me until I'm on the brink of orgasm multiple times, then backs off just enough to keep me from falling apart. Each time it seems like he's reaching deeper inside of me, and as my inner walls clench around him, I edge closer and closer to that explosive pleasure.
Are you going to come for me, Delilah?
Yes. Oh, God. Yes. I'm so close.
Good girl.
He wraps my hair around his fist and tilts my head back so our eyes meet.
You look so fucking beautiful with my cock in your ass.
A moan falls from my lips at his words. With each labored breath, tension radiates from every sharply defined muscle in his body. His pace picks up until his hips are slapping against me with every thrust, sending shock waves through my body. I can barely think straight. Cole works his fingers over my clit, and a completely new sensation rages up inside me, a wildfire of heat and ecstasy. This orgasm is going to be unlike any I've experienced before, and my muscles are already trembling as I approach the point of no return. When it hits, my body draws tight, and I scream as it ravages through me. I clamp down around Cole's cock, and he curses. Without anything filling my pussy, my inner muscles spasm hard around nothing. A cry of shock flies from my lips when a gush of liquid wets my thighs. Cole's low groan is almost feral.
That's it, kitten. Fucking soak me.
His fingers continue their movement, forcing more spasms, more gushes.
You're perfect, Delilah. So fucking perfect.
The last word is half grunt, half growl, as he slams his hips into me one final time. Then he's shouting, his cock swelling and jerking as he unleashes himself inside me. By the time he's done, I'm a weak, quivering, dripping mess. My limbs go out from underneath me, and I collapse on the bed, Cole coming with me and blanketing my body with his. He pulls out slowly, the sensation sending a shiver down my spine, then slides his arms under me, rolling us, so we're lying on our sides, facing each other. The sheets beneath me are wet, and embarrassment burns my skin, even though he seemed to enjoy how my body reacted. I made a mess of the bed, and of him, too. I close my eyes and press my forehead to his chest, so I don't have to look him in the eye. As he strokes a soothing hand up and down my back, a hard knot forms in my chest. My feelings are all tangled up, my feelings for him, about what we just did, about what I just did. It's too much. I try to swallow the sob, but it forces its way out of me. Cole freezes.
Are you okay? Did I hurt you?
I shake my head, but another sob is building, so I turn my head from his chest and bury my face into the sheets beneath me. Cole pushes himself up on the bed, and before I can register what he's doing, he's pulled me up with him and has me cradled in his arms. He tips my chin up. There's a hard line to his jaw, but his eyes are stormy with emotion.
Did I hurt you?
He repeats. I shake my head, and his features relax, the tightness in his shoulders loosening.
Then what's wrong? I'm pretty sure I was reading the signals right and you enjoyed it.
His lips curve up a little, a hint of smugness showing through. I press my hand over my eyes. I've never done that before. I mumble. Like earlier, he takes my wrist and tugs my hand away. His brow is furrowed.
I already know that was your first time doing anal, so I assume you're saying you never squirted before?
I nod, and a savage smile grows on his face. He tunnels his fingers through my hair and grips it at the back of my head, his eyes piercing into me.
Good. That means I get to claim that first, too. The thought of you giving something so incredible to a man like Paul makes me want to tear him to pieces.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry. His gaze softens, his expression becoming almost tender. If tender is a word you could use to describe Cole.
You have nothing to be embarrassed about, Delilah, nothing. You are the sexiest woman I've ever met. What we just did, the way you surrender all of yourself to me, the way you trust me to take care of you. Fuck. It's everything.
I finally relax, smiling up at him. It felt amazing. I run my fingers over his stubbled jaw. Everything you do to me feels incredible. Although, I shift in his lap and wince a little at the ache. I think I'm going to be reminded of this for a while.
Good. I want you to remember exactly how much of yourself you've given me.
His wicked grin fades, and the intensity of his gaze consumes me, making my heart pound erratically in my chest. He brushes his thumb across my jaw, his eyes dark and serious.
Delilah,
My breath stalls as I wait to hear what he's going to say. His brows draw tightly together, and he swallows. There's something in his expression I haven't seen before, something that makes my ribs squeeze tight. For a beat, his eyes drop closed. When they open again, the look is gone, and his smirk is back.
I hate to admit it, but I'll need your help to finish the pancakes. I don't think I can do it on my own.
I laugh, even though it's not what I'm hoping to hear. But after the way he's claimed every part of me, the things he's said, even the way he's holding me now, I have to believe he feels it exactly the way I do.
Chapter 37, Cole. I stare out the window at passing cars, exhaustion clawing at me. Even with my deep sleep last night, which must have been the best I've had in a long time, jet lag woke me up early and now I'm flagging. Jonathan turns the limo toward my penthouse and I have to resist the urge to tell him to turn around and take me back to Delilah's apartment. Even though I told her she should take the day off, considering I woke her up late last night and tired her out before her day even started, she insisted on getting ready and going in. She even refused my offer of a lift to the office, telling me to go home and unpack. I drop my head back and close my eyes, reliving the memory of her underneath me this morning, experiencing again that overwhelming need to claim every part of her. And it wasn't just the desire to be as physically close to her as possible. It was how it felt, holding her in my arms afterward. When she cried, my chest had constricted so hard that I'd struggled to breathe. Then the next second, my heart was thundering as she smiled up at me through tear-filled eyes. I'm so damn addicted to her. I groan and rub my hand over my eyes. No, she's more than an addiction. That's just the excuse I've been giving myself for craving her the way I do. I almost told her I loved her this morning, but the words lodged themselves in my throat. I never believed I would want to make that declaration to someone. That I was so close to letting it slip free shook me. I need to figure this out. I need to work out what it means for us going forward, because right now I'm sailing in uncharted waters with her. All I know is that what I feel for Delilah is far beyond anything I've ever felt for anyone before. My phone beeps and I pull it from my pocket. It's Roman. I need to see you at the office. I'm just on my way home. What's this about? We need to discuss it in person. I'll be there in 20 minutes. I redirect Jonathan to King Plaza, wondering what issue can't wait until this afternoon. As I enter Roman's executive suite, he's waiting for me on one of his leather couches, a steaming coffee in front of him. I pour myself a cup, since I get the feeling from his expression that I'll need my wits about me, then sit on the couch opposite him. After taking a sip, I ask, "So what's the emergency? I've already given you the details of how everything went." Roman leans forward, his expression serious. "This is partly related to that." He pauses before continuing. "Barrington called me yesterday. He came right out and said he's seriously considering withdrawing his investment in the King Group." What the fuck? I put my coffee cup down and scrub my hand over my face. "We're meeting our projected deadlines. Our numbers are good. What's his deal?" Roman shrugs. "He wants to invest in steel enterprises. I'll arrange a meeting, reassure him about our projections." "It won't help. He was pretty firm with his intentions. He said he wants to put his money into a company that will benefit his family going forward." I lean back in my chair. "Okay, well, we have options." "That's why I wanted to talk to you," Roman replies. "Barrington brought up your relationship with Jessica. He mentioned that if our families were closer, it might inspire him to keep his investments in place." I throw back my head and laugh, but when I notice Roman isn't joining in, I stop. He's not even smiling. "You can't be serious." Roman's brow furrows. "Of course I'm fucking serious." Getting engaged to Jessica is the quickest and easiest way to get everything back on track. All our investors remain in place, we complete the development on time and within budget, everyone forgets about the situation with Dad, and we can move past all this shit. Jessica and I don't have a relationship. I'm not marrying her. You haven't officially dated her, but you two have been fucking for years. Roman's eyes narrow. You don't think Barrington liked seeing the two of you at events together? This alliance makes sense, and it gives him the personal connection he's looking for. Jessica is part of our world. She understands what's required of her, and it's about time you thought about settling down. Jessica and I may have fucked, but I have no interest in spending the rest of my life with her. Why don't you marry her? Roman scowls. I've been married once. It's not happening again, and Jessica wants you, not me, and not Tate. It sinks in that he's serious, and my mind immediately goes to Delilah, to the feel of her in my arms this morning, the taste of her on my lips, the way she gives herself to me so trustingly, the look in her eyes when she smiles at me. What's the problem here? Roman asks, impatience sharpening his tone. Jessica is beautiful. We can use her wealth and connections, and you already know you're sexually compatible. What more is there? Having those things didn't work out for you, did it? I ask. This isn't about what did or didn't work for me. He drums his fingers on his knees and scrutinizes me. Tell me this isn't about your architect. I stare at him, and my silence must tell him everything he needs to know. He groans. She has a pretty face and apparently a golden pussy, otherwise you wouldn't be hesitating like this. My hands clench into fists. But you can't honestly tell me you're going to put that ahead of this company, are you? This is our legacy. The King Group is who we are. I've done a lot for this company, but marrying Jessica is asking too much. I blow out a breath. That can't be the only option. There might be others, but none that won't negatively impact profits going forward. Don't you think we have enough profits? I growl. His brows arch. No, I don't. And we promised our investors Dad's arrest wouldn't affect our bottom line. Breaking that promise is the start of a slippery slope. I stare at him, going over the options in my head. Roman leans back in his seat, regarding me with a chilly gaze. I can't believe you're letting a fling get in your head this way. What the hell are you thinking? I'm thinking that maybe there's more to life than work, money, and fucking. I snap, then pause, taken aback by my own words. Roman snorts in disdain. Then you're an idiot. Love is nothing but a fantasy people like to believe in so they can feel better about life. Sure, you can meet someone you're attracted to. The sex is good. Your body starts producing chemicals and suddenly you've conned yourself into believing there's something deeper between the two of you. Then what? You get married, only to find out that when the chemical high wears off, it was all just an illusion. Your pretty new wife starts enjoying spending your money more than fucking you. What you convinced yourself was love turns into indifference. In the end, you're stuck in a loveless marriage like our parents and every other couple we know. You have affair after affair, or you split up and go back to fucking random women anyway. Either way, it turns out the same. How very cynical of you, I say through gritted teeth, even though Roman's words have cut straight to the heart of all my doubts. After all, up until recently, that's exactly what I believed. The hollow growing behind my ribs tells me that deep down I might still believe it. Realistic, Roman responds. Jessica is gorgeous. You know you both enjoy each other physically, and she has money of her own, so she won't be looking to take you for all she can get. Anger pulses behind my temples. Delilah isn't a gold digger. He ignores me. What you give Jessica is a powerful alliance that elevates her to the top echelons of society. We get her father's commitment to maintain his investment, which protects the one damn thing of any worth this family has going for it. Please don't tell me you'd let that go for something that is completely replaceable. This is the best option we have without compromising the company's financial position, and if that's not motivation enough, then you're not the man I thought you were. I sit back in my chair. Is Roman right? Let me tell you something, he says, and for the first time in a long time, I see something other than aloofness or anger in his gray eyes. Whatever he's about to say, I get the feeling it isn't something he shares often. When I married Catherine, I'd convinced myself that I loved her and that she loved me. Shock courses through me. I had no idea Roman had genuine feelings for Catherine. It only took a few months for the lie I was telling myself to fall apart. He continues, his gaze becoming distant. Whatever we felt at the start, it wasn't love. If it was, it wouldn't have turned to hate so quickly. I didn't know any of this. I shake my head. At what point did my brothers and I become such fucking strangers? There's a tightness in my chest I haven't felt for a long time. A sense of loss I'd desensitized myself to years ago when I realized caring about people and expecting them to care about me was a fool's game. Is that why you got divorced? Because you've just finished telling me that love isn't important. Why would hating each other matter? He hesitates. They say that the opposite of love isn't hate. It's indifference. Maybe if all we'd felt for each other was indifference, we might still be married today. But hate is different. Seeing the eyes of the woman I thought knew me better than anyone else, filled with loathing, and knowing she saw the same thing every time she looked at me, that was impossible. So learn from my fucking mistakes. Marry the woman you feel indifferent about, and you'll never be disappointed when you realize the truth. All the warmth that filled me since being with Delilah trickles away at Roman's confession. He holds my gaze. However a marriage starts, it always ends up the same way. Better to treat it like the business merger that it is from the beginning and not suffer any disappointment along the way. Is that bitterness in his voice? I don't care enough to think about it at the moment. I'm too busy imagining the light in Delilah's eyes when she looks at me, fading away to cold dispassion, just the way my parents always looked at each other, the way they always looked at us. Something barbed twists in my chest, and a dull sound echoes in my head, the final nail being beaten into a coffin. Sometimes you have to make tough choices in life, choices that hurt more than they should. Roman pauses, studying my face, and I'm not sure if what flickers through his eyes is sympathy or something else. Delilah will find someone who will care for her more than you ever could, and Jessica will never care about you enough to hate you. What's the arrangement? My voice is steady even as ice coalesces around my heart. As Roman talks about announcements and investment percentages, I clench my eyes shut and let my head drop back on the chair. I try not to think of Delilah's eyes, her smile, her voice, her laugh, because in the end I'm still the same man I was before I met her, and I know what I have to do.
Chapter 38. Delilah. The doorbell rings and my heart races. It's a reaction I'm still getting used to. After a quick glance in the mirror to run my fingers through my hair, I open the front door. Butterflies take flight in my stomach and my mouth goes dry when I see Cole. It's been 2 days since he was last here. 2 days since we made pancakes in my kitchen and ate them as I sat on his lap. He'd called me at work later that day to cancel our original plans for the weekend, telling me there was a situation he had to resolve. So when I got his message an hour ago, asking if he could come over, I was excited. I'm finding it harder and harder to be away from him, and I hope this means he feels the same way. I smile at him, then rise on my toes to press my lips to his. His hands go to my waist, his fingers curling into my skin, but he doesn't pull me into him the way I'm expecting. I drop down and search his face. His jaw is tense, that familiar muscle twitching in it. Nerves tumble through me, and I swallow. Do you want to come in? He nods and follows me to my small living room. I sit on the couch, but he remains standing, so I jump to my feet again, not wanting to be at a disadvantage. It's exactly the way I used to feel with him before all this started. I see dread settles in my chest.
Delilah.
He scrubs his hand over his mouth, but doesn't continue. He just stares at me with his lips pressed together. I know what's coming. My instincts scream it at me with an intensity that rasps anxiety down my nerves. Just say it. I'm relieved when my voice comes out with only a small tremor I hope he won't notice. Whatever it is, just say it. He clears his throat.
I know this is sudden, but it's time we end this.
Even though I know it's coming, pain still lashes across my heart. I try to take a deep breath, but it gets caught in my lungs. Why? Last time we were together. I can't find the words I need.
Jessica and I.
My spine snaps straight. What about Jessica? His eyes burn with some unknown emotion as he stares at me. What about Jessica? I demand. If you're about to do something you know will hurt me, then just do it, for God's sake. His eyes shudder.
Jessica and I are getting engaged. I wanted to tell you before it's officially announced.
For a second, I can't process his words, my mind and body paralyzed. A heartbeat later, the pain and betrayal hit, burning through every flimsy wall I'd thrown up in preparation. What? My mouth makes the shape of the word, but I have no breath to force the sound out. I try again. What do you mean? You told me there was nothing real between you. You told me you weren't sleeping with her anymore. You told me that. You promised. My head screams at me to stand firm without pleading for him to change his mind. It tells me what I already know. He's serious, and not a thing I say will make a difference. It tells me I'll regret begging as soon as he walks out the door. I know all that, but my heart pounds out a rhythm that won't be denied, a pressure to fight for something that it somehow still believes is worthwhile. So I open my mouth and I beg, as the tears I can't hold back slide down my cheeks. Please, Cole, please don't do this. I thought this was working between us. I thought you were feeling the same. He's shaking his head before I even finish speaking.
Don't, Delilah. Don't make this harder than it has to be. This was always going to end, and you know that. We both knew it.
My heart shatters into 1,000 pieces. My head might have believed that, but my heart had succumbed to hope a long time ago. My heart, that is just as much of a liar as the man standing in front of me. Was this how my mom felt when my father walked away from her because we didn't fit his life? That thought is enough. I swallow, dash the tears from my cheeks and give a curt nod. You can leave now. His shoulders tense, but he doesn't move. He just stands there, staring at me, with his hands clenched at his sides. I don't care if this isn't easy for him. I don't care if he didn't intend to hurt me. He's choosing this. He's choosing her, so he can damn well suffer the consequences. I turn and walk to the door, more traitorous tears welling over. I let them fall this time. Tonight is the last night I'll allow myself to cry over Cole King. I unlatch the door and hold it open. He still hasn't moved.
Delilah,
he says, his voice rasping. Get out, Cole. I don't want you in my home anymore. I don't want you in my life. You want us to be over? Then we're over. So get the hell away from me. His eyes flash, but he jerks into motion. I look away as he approaches, my hand tightening on the door handle, waiting for the moment I can slam it behind him and break apart without him witnessing it. But he doesn't even give me that. He stops in front of me, and I close my eyes, not wanting to see whatever's visible in his. The heat of his palm pressing against the side of my face makes me flinch. My lips part as his thumb brushes my cheek, wiping away the tears I can't seem to control. I jerk my head away from him, staring at him, shocked that he would touch me like that. As if he has any right. As if tenderness has any place here.
I'm sorry,
he says, his voice hoarse, and then he's gone. I shut the door, locking it as if I actually think he'll barge back in and tell me it's all been a terrible mistake. Then I stumble to the living room, curl into a little ball on the couch, and sob. Chapter 39. Delilah. Thank God the design phase of the project is almost over. Another 2 weeks, and all the detailed plans will be finalized. Then I can get out of here. Not only out of this building, but out of New York, at least temporarily, possibly permanently. It's been 2 weeks since Cole broke my heart. 1 week since news of the engagement went public. I haven't seen him since he left my apartment. Weekly meetings have been taken over by Tate, much to my relief. Having to sit across the table from Cole right now would be unbearable. The morning after Cole's visit, I sucked it up and spoke to Paul, notifying him of my intention to take a leave of absence after the final designs have been signed off. As much as I might like to stay through the construction phase, my heart is too sore to allow it. The thought of running into Jessica around the building, or worse, Cole and Jessica together, is too much to bear. Instead, I'm going home to spend some time with Mom, and maybe interview with some of the architectural firms in the area. It's not that I don't love New York and living with Alex, but I miss my mom, and now with Paul and Cole serving as constant reminders of my bad decisions, it seems like maybe home is where I should be. I may not see Cole anymore, but this building is still filled with his presence.
Delilah,
Paul says, appearing next to my desk. I put down my pen and swivel in my chair to face him. How can I help you, Paul? He frowns at my terse tone, the way he always does when we speak these days, as if he's surprised I don't want to talk to him any more than I have to.
you know how I told you a while ago that the King Group had entered our design concepts into the H+ Design Awards?
I nod.
Well, the good news is we're now finalists, so we're invited to attend the awards ceremony. It's the weekend before you go on leave, but you're expected to attend as one of the design team.
I understand, I say. He turns to walk away, but I stop him. I clear my throat. Will Mr. King be there? He knows what I'm asking and doesn't hide the smugness in his expression.
Of course, they'll all be attending, and I'm sure Cole will want to show off his lovely new fiancée, too.
I don't allow myself to react, knowing that's what he wants. And when I don't, he huffs out a breath and leaves. I turn back to my computer, closing my eyes and letting out a sigh. This is going to be a nightmare. To make myself feel better, I double-check my flights for home, then pull up the email I received 3 days ago from a senior partner at Abbott Bennett, one of the most prestigious architecture firms in Raleigh. I skim over it, gnawing on my lip as I read.
Dear Delilah, thank you so much for your expression of interest in our firm. I've had a look over your credentials and achievements, and I must say that I'm very impressed. Since you've said you'll be in the area in a few weeks' time, we'd love to set up a time for you to meet myself and the other partners. If this is of interest to you, please reach out to my executive assistant and organize a date and time that suits you. I've given her your details, and she'll be waiting for your call.
I've been delaying making the call, not because the firm wouldn't be wonderful to work for, but because it feels like I'm running away from New York with my tail between my legs, even though I love the idea of living closer to Mom. I know a part of my heart will always be here in New York. Or is it with Cole? I can't think like that. Cole took my heart and threw it back in my face, choosing instead to be with a woman he told me he has no interest in. He either lied to me back then, or the feelings I imagined he had for me were only in my head, because there's no way he could marry Jessica if he feels for me what I feel for him, felt for him. The pain rushing through me solidifies my intentions. As soon as I get home this evening, I'll call and arrange an interview time. Do I have to go? I moan. It's 2 weeks later, and my hotel designs have been officially signed off and submitted to the King Group's in-house construction planning team. In a rare show of appreciation, Cole is hosting an extravagant dinner tonight to celebrate the team's hard work. But I claimed a migraine and came home instead. Paul tried to strong-arm me into attending, but I refused. It's bad enough I have to see Cole tomorrow at this award ceremony. The thought of sitting across the table from him for hours tonight is intolerable. Yes, you have to go, Alex says, bringing me back to our current topic of conversation. She gives me a firm look. Don't let him win. You will walk in there with your head held high like the brave, beautiful, talented woman you are. I slump back on my bed while she marches to my closet and starts brusquely sorting through my dresses, of which I don't have many appropriate for the occasion. She makes an approving noise and pulls out one, holding it up with an assessing eye. Then she turns and thrusts it toward me. You will wear this. You will look stunning. You will make him swallow his tongue, and you will make him regret every single decision he's made in the last month. Hell, maybe in his whole life. I take the dress and look at her. What if he doesn't? What if he looks at me, then looks at Jessica and thinks, thank God I made the right choice? Alex comes over, takes the dress out of my hands, and lays it carefully on the bed before wrapping me in her arms. It doesn't matter, Dee, because what he thinks is inconsequential. You have so much in front of you, and since he's an asshole and obviously not your person, that means you still have your great love ahead of you. One day you'll meet the man of your dreams, and Cole will be a distant memory. He'll be married to that bitch and living a miserable existence. She gives me a fierce smile. Just hold that in your head. Act as if he doesn't affect you, and realize you will get through this and come out stronger on the other side. My spirits lift, and I give her another swift hug. Thank you so much. Any time, babe. She sits down next to me. I know this probably isn't the best time, but I've got some good news. I can do with some good news, so hit me. Her smile is bright. Jackson called this morning, and he and the guys have decided not to move to L.A. They're going to base themselves out of New York. Oh my God, Alex, that's fantastic. This time it's me throwing my arms around her. Her laugh sounds slightly giddy. He told me to get my ass in gear and find us some apartments to check out. I'm so happy for her. I really am. And I make sure to hide just how much my heart is breaking, even though the pain in my chest is overwhelming at the moment. The smile on Alex's face gives me a glimmer of hope that one day the hurt will ease, and I'll know the same happiness as Alex. Hopefully, that little glimmer is enough to get me through tomorrow. My hand shakes as I steal a glass of champagne off the waitress's tray. Well-dressed men and women fill the ballroom, flitting around, talking architecture. At any other time, I'd love to network and discuss the ins and outs of sustainable design, but waiting for the moment when Cole and Jessica make an appearance has me twitchy. I've yet to see them, and any bravado that Alex instilled in me has already begun to drain away.
Hello, Delilah.
I spin around and frown. I'm really not interested in talking to you, Paul. I look around. Where's Philippa? He scowls.
We're not together.
I don't feign interest. What a shame for you.
Don't be like that,
he says, stroking his fingers down my forearm.
She was never you. I don't know what I was thinking.
I do. You were thinking you could have your cake and eat it too. You were wrong. Now I'd appreciate it if you leave me alone.
Delilah.
He starts, but before he can continue, a large figure slides between us. My heart jumps when I think it might be Cole, but golden eyes meet mine, not blue.
I think the lady has made herself clear, don't you?
Tate's cold voice and large presence are enough to intimidate Paul, whose eyes dart between us. He lets out a bitter laugh.
Wow. Were you sleeping with all three brothers or just the two?
Tate doesn't move, so it must be his expression that makes Paul shuffle back a step.
I should be so fucking lucky. And you know it too, which is why you're trying to worm your way back into her life. You had your chance and you screwed it up, so how about you go sleep it off in the bed you made for yourself?
With one last piercing look, Paul slinks off and Tate turns to me, his lips tilted up in a smile. I let out a breath. Thank you. He shakes his head.
I'm sure you would have handled him yourself. I just don't like his face much.
I laugh, and he tilts his head at me.
You know you have awful taste in men, right?
My heart pangs. I know. My lower lip trembles before I can stop it, and his eyes drop to it. He reaches up and brushes my hair from my face.
You deserve better.
I stare at him in confusion. Is he flirting with me? He grins and leans closer.
Just go with it, beautiful.
His eyes dart over my head and I stiffen, certain of what his wicked smile means. Cole and Jessica are here. Why are you doing this? I murmur. His gaze meets mine, a serious expression darkening his eyes, somehow making him even more good-looking.
Because at one time we actually were brothers.
I don't know the full story behind Cole's relationship with Tate and Roman, but I know enough to understand there's pain there. I put my hand on his arm. You'll always be brothers. Don't let go of what you have because it's hard. You're all still here. You still have each other. His eyes search mine for a moment before the mischief sparks back to life.
My brother really is making a mistake.
I shrug, unsure what to say, and he laughs. Then he takes my barely touched champagne from my hand and downs it before placing it on the table behind him.
Come on,
he says, putting his hand on my back and guiding me to the bar.
I need something harder than champagne.
In my peripheral vision, I glimpse a tall, dark-haired form with a statuesque blonde at his side. I deliberately don't look in Cole's direction. He doesn't deserve my attention, and I refuse to give it to him, even though I can sense his gaze on me.
Whiskey?
Tate asks me, and I flash back to the first night I met Cole. My first instinct is to say no, but then I square my shoulders. Maybe I just need to go back to that moment and redo it. Pretend I never went home with Cole. Yes, thanks. He orders. And when we receive our drinks, he turns so he's leaning back against the bar. I match him. I don't intend to look for Cole, but I'm unable to avoid him because he's directly in my line of sight and staring right at me. His brows are lowered, his lips in a tight line. Seeing him for the first time in weeks sends a jolt of pain through me, but I refuse to let it show. I stare back as coolly as I can. Our eyes are locked, but I have no idea what's going through his head. I want to look away, but it's as if I'm trapped in his gaze. Until Jessica breaks his focus. She presses herself against him and he looks down at her, his hand coming to rest on her waist, as if on automatic. Pain punches the air from my lungs, and tears blur my vision. Damn him, and damn my stupid emotions. Before I can look away, his gaze is back on me, and I just know, he can read the hurt on my face, because I didn't have time to school my expression. I lift my whiskey, throw it back, then gasp and shudder in response. But the burn of the liquid is exactly what I need. I put the empty glass on the bar, ready to excuse myself from Tate's presence, but he stops me before I have a chance by cupping my cheek and sweeping his thumb over my lower lip, then raising it to his mouth. I freeze when his tongue flicks out to taste the drop of whiskey that must have clung there. He hums in approval. What?
You'd better go. He's on his way over.
I don't hesitate, spinning and walking away. I'm sick of this, of the two of them, and whatever it is they've got going on, of the games that rich people play with people's emotions, of feeling hurt all the time. I'll get tonight over with, and then I'll be done with all of them. I keep walking as raised voices beat against my back. How dare Cole be pissed off? He has no right, no damn right. I'm heading for the large balcony when a clawed hand grips my arm. I stop and turn, my eyes narrowing as they meet Jessica's icy glare. I know what you're doing, she hisses. You don't know anything. Trying to play brother against brother? It's a cheap tactic, and it won't work. Cole chose me. He was always going to choose me. This world will always be his priority, and unlike you, I'm a part of this world, so just accept it and move on. My eyes dart over her shoulder to see Cole bearing down on us, a furious expression on his face. Behind him, Tate is adjusting the lapels of his suit, as if Cole had grabbed him there. I turn back to Jessica and wrench my arm away from her. I'm not playing anyone, and if you think I have any interest in being a part of this world, you couldn't be more wrong. I want nothing to do with any of you. My eyes meet Cole's again, even as I continue to address Jessica. You're all miserable people, living miserable lives, where the only joy you seem to have is playing games with other people's emotions. You're welcome to each other. I'd rather live a real life with real people and real love than dirty myself with whatever it is that passes for relationships in your world. I spin on my heel and walk to the balcony with my spine straight and my head held high, trying my best to hold back the tears filling my eyes. I slip out the door and rush to the balustrade, gripping it and leaning out to take a deep breath. Before I can take more than one lungful of the crisp air, a hard body presses against me. My whole being reacts to his presence, my muscles loosening, my fingers itching to reach back and bury themselves in his hair. But a split second later, my head takes back control. "Get off me, Cole," I hiss. "Your fiancé is inside, and you don't have the right to touch me anymore." He doesn't budge, his hands dropping to my hips, his fingers pressing into my flesh, while his lips find the crook of my neck.
"I can't do it,"
he rasps, his hot breath sending goosebumps skittering over my skin.
"I can't do it."
"What?" My voice trembles. "What can't you do?" He doesn't answer, only pulls me tighter against him.
"It's not supposed to be this hard. I thought I could do it, but seeing you with him tonight, I can't."
So it was just seeing me with Tate that made him jealous. So damn typical. I shove back as hard as I can, and he finally gives me enough room to turn around. I meet his gaze, but the blaze in his eyes doesn't electrify me the way it used to. In this moment, looking at his stupidly handsome face, drawn tight with tension, I hate him more than I've ever hated anyone in my life, even my father. At least he never pretended to care about me. "Well, let me make it easy for you," I say, not recognizing my own voice. "I'm going to walk back into that ballroom. I'm going to listen to the award ceremony. I'm not going to talk to you or Jessica or Tate. I won't even look in your direction. Then, as soon as it's over, I'm going to walk out of here and forget about you, and you're going to do the same, Cole. Because whatever I thought we had was a lie and a joke, and I have no intention of dwelling on it. When I finally meet the man I will love for the rest of my life, you will be a distant memory. Now get out of my way." His posture is rigid, his face frozen, as if carved from stone. He stares at me, the fire in his eyes dimming until they're blank pools of icy blue. He steps aside and I brush past him into the ballroom, where I proceed to do exactly what I said I would do. I join the elite team, keep my eyes fixed on the stage, clap as the awards are announced, and even muster a genuine smile when our team receives the award for Sustainable Hotel Design Concept. I do all of it, all except the part where I said I'd forget all about him. It's too hard to forget when my heart is breaking all over again, as the truth of my own words ring in my ears. What I thought he felt for me was a lie, one I was responsible for telling myself.
Chapter 40. Cole. I slam into Tate's office on Monday morning to find him kicked back in his chair, his feet on his desk as he talks into the phone. This is the first time I've seen him since the awards ceremony, which he disappeared from while I was still doing my best to keep Delilah in my view at all times. Then he up and flew his personal airplane to Napa Valley for the rest of the weekend and refused to answer my calls. His brows rise at my precipitous entry. "Something's just come up," he says to whoever's on the other end of the phone. "I'll have to call you back." He hangs up as I stalk toward his desk, then pisses me off by grinning and folding his arms behind his head. "To what do I owe the honor, big brother?" I fist my hands, pressing them hard onto his desk as I lean over it. "What the fuck are you playing at?" He pretends confusion. What are you talking about? You had your hands on her. He taps his finger against his lips. I've had my hands on lots of women. I mean, just last night, I don't give a fuck what you were getting up to last night. I'm talking about Saturday night. You had your hands on Delilah. Oh, that's right. You know, I can see the appeal. She really is gorgeous, isn't she? All those curves and that mouth. The things I could do. Shut the fuck up, I roar. I don't want you anywhere near her. If you touch her again, I will end you. The way his brows rise makes me realize how unhinged I sound, about as unhinged as I feel. Seeing Delilah looking so fucking beautiful and real while I was forced to stand next to Jessica for appearance's sake had made me a little crazy. When Tate brushed his thumb across her lower lip, I'd almost crushed the glass of champagne I held in my hand. Jessica had called out after me as I stalked over there, but in that moment I hadn't given a fuck about my fiancé. The only thing that had thrummed in my veins over and over again was that Delilah was mine. But of course, she wasn't mine, as she'd pointed out a few minutes later on the balcony. The ice in her eyes when she told me she wanted to forget I existed had been the reminder I needed. Whatever was between us, had been between us, would die just as surely as it did for everyone. Better to see that coolness in her gaze now before I did something stupid like tie us together and condemn us to a lifetime of regret. That didn't stop me from being furious with my little brother. He has always been a man whore, but he's never gone after a woman I've slept with. It's an unwritten rule that all three of us have stuck to over the years. What he did with Delilah is unacceptable. Why all the fuss? He asked, as if he doesn't notice that I'm about to launch myself across the desk at him. You're about to be married. Why should you care about one of the many women you used to sleep with? My nostrils flare. She's not. Although it must be obvious from my actions that she's far more than that, I cut myself off before I can admit the truth. The fury suddenly leaves me and I drop into one of the leather chairs facing his desk. I scrub my hands over my face. Fuck. When I look at him again, there's an expression of curiosity on his face. I've never seen you like this before. I let out a harsh laugh. You haven't been around me enough to see me in any particular way. He nods. Fair point. But if I had been around you more, would I have seen you like this before? I shake my head, and he leans forward. So what is it about this woman that has you all jealous and possessive when one of the most beautiful women in New York is wearing your ring on her finger? The reminder of the huge rock I'd given Jessica a couple of weeks ago has my stomach clenching. It was expensive, gaudy, and ostentatious, and Jessica had loved it. Mainly because she'd sent the details of the ring she wanted to Samson, and I hadn't cared enough to look for something myself. In fact, I'd sent him out to buy it for me. Tate appears genuinely curious about what's on my mind, but I'm at a loss for how to explain it to him. Even if I knew, I'm not sure I want to share my feelings with him. Despite being brothers and working in the same building, we barely see each other. Not until our father's arrest 6 months ago, anyway. Since then, we've spent more time together than we have in the past 10 years. Do you remember how we used to play hide and seek whenever Mom and Dad were out of the house? I surprise myself by asking. Tate sits back in his chair, caught off guard. I remember. You two could never find me. That's because you were small and could hide in places we couldn't reach. His lips curve up, and for a moment I catch a glimpse of the little boy I used to play with. A dull ache throbs in my chest. When did we stop being friends? The question slips out before I can stop it. His smile fades. Were we ever really friends? I'm taken aback by his response. Doesn't he remember? He and I were closer in age than me and Roman, so we naturally gravitated toward each other. I thought we were. He nods, but his expression grows distant. It's rare to see my youngest brother looking so pensive, and I find myself leaning forward. Remember that time you hid in the heating vent so you could leap out at old Mrs. Jenkins when she was folding the laundry? She almost had a heart attack. The pensive expression vanishes, replaced by his familiar smirk. Fuck, I was an asshole. I chuckle. We all were. It hits me suddenly. I can't point my finger at any one thing that caused the distance between us as kids. But perhaps dwelling on the why isn't as important as working out a way to bridge that gap now. If my time with Delilah taught me anything, it's that life may not be perfect, but having even one person who shows up for you when you need them can make everything better. Our parents won't ever be those people, and there's no way my future wife will be. But maybe, just maybe, Tate and I can be that for each other. Would you like to grab a drink tonight? I ask. His eyes widen a little and he rubs his chin. I'm game, but only if you answer one question for me. I narrow my gaze, but what do I have to lose? I nod. Go ahead. You've never had a problem telling Roman no before. Why did you go along with this marriage arrangement? Something flippant hovers on my tongue, but I can't bring myself to say it. Trivializing what I'm doing feels like a disservice to Delilah, so I tell him the truth. That whole thing about it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all is bullshit. Believing you have something special and then seeing it disappear in front of your eyes is far worse. If I'm going to end up in a loveless marriage, I'd rather not start off with the illusion that it's more. He seems to understand. You won't miss what you never had. Exactly. Except even as I say it, I know it might be too late for me. I've had Delilah now, and I don't know if the memory of the warmth in her smile and the heat of her touch will ever fade, or if I'll carry around this ache in my chest for the rest of my days. I'm sorry I messed with you on Saturday, Tate says, knocking me out of my reverie. Why did you? Even with our new truce, I'm not sure I won't punch him if he says something I don't like about Delilah. Because I liked you better when you were with her. You look too much like our father with Jessica on your arm. I wince. You don't pull any punches, do you? He raises his brows. Do you want me to? No. It will be nice to have one person I can rely on to tell me the truth. A slow grin crosses his face, and out of nowhere a surge of affection hits me. You may live to regret that, he says. I push myself to my feet. I'm sure I'll start regretting it as soon as I leave this room. His chuckle follows me out of the office, and as I walk back to mine, I feel the slightest lightening in my chest for the first time since I told Delilah I was marrying Jessica. It's bittersweet, though, because I'm not sure the possibility of a better relationship with my brother would have been possible without Delilah. The lightness doesn't last. As I take a seat behind my desk, a wave of regret hits me. Even when she's not with me, she's making my life better. But I haven't done the same for her. And now, I'll never get the chance.
Chapter 41. Delilah. Mom hands me a steaming cup of tea. I lift it to my lips and breathe in the soothing peppermint scent as she sits down next to me. Tonight is my first night back at home, and although I'm happy to see Mom, my heart still aches. It seems ridiculous. How can I mourn something that was never real to begin with? And yet, I do. If it's this hard for me, I can't imagine how Mom must have felt when my dad walked away from her, especially since she was pregnant with me. Mom places a comforting hand on my back. How are you doing, sweetheart? There's no point in lying. I just feel sad all the time and angry. I'm angry, too, but mostly sad and embarrassed. I look down, a lump forming in my throat. She gently rubs my back. You have every right to be angry and sad. That's normal when any relationship ends. But why are you embarrassed? I should have known better. I did know better, but I did it anyway. Got involved with a rich man and fell in love. I did everything you warned me against doing. Mom sighs and brushes some hair off my face. Warning someone when it comes to matters of the heart never works. I should know. My parents warned me enough. She laughs softly. And they were right. And they were wrong, too. Because look what I got. She smiles at me, love shining in her eyes. I can't help but smile back, and I lean into her, laying my head on her shoulder. I love you, too. Don't let one selfish man harden your heart, sweetheart. there will be others. Men who will love you for all that you are. And then that one special man who steals your heart and refuses to let it go. That wasn't the case for you, though, Mom, I say softly. Well, she says, I had more love than I needed with my little snuggle bug. She smiles, using the childhood nickname she used to call me. I laugh through my tears. I haven't been a snuggle bug for a while. Mom strokes my hair. You'll always be my snuggle bug. And besides, it's not like I've ruled out meeting someone. I'm just not putting any pressure on myself. If it happens, it happens. I let out a breath. I'm glad I came home. I'm always glad to have you home. You know that, Mom says. But make sure it's because you want to be here, not because you're scared. Be brave. Choose to live your life despite the people who might try to drag you down. I will, Mom. I have some time to think about what I want to do, and I have that meeting with Anderson Bennett next week. I'll see how that goes, and then I can make a choice. That's all I ask. Don't give up your dreams because of a man. I won't. I hug her tightly, and she holds me close. Then I let out a breath and lean back against the couch, taking another sip of peppermint tea. I think about what I just said, and I wonder if my dreams might have changed. Going back to working so hard and never letting myself go enough to really enjoy life doesn't sound so appealing anymore. I guess if Cole has given me anything, he's given me a new perspective. I want to make Mom happy, but I know she won't want me to do it at the expense of my own happiness. Come on, I say. We didn't get to finish our Buffy marathon last time I was here. Now we'll have plenty of time. She settles back in the seat next to me as I get the episode queued up. No matter how my heart has been broken, I'll always have Mom. I rest my head on her shoulder again, and she reaches for my hand, holding it tight. So you're currently working in New York. The elegant, dark-haired woman looks over the top of her glasses at me. Can you tell me why you're considering leaving? I cross my legs and glance at the three partners of Anderson Bennett. I've loved working with a lead over the last year, but I realized how much I miss being near family. I guess I just got homesick. She smiles warmly. I know that feeling. I worked in New York for 2 years before moving home. It can be a big, lonely city. Something pinches in my chest. Yes, it can. She nods and looks back at my resume. Honestly, everything I see here is perfect. We'd be foolish not to take you on, particularly considering your recent work with the King Group. We don't have many people with your qualifications and experience knocking down our door. Thank you. She taps a fingernail on the desk. You only need to consider whether you'll really be happy downscaling your work. We don't have a lot of billion-dollar companies on our books, and there's a chance you might get bored. Take some time to think about it, maybe 2 weeks, and then call us back with your decision. I smile and nod. Thank you. I'll do that. After saying our farewells, I leave the office and get in my rental. If I move back here, I'll have to buy a car. I curl my fingers around the steering wheel and take a deep breath. I'm so conflicted. I love working in New York, but I miss Mom. And with everything that's happened with Paul and Cole, the comfort of home is pulling at my heart now. I have 3 more weeks of leave after this one, so at least I'll have time to think about it before I make a decision. Hopefully when my heart has healed a little and my head is clearer. Though I've got a horrible feeling, it will take more than 3 weeks for the pain in my heart to ease. I shift the car into gear and head home.
Chapter 42, Cole. I lean on the balcony railing with a whiskey in my hand. Just like the night Roman called with news about Dad's arrest, my eyes are drawn to King Plaza, visible in the distance from my penthouse the way it was from the hotel. And the same as that night, the lights are on in Roman's office. My fingers tighten around the cut crystal glass as the weight of my thoughts presses down on me. Is any of it worth it? The late nights, the drive to succeed, the constant pursuit of wealth and power. Is this really all there is? My brothers and I may have the best of everything, but does that make it a life worth living? Ice cubes clink against the glass as I sip the whiskey, closing my eyes so I can focus on the smooth burn as it goes down, rather than the hollow that resides in my chest, the one that's been there since the day I walked away from Delilah.
Cole?
Jessica's voice interrupts my thoughts and I grit my teeth. Giving her a key to my apartment was a mistake, but it was the compromise I made after she threw a tantrum when I refused to let her move in. I told her that could wait until after the wedding. A smirk tugs at my lips as I remember the look on her face when I said I was a traditionalist and didn't believe in living in sin. She was not happy. Still, her having a key is almost worse, since I can never predict when she'll make an appearance. I head back inside to deal with her. She's just coming down the hallway from my bedroom, obviously having checked there first. When she sees me with whiskey in hand, a feline smile of satisfaction crosses her face. She slows her walk, her hips beginning to swing as she slips the straps of her dress off her shoulders. I keep my gaze on her face, completely uninterested in what she's offering, not while I still have Delilah's memory in my head. Jessica comes to a stop a few feet in front of me, her smile slipping as I raise a brow.
Come on, Cole,
she says, a frustrated whine creeping into her voice.
Don't be like that. We had some good times before she came along.
Her dress pulls at her feet and she looks up at me with a pout as she runs her fingers over her breasts. I clench my teeth and look over her shoulder at the black mirror of my massive wall-mounted television. Even as I keep my gaze fixed on the screen, the room almost seems to recede away from me, as if the walls of my apartment are drawing back, the space around me growing bigger and emptier with every breath I take. My ribs constrict so hard they trap the air in my lungs, while my heart hammers an erratic and painful rhythm in my chest. Fuck. I'd think this was a damn panic attack if I didn't know better. It's the truth ripping its way into my consciousness. This is it. This is my future. A big empty apartment filled with all the luxuries money can buy, and two empty fucking people with empty hearts rattling around inside it. Because that's what Jessica and I are. Empty fucking people. We're the definition of the walking dead, strutting around with our wealth and our power, pretending to live when we have huge fucking voids in our chests where our hearts are meant to beat. Me, my brothers, my parents, we're empty people living in empty houses. I've no doubt Jessica's the same. We've grown up knowing nothing but the scramble to get to the top of the pile, and then the struggle to stay there, no matter what the cost. We never let ourselves admit the payoff isn't worth the price, because once we admit that, what the fuck are we left with? Is that what I want? A replica of my parents' soulless marriage, raising my children the way I was raised? I've seen firsthand what the alternative is. I've felt it. Delilah wasn't an illusion, she was real. I had her, then I threw her away. Memories of her touch, her laughter, her warmth flood my mind, and I can't ignore it any longer. When I was with her, she filled every hollow part of me, made me feel whole for the first time in as long as I can remember. She made my life better, and I want to be the man who does that for her. I need to be that man. I focus on Jessica again. I can't do this. Then I shake my head because that's not the truth of it. I won't do this. Something brittle crosses her face.
Don't be ridiculous.
I look her straight in the eye. I don't want this, and I don't think you do either. She scoffs.
Why wouldn't I want this? The two of us make perfect sense. I've known we'd get married since the first time you fucked me. You're mine, Cole. You always have been, no matter who else you've been with. I've just been waiting for the right time for us to make it official.
Is that really what you want? A sham of a marriage? A man who doesn't love you? She looks genuinely bewildered.
What does love have to do with anything?
You really want to go through life not caring about me and having me not care about you? She flicks her hair over her shoulder and shrugs.
That's the way it is. You know that. My parents have a perfectly successful marriage, and so did yours until your dad got careless.
Got careless? Jesus. I turn away from her. She's not going to get it, just like I didn't for far too long. Maybe you can't until you experience the alternative.
Come on, Cole. I'm happy to do whatever you want to do once we're married.
Her arms wrap around me from behind, her breasts pressing against my back.
You know you'd get bored with her anyway. You and me, we're the same. We know what we want and what we have to do to get it. You get me pregnant, give Dad an heir and a spare to keep him happy, and then you can do what you want. And I can do what I want. You can fuck anyone you choose. Hell, after you get me pregnant, you can track her down and fuck her until she's out of your system. Just be discreet, for God's sake. And whatever you do, don't get her pregnant. The last thing we want is to deal with rumors of a bastard running around.
She's managed to insult Delilah and my brother in one go. I pull away from her. You're as cold as fucking ice, aren't you? She laughs.
And you're exactly the same. She was in love with you and you broke her heart because your business and your money mean more to you than she ever would. So don't stand there and judge me.
The truth of her words cuts deep and my jaw clenches. Jessica doesn't read the signs. She tips her head down and looks up at me through her lashes.
We're made for each other, Cole. Now stop messing around and come and make your future wife happy.
I step closer and bend down to murmur in her ear. That's exactly what I plan to do. Then I turn and leave. Chapter 43, Cole. I walk into Roman's office without knocking. He looks up at me, surprise lighting his eyes for a brief second before he shuts it down and leans back in his chair. To what do I owe this pleasure so early on a Monday morning? I stride to the leather seats in front of his desk and drop into one, stretching out my legs and crossing them at the ankle. It's over. One dark brow rises. What's over? Jessica, me, I'm done. His eyes narrow and he leans forward. She has a ring on her finger. She can keep it or sell it, whatever she wants, but it no longer represents a commitment from me to her. Jesus Christ, Cole! Roman snaps, and it almost feels good to see the anger on his face instead of that implacable indifference. We had an agreement, for fuck's sake. When did you speak to her? It might not be too late to turn this around. I spoke to her last night, and it is too late because I will walk away from this company before I marry her. I see the closest thing to shock on his face that I've seen since we were kids. You can't seriously tell me you're so repelled by Jessica that you'd give up your shares in this company to avoid marrying her. It's not Jessica. Then what the fuck is it? It's Delilah. Roman explodes out of his seat, planting his hands on his desk and leaning over it to stare me down. No, you are not risking this company for a woman you had a fling with. I smooth down my tie, far calmer than him in this moment. It's funny, I say. When something is right, when you know deep down that it's right, nothing else matters. Not money, not power, nothing. He stares at me as if I'm crazy. I don't expect you to understand. Hell, if you'd said the same thing to me 6 months ago, I'd have thought you were crazy. But Delilah changed all of that. She changed me. And there's no going back, even if I can't convince her to give me another chance. I don't want to walk away from the King Group, because this is our company, and I want to be a part of its future. Maybe there's even some hope for this family going forward. But I will trade it all for more time with her. Deep creases form in his forehead. So you're willing to end up with nothing? Even if I walk away, I'll be far from destitute. But if you're talking about me having no part of this company, then yes, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. But it would be good if that weren't the case. I think if you, me, and Tate sit down, we can figure out a way to salvage Barrington's investment that doesn't rely on me marrying Jessica. He's a smart man. He might want to think he has a personal stake in a company. He might be happy pandering to his daughter to get it. But first and foremost, he's a businessman, and he'll listen to what we have to say. Roman regards me with steely eyes for a moment, then sits down again. He drums his fingers on his desk with a look of consideration on his face. I wait patiently for his response. "I don't pretend to understand your position," he eventually says. "But I don't want to lose you. If you're determined, then let's get this sorted out." My shoulders relax as he picks up his phone. "Tate, do you have a moment to come to my office?" He listens. "Good, see you in a minute." He hangs up, then steeples his fingers under his chin as he scrutinizes me, something that almost looks like amusement flickering in his eyes. "You have hope for this family, huh?" My lips tug up, but I shrug casually as the door swings open and Tate walks in. "It's never too late," I say. "What's it never too late for?" he asks, making his way to the chair next to me. "Second chances." I might be answering his question, but it's dark hair and green eyes I see. Tate eyes me curiously, then turns his attention to Roman. "What do you want to talk about?" I focus on my brothers. The three of us are going to work this out, and then I'm going for Delilah. I'm getting her back, and I don't care what it takes. Chapter 44, Cole. The driver pulls up and I sit there for a moment, taking in the house that Delilah grew up in. It's small, but the front yard is well maintained, with flowers and shrubs planted in beds around the front porch. It's funny. I can't imagine growing up here, but I can picture Delilah as a child as clear as day, running through the sprinklers during the heat of summer, kneeling side by side with her mother as they planted flowers, helping her mom carry the groceries up the porch steps. Simple things, things she might have taken for granted, things I'd give anything to have experienced because maybe it would be easier for me to know how to be with her, how to give her what she needs. I tell the driver to wait for me further down the street, then I climb out of the car. I'm wearing a suit, which may have been a mistake in hindsight, but it's too late now. I stride to the front door, wondering if anyone will be home, if Delilah is even staying here. I assumed she would, but I don't know for sure. I'll find out soon. I knock and wait. When footsteps sound on the other side of the door, my heart pounds against my ribs, hoping I'll get to see her again for the first time in far too long. But when the door opens, it's not her. Although, if I were to guess what Delilah will look like in 20 years or so, this would be what I would imagine. She's petite, dark-haired, and with the same cat-like eyes as her daughter, although hers are blue. Does Delilah get those green eyes from her father, the man that rejected her in favor of his wealth and position? Just like I did. I push that thought aside. I need to focus. The woman looking up at me purses her lips and crosses her arms. She obviously knows exactly who I am, and she is not impressed.
Delilah isn't here. So you can get back on that private jet I'm sure you flew in on and fly right back home again.
Getting past Delilah's mom will be the first challenge, but not one I plan to back down from. Sorry, ma'am. I can't do that. She narrows her eyes.
And why is that? You have everything you need back in New York. Your fancy penthouse, your fancy cars, all your money, your fiancé. Leave my daughter alone and let her get over you in peace.
Sharing my feelings with a stranger is normally the last thing I would do, but now's not the time to hold back. I don't have a fiancé, and I definitely don't have everything I need because I need Delilah. I need her, and without her, everything else is meaningless. She studies me, a line forming between her brows. Then she steps back.
If you won't leave, you might as well come in.
A silent breath rushes out of me, and I step over the threshold, taking in the well-worn furniture and the small, functional kitchen off to the side. Bright throw pillows on the couch and sketches of flowers on the wall give it a cozy, lived-in feel.
Would you like tea or coffee?
Just some water, thank you.
I only have tap water.
Her chin is raised as if she thinks I'll make a fuss over her lack of anything fancier. I smile. Tap water is fine. The corners of her lips give a faint twitch, and I take that as a win. She goes to the kitchen and returns with a glass, which she sets on a coaster on the small wooden coffee table. Assuming that's an invitation to sit, I do, and she settles in the armchair opposite me. I've been in a lot of high-pressure meetings with very powerful people, but I don't think I've ever sweated more than I am under the piercing gaze of Delilah's mom. It's the look of a mother who wants nothing more than to protect her child. It's a look I never got to see growing up, but I liked that Delilah did. I like knowing that even without her father in the picture, she knew she was loved and protected. I want to be the person who loves and protects her now. I haven't done a good job so far, but I'm going to change that.
Okay, let me hear it.
She says. I frown and Delilah's mom shakes her head.
What are you hoping to achieve by coming here, Mr. King?
It's Cole, I say, and she nods, but her stony facade doesn't change, and she doesn't offer her name in exchange. I let out a breath. Hopefully she'll hear the honesty in my voice. I made a mistake. I hurt her, and there is no acceptable excuse for what I did. I don't know if I can make it right, or if Delilah can find it in her heart to forgive me, but I'm going to try anyway. I want to give her everything she's ever wanted, everything she's ever dreamed of. I want to know what it's like to wake up with her every morning and go to sleep with her every night. I want a life of loving her. I'm not sure what it will take to show her I'll never make the mistake of leaving her ever again, but that's what I'm here to figure out. During my speech, her face softens, and by the time I finish, I swear there's the glimmer of a smile on her face.
Well, you're here, and that's a good first step. Can I ask what happened to the woman you were planning to marry? Did you leave her broken-hearted too?
That's a loaded question, if ever I heard one. You have to understand, Ms. West.
Beth,
She says, and my hopes rise a little higher. Beth, I acknowledge before continuing. You have to understand that marriage isn't about love in my world. It's about alliances. It's about trading power and influence. I never loved Jessica, and I can guarantee she never loved me. Her feelings might have been hurt when I broke it off, but more likely her ego, and definitely not her heart.
so why did you agree to it in the first place? You must have known Delilah had feelings for you, and that your decision would hurt her.
A trickle of sweat makes its way down my back. I'm not painting myself in the best light here, but there's nothing to do but forge on. Because I believed love wasn't important for people like me. I thought it was the one thing we didn't get to have. She watches me intently.
Are you saying you believe differently now?
I picture Delilah making me grilled cheese in my barely used kitchen. I picture her with her face lit up as she talked about her designs. I remember how she stood up to my mother without even blinking. I see her smile and hear her laugh and remember the silk of her skin and the sound of her gasps. I look her mother right in the eye. Now I believe love is there if you look for it, regardless of who you are, and if you're lucky enough to find it, you hold on to it with everything you have. I think the only people who don't deserve love are those who refuse to believe in it, even when it's right there in front of them. A slow smile breaks across her face.
Well then, Delilah never did do things by half.
I'm not exactly sure what she means, but the smile she gives me makes me think I've convinced her I'm here for the right reasons.
Of course. That's the easy part. Now you have to convince her. Do you have a plan for that? Or are you going to wing it the way you just did?
I grimace. To be honest, I haven't thought past getting to see her again. There's a noise outside, and she looks toward the front door.
Well, I think you're going to get your chance. Chapter 45. Delilah. I park Mom's battered old car in the driveway and collect the groceries from the back seat before carrying them up the path to the house. Before I can put the key in the lock, the door opens, and I smile at Mom. I got all the ingredients you wanted, and I picked up some ice cream for dessert. I stop when I notice the serious expression on her face. Is everything okay? She reaches to take the bags from my hands. Cole's here. My heart almost stops. What? He's here. But it's up to you if he stays. I throttle the feeling of betrayal that swells in my chest. Mom wouldn't have let him in if he hadn't given her a good enough reason. I just don't have a clue what that could be. I draw in a long breath, then another one, my heart beating a rapid tattoo in my chest. Mom gives me a reassuring smile, nods toward the small living room, then heads for the kitchen with the groceries. He's standing, watching me as I approach, and my breath catches in my throat at the sight of him. I don't know why he's here. I don't know why he isn't back in New York with Jessica. I'm torn between drinking him in and wanting to walk straight past him into my bedroom. But my mom didn't raise a coward, so I stop in front of him and look up. He's just as gorgeous as I remember. What I don't remember is the drawn look to his face and the glimmer of desperation in his gaze.
Delilah,
He says, and just my name spoken in that deep, velvety voice makes me tremble. I don't beat around the bush. Does Jessica know you're here? If I expect him to flinch or act evasive, I'm disappointed. He holds my gaze steadily.
I don't care if she does or not. I ended it with her.
My traitorous heart leaps at that news before I remember that he still traded me in for a woman who's part of his world. That he stood in front of me and told me he planned to marry someone else, meaning he never felt for me what I felt for him. I stand firm. Why are you here, Cole? I'm pretty sure I said everything I had to say to you at the awards night. His eyes bore into me.
You did, and you had every right to say all of it.
For the first time, he looks uncertain, his eyes flicking away as he rubs his hand over his chin.
I fucked up more than I thought it was possible to fuck up. I put my company first. I put myself first. I hurt you in a way I never imagined I could hurt someone because I never believed someone could feel about me the way you did.
My resolve wavers, but I can't let down my guard. He's hurt me once, and there's nothing to stop him from doing it again when his position, his status, and his need to hold on to his wealth and power require it of him. Is that an apology? His brow creases a little, his hands coming up as if he wants to grip my arms and pull me toward him. Thankfully, he doesn't make contact, letting them fall back to his side.
Not enough of one. I'm sorry, Delilah. I'm sorry for all of it, every bit of pain I caused you. But I'm here to make it right. I'm here to win you back.
Win me back? I shake my head. Cole, there is no winning me back. I may not have said the words, but I was offering you my heart. I stood there in front of you, begging you not to leave me, and you walked away and put a ring on Jessica's finger. I'm sorry things didn't work out for you two, but that doesn't mean you get to come running back to me to pass the time until the next society princess comes along to share your crown. Icy fire flashes in his eyes.
That isn't what this is.
Then what is it? He takes a step forward, his voice lowering.
The only reason I got engaged to Jessica was for the King Group. The minute I realized what a mistake I was making, I ended it.
He reaches for me again, and for a moment I weaken, letting him cup my jaw. His gaze sears into me.
I never fucking touched her, kitten. You need to know that. I couldn't bear the thought.
I hate the surge of relief that hits me at his words. It shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. I step back and his hand drops. He doesn't let that deter him, though.
I want another chance to be the man you need, Delilah.
No. Tears fill my eyes and I shake my head. I already gave you a second chance. I'm sick of having to give everyone a second chance. My father was given all the chances in the world to be in my life. I gave Paul a second chance and look where that got me. I shouldn't have to give everyone more than one chance to love me.
Delilah.
I want you to leave. I ignore the way my voice trembles.
No, Delilah. Just let me.
I turn my back on him and walk to the front door, opening it and standing there waiting for him to leave. For a moment I think he won't, that he'll force me to face him again, to listen to the words that my heart will try too desperately to cling to, because I want to believe him. I want it so much that the longing threatens to choke me, but I can't. I can't believe him. Then his presence looms behind me.
You're right. You shouldn't need to give me another chance because I should have realized what I had before I lost you. But I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix us.
There is no us, Cole. Exhaustion leaches through my veins, and I need him to go. He ducks his head so he can meet my gaze with unwavering eyes.
There'll be an us in my heart forever, Delilah, even if there isn't in yours anymore. I'm not leaving until I've done everything in my power to convince you that you'll never have to give anyone else a second chance again. I'll be the last chance you'll ever need to take.
He turns and strides down the path without looking back, although he glances at my mom's rusty car as he passes. It's lucky he doesn't turn, because if he had, he might have seen the way my legs went weak at his words. He might have seen the tears that sprang to my eyes with the almost overwhelming urge to reach for him, to bury my face in his chest and believe him. But I'm too hurt, and my heart is too scarred to open for him again so easily. He says he'll stay until he convinces me there's still an us. But I bet he'll be gone as soon as he's needed in New York. And then I'll know exactly what I'm worth to Cole King. The next evening, I return home after my jog, my feet stuttering to a halt as I pull out my earphones. What the hell? My first thought is that Cole's back, having driven himself this time, but I know that's not it. The shiny red car in the driveway is brand new. It doesn't even look like it was driven here. It looks like someone picked it up from the car lot and dropped it in front of Mom's garage where her car normally sits. I walk up the path and let myself into the house, spotting his dark head straight away. He's sitting on the couch, the same place as yesterday, and Mom's sitting opposite him, serenely sipping a cup of tea. I take a deep breath, then drop my keys on the sideboard. "Please tell me that's your car outside?" I direct the comment to Cole. He stands immediately, his deep blue eyes raking over me in a way that still has the power to make my heart flutter. He looks from me to my mom, who's sitting back in her chair, watching me with a tiny smile that I don't understand. She should be the last person encouraging Cole. She knows exactly how reckless men like him are with the hearts that are given to them.
It's your mother's.
Cole says. "You bought it for her." It's a statement, not a question, because of course he did.
The other one seemed like it was on its last legs.
My gaze goes to Mom. "I'm assuming you didn't accept it." She laughs. "Of course not." I thanked Cole, but told him I don't accept cars from strangers, no matter how rich they might be. We're just waiting for the dealership to pick it up again. I return my glare to Cole. "I can't believe you bought a car." "He also bought a plot of land," Mom says calmly. My gaze ping-pongs between her and Cole. "What?" "For my dream house that you're apparently designing for me." Her smile is soft. "I'd like to see the plan sometime." Of course. I just wanted to be closer to affording it before I told you. I'm not quite there yet, and we definitely don't need the land yet. I pin Cole with my stare, not sure if I'm more annoyed at him for buying land or spilling my secret.
It's a good plot. It's on the river. I thought you could put in a boat dock.
I let out a slightly hysterical laugh. "A boat dock? Cole, Mom's not rich. I'm not rich. We're not going to spend our weekends on a boat sipping champagne. That's your life, not ours. And if Mom doesn't want a car from you, I can guarantee she doesn't want an expensive plot of land." Mom stands and brushes down her skirt. "I might give you two a moment alone." "Don't worry, Mom," I say. "Cole's just leaving." I stare at him until he clenches his jaw, nods, and turns to Mom.
Thank you for the tea, Beth.
For the first time, I notice the empty teacup on the coffee table in front of him, and something warm flutters to life in my belly at the thought of Cole and my mom drinking tea and talking. That feeling doesn't bear looking at too closely right now. It was my pleasure, Cole, and thank you for your thoughtful gifts. I hope you understand why I can't accept them. A smile pulls at the corners of his lips.
I do now.
He inclines his head to her.
I'll see you next time.
Next time? I question, but Mom merely smiles benignly as Cole moves toward me. We need to talk outside. He follows me onto the porch, and I close the front door behind us before whirling on him. I can't believe you thought you could buy your way back into my life, and using my mother to do it. You should know I don't want your money, Cole. Stop throwing it around and thinking it's going to fix things.
I'm not throwing it around,
he says, his voice pitched low.
I'm not trying to buy your heart back. It's worth far more than I have.
A lick of warmth spreads through me. Why does he keep saying such sweet things? Then why did you think turning up here with a new car and a plot of land would win you any favors? His eyes darken.
Because it's the only thing I can offer you. The only thing I can give you that you need.
I stare at him, then shake my head, sadness welling up in my chest. No, it's not, Cole. I don't need your money or what it can buy me. A relationship isn't supposed to be transactional that way. It's about being with someone because you can't imagine not being with them. It's about sharing your heart and soul with someone, knowing they see you for who you really are, that they understand you in a way no one else can. His jaw is tight as he watches me.
Okay.
That wasn't what I was expecting. Okay? He nods, steps closer, and reaches up to brush a strand of hair off my face.
I'll do better next time.
Next time? I say weakly. I thought you'd have to go back to New York soon.
I don't need New York. I need you.
He says it so simply that my heart almost bursts free from the prison I've put it in. But I manage to hold firm. I want to believe. I want it so much I'm practically vibrating with the need to throw myself into his arms. But words are meaningless, and I don't know if I can trust his. He reads my indecision and takes a step back.
The truck will be here to pick up the car soon.
Okay, I whisper. His lips tip up at the corners a little.
I'm not giving up, Delilah.
It's all he says before he turns and walks down the path toward the driver and car waiting for him. I don't stay to watch him get in and drive away. Too scared I'll suddenly cave and run after him. I go back into the house and find Mom in the kitchen, washing up the teacups. I slump against the counter and bury my face in my hands, tears threatening to spill. What am I going to do, Mom? He thinks using his money is the way to prove he cares, but that just shows he doesn't know me at all. I pause, my voice trembling. If he doesn't understand something so fundamental about me, how can he possibly feel the way he says he does? Mom dries her hands on a dishcloth, then rubs her hand up and down my back. I think you might need to look at it differently. What do you mean? He was using his money, that's true, and it's not how he should try to win you back. But you have to remember, that's all he knows. It's how he's lived his life, and it's not always easy to change that way of thinking, and... Mom pauses for a moment, her expression turning soft. He knows you, Delilah. It might not look that way on the face of it, but he knows you. I should be surprised that Mom's defending Cole, but somehow I'm not. What do you mean? She strokes my hand. What do you care about? I shake my head, bewildered. For better or worse, you've driven yourself so hard all your life. Why is that? I swallow past the lump in my throat. Because I want to give you a better life, I admitted, saying the words to her for the first time. The life stolen from you when you got pregnant with me. I want you to be happy and have nice things. I suck in a sharp breath. Mom nods, her love for me shining in her eyes as she smooths a strand of hair away from my wet cheek. If he was just throwing his money around, he would have used it to buy you jewelry or fancy clothes you don't want. He would have bought you a car. He wasn't using his money to impress you. He was using it to give you something you cared deeply about. Tears blur my vision at the truth of what she's saying. I think you should give him a chance, Delilah. If I didn't believe he was truly sorry, and that he cares about you. I'd never say it, but he does care, a lot. He just hasn't quite figured out the best way to show you yet. Mom, I whisper, hope warring with pain in my chest. He hurt me so badly. She wraps her arms around me. I know, sweetheart. I know he did. And I know I've spent your life telling you to be cautious with men, with giving them your body and your heart, because I didn't want you to go through the same pain I did with your dad. But that doesn't mean I don't want you to experience great love. And you'll never know if Cole could be that for you if you don't take a chance. From what you've told me, he didn't have much love growing up, so maybe he doesn't know how to express that part of himself. But he's trying, Delilah. It might take him some practice, and it might take you to show him the way, but I can't think of anyone better to show him how to love with his whole heart than you. I lay my head on her shoulder and let myself cry silently for a few minutes, and then I pull myself together and wipe my eyes. I don't even know where he's staying. I didn't ask. What if he doesn't come back? She brushes away a tear I missed. If he doesn't, then it will just prove you were right and his heart wasn't in it. But I don't think you have to worry about that. I think you'll see him sooner rather than later. She squeezes my hand. Okay? Okay. And it's that hope that I hold on to as I lie in bed, trying to fall asleep that night. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for Cole and me, after all.
Chapter 46, Cole. I pull up outside Delilah's mom's house and shift the car into park. Since I plan to be here for the foreseeable future, it makes sense for me to rent a car rather than relying on a driver all the time. The sunset sends warm beams of light through the window as I sit and consider what my next steps will be. I have to recalibrate. Buying things for Delilah's mom was a mistake. She doesn't need my money. Give Delilah a few more years and she'll be able to buy those things for her mom herself. Unfortunately, I haven't come up with another plan yet. Everything I think of involves money in some way, so for now I'll just keep showing up. Being near Delilah, even if she hasn't forgiven me, is far better than spending hours alone in my hotel room, and maybe something will come to me when I see her. I lock the car and make my way up the path that's already become so familiar. When I knock on the door, there's no answer, although Beth's battered old car sits in the driveway. I walk around to the side of the house and peer over the fence. Hello? Delilah's mom pops her head around the corner.
Oh, Cole, I'm back here, honey.
I pause at the term of endearment. Sure, I've had women call me that before when they were trying to be cute or seductive, and it never did a thing for me. But hearing it from Delilah's mom, spoken with an undercurrent of what seems to be genuine affection, tightens my chest. I unlatch the gate and make my way to the backyard, where I find Beth kneeling by a small vegetable patch. I'm struck by a sudden vision. Delilah in the backyard of a house she's designed just for us, digging up carrots she's grown herself, maybe with a little doppelganger of her own helping her, just the way I'm sure she would have helped her mom. Pain pierces my chest. It's something I never would have imagined wanting before, and now the thought of not having it feels like an unbearable loss.
Delilah will be back in about half an hour,
Beth says, shading her eyes against the lowering sun as she looks up at me.
She went to pick up the ingredients for dinner.
She's hard to catch.
She always does better when she's busy.
I nod at the vegetable patch. What are you growing? She points them out as she names them.
Green beans, squash, carrots, zucchini, and cucumbers.
That's quite impressive. She shrugs as she sinks a trowel into the dirt.
It's a good way to save some money on groceries.
I wince internally. That's not something I've ever had to think about. Suddenly I'm ashamed to be standing above her in my designer clothes. Can I help? She squints one eye at me.
You'll get dirty.
It's okay. It's not like I can't afford a new suit. A grin spreads across her face.
Okay then. Kneel here next to me, and I'll put you to work.
I do as she says, and she hands me a little spade.
Just dig holes a couple of inches deep and about this far apart.
She gestures at the holes she's already dug.
And I'll start putting the seeds in.
I dig into the soft dirt. What are we planting?
Beets.
Beets, huh? Not my favorite.
Maybe you have to try them prepared the right way.
I chuckle. Maybe. We chat for a while, and then I hear the back door open and look up in time to see Delilah walk out. She stops in her tracks when she sees me. What thoughts are running around behind those pretty green eyes when she looks at me?
Hi. You came back.
Of course. Didn't she believe me when I said I wasn't going anywhere?
And you're helping Mom plant beets?
I glance down at my fingers wrapped around the spade. It appears so. She walks down the steps toward us, and she's so fucking gorgeous that it's suddenly hard to take a breath.
Delilah, do you mind finishing this off while I get dinner started?
Beth says, and when I glance at her, she gives me a subtle wink. My lips tilt up in response, and then she's standing and brushing the dirt off her knees and handing her trowel to Delilah, who sinks down next to me. The scent of sunshine and wildflowers invades my senses. All I want to do is to pull her to me and kiss her, but I doubt she'd appreciate that.
This is something I never thought I'd see,
she says, and when I look at her profile, the corner of her mouth is turned up in a smile. Me either. You'll have to take a photo and send it to my brothers. She's silent for a moment, dropping seeds into the holes I'm digging.
Do they know where you are?
I told them I was coming to try to get you back at the same time I told them I wouldn't marry Jessica.
Were they okay with it?
I laugh. I didn't really give them a choice. We just had to find a way to secure Barrington's investment that doesn't involve his daughter.
And what way is that?
We've given him first right of refusal on any international commercial properties we develop for the next 10 years. I sense, rather than see her, turn to look at me.
That seems like a good deal for him.
It is. It's not something we'd normally consider offering anyone.
And your brothers didn't have a problem with that?
I face her then. There was an intense discussion, but once they realized how serious I was, they came through. Her eyes brighten.
They showed up for you.
I nod. Maybe there's hope for my brothers and me after all.
I'm happy for you, Cole.
Her words ring with sincerity, and I can't resist the urge to touch her any longer. I grip her hand firmly, pulling her to her feet, then gently brush my thumb over her cheek. I enjoy talking to you like this, Delilah, I say softly. I like being in the house where you grew up, but I want to make it crystal clear why I'm here. I'm here for you. I want a future with you. I'm not just looking for a casual fling or your friendship. I want all of you, heart, body, and soul. The only future I can envision now is one with you by my side, and I know I fucked up with the car and the... She shakes her head and I stop.
You didn't mess up, Cole,
she says softly, her voice filled with emotion.
Those weren't gifts that Mom and I could accept, but the fact that you wanted to take care of her.
She swallows, and it's there, shimmering in her eyes. The look that makes me feel alive the way nothing else does. A smile trembles on her lips.
It took me a moment to see it, but it means more to me than anything else. It showed me that you know my heart, and it showed me yours.
Her hand comes to rest on my chest, right over the wildly beating organ.
And I really, really like what I see.
Relief floods through me, and without thinking I step forward, sinking the fingers of one hand into her soft hair and curving them around the back of her neck so I can pull her closer to me. I like what I see too, I murmur.
Is that so?
Her voice is barely above a whisper. Yes, in fact, I don't just like what I see, I love what I see. She wets her lips, her eyes locked on mine.
You do?
I love it, I say, hoping she can hear the sincerity in my voice. I love what I see so much that I don't think I can live without seeing it anymore. My eyes drift over her face, drinking in every detail. Her breath turns uneven.
I had the impression you didn't believe in love.
I didn't believe in much of anything until I met you, I admit. You showed me what love looks like, how it feels. There's no going back now.
Did I show you how to hold on to it?
Her question hangs in the air, uncertainty threaded through it. I know what she's asking, and I trace her lower lip with my thumb. Delilah, I will never let you go again. It's not an option for me. Before you, my life was empty. I was empty, and I didn't even know it. I can't go back to that. I won't. And I'm not just saying that because I need you to forgive me and love me again. I mean it. I will always mean it. I won't let anything come between us. Not money, not my company, nothing. You are the most important thing to me. You've changed everything, and I can't imagine going back to the way I was before, thinking wealth and power were enough to make me happy. It's you, Delilah. You're what makes me happy. Her eyes glisten, even as the corners of her mouth lift in a smile so full of joy that I swear the heart I once thought was cold and dead is going to smash its way through my chest. She tips her head to the side, her long, dark hair tumbling over her shoulder.
I never knew you were so poetic.
What can I say? You bring out the best in me. Her lips part and she goes up on her toes. Sensing her intention, I twist my hand in her hair to stop her from closing the distance between our lips. Because I need her to know without any doubt. I keep my gaze fixed on hers. I love you, Delilah. It took me too long to admit it to myself, and not because I didn't feel it. Fuck, it was because I was feeling too much of everything I'd never felt before. But now that I've said it, I don't plan to stop. Maybe one day, if you forgive me, you'll be able to say it back. She doesn't let me finish, her hands framing my face.
I love you, Cole. I never stopped, as much as I wanted to. And I won't make you wait for me to say it, because I've already forgiven you.
And right there, in her mother's garden, with the setting sun bathing her in golden light, she kisses me. I let her take the lead for a few seconds, reveling in a moment where I can taste her again. Then I take over, reclaiming her mouth the way I intend to reclaim her body later. My hands roam over her curves, dropping to her ass so I can pull her flush against me. She moans into my mouth, her hands twisting in my shirt as if she never wants to let go. And I plan to make sure she doesn't, because I won't. I'm never leaving her side again. I had everything I wanted when I was growing up, but not the thing I needed most. Now that I have it, I'll cherish it as if it's the most valuable thing in the world. Because it is. She is. And I'll spend every damn day from here on out proving it to her.
Epilogue. Delilah. Mom reaches over the table and squeezes my hand. I could get used to this. I look around at the restaurant we're dining in tonight. It's fancy, even by Cole's standards. And although he and I eat in fancy restaurants quite often, we also cook at home a lot now. Cole has turned out to be quite the promising home chef. Late-night grilled cheese is still our favorite. And we need it a lot to keep our energy up. But tonight is a special occasion, Mom's birthday. Cole sent his private jet to pick her up and fly her to New York for the weekend. We're putting her up in one of Cole's hotel suites, all expenses paid. I think we're all grateful for that bit of privacy during her visit. Cole insists on giving me multiple orgasms every night, and he doesn't like it when I'm quiet. I don't think any of us want to be traumatized by my mom having to listen to that. Speaking of Cole, I look around for him. A few minutes ago, he'd excused himself to make a call and gone outside. I was surprised he'd left in the middle of Mom's birthday dinner for work, but I know he wouldn't leave for something that wasn't important. Across from me, Mom's smile freezes, her gaze fixed on something over my shoulder. I turn to look at what's caught her attention, and my heart sinks. You have got to be kidding me. It's been years since I last saw my father. As far as I know, he spends most of his time in Europe with his family, so how can he possibly be here now? I turn back to Mom. I can't believe it. Are you okay? Do you want to leave? Just ignore him. Mom focuses on me and shakes her head. It's all he deserves. She's right. I smile and she returns it. She looks lovely tonight. I hope that when I'm her age, 19 years from now, I'm as elegant and beautiful as she is. I have something for you when we get back to the house, I say. Another present. Her brows shoot up. But you've already given me so much. Cole and I spoiled her because we could. Sometimes throwing money around is just as satisfying as you might think, and seeing Mom's face light up with each gift brought me so much joy. The sudden tightening of Mom's expression is the only warning I have before he steps up next to our table. I look up at my father and then at Mom, who takes a determined spoonful of her dessert.
Beth, you're looking good,
he says, then clears his throat.
Delilah, you look lovely.
My eyes widen. The gall of this man. He cannot seriously think this is an appropriate time and place to approach the woman he abandoned and the child he never acknowledged. Thank you, Ted, Mom replies, finally deigning to look up at him. Is there some reason you've come over here? I'm so proud of her composure. For a moment he looks uncomfortable, but only for a moment.
I saw that you're dining with Cole King tonight,
he says, and it all becomes clear. Yes, I wait for him to turn his attention to me. Cole is my boyfriend, but I'm sure you know that already. He doesn't even look ashamed. I don't think men like him know what shame feels like. If I ever thought Cole was arrogant and entitled, I was wrong. The epitome of those two things is standing right here in front of me.
I'd heard the rumors. Congratulations, that's quite the coup.
My father, Ted, says. I shake my head. How do you even respond to a comment like that? Mom puts her spoon down with a clink. Is there something you wanted?
I know we haven't always had the best relationship, Beth, and I want to apologize for that. I was under a lot of pressure back when everything happened. My parents would have disowned me for getting a girl pregnant.
He looks at me again.
That wasn't fair to you, Delilah, and I'd like to make it up to you if you'll let me. Make what up?
Cole's voice comes from behind me, and I turn in my seat to look up at him. He's focused on my father, though. While he looks completely calm, I can sense the cold anger rolling off him. Oblivious, Ted extends his hand, a broad smile on his face.
Cole, Ted Barrett, CEO of Apex Industries. I know who you are.
Cole doesn't take his hand. After a few seconds of leaving it hanging in midair, my father drops it. Undeterred, he forges right ahead.
I've been wanting to meet you. I have some fantastic investment opportunities. I think you'll be... You don't.
Cole says. My father stops, obviously confused.
Sorry? You don't have any investment opportunities I'd be interested in because you no longer own the majority share of your company. The King Group does.
All the blood leaves my father's face.
What? Your company has been having difficulties for a while now. Mismanagement, apparently. Your shares are at the lowest price they've been for a decade. I saw you come in and I decided now was the right time to make the call. So, no. You don't have some investments for me. You are an investment. And unfortunately for you, as of...
Cole checks his watch.
10 minutes ago, you're no longer CEO of Apex Industries. My brothers and I will appoint one of our own people to take over first thing tomorrow.
My father stares at Cole with an expression I'm not sure I've ever seen on anyone's face before.
You can't be serious. That's preposterous.
Cole turns his back on him.
Are we all done, ladies?
Mom stands in one graceful movement, and I follow her lead. Yes, thank you, Cole, she says. The meal was delicious. He gives her the smile I love to see, one filled with the easy affection that has grown between them over the 8 months Cole and I have officially been together. It warms my heart to see him receive the type of maternal care he never received growing up. To be short, she mothers him, and the big bad billionaire that he is eats it up. We make our way past Ted, who is pulling his phone out of his pocket and frantically tapping the screen. He'll find out soon enough that Cole isn't bluffing. When my man takes my hand in his, I look up at him, meeting his warm gaze and mouth. Thank you. behind my mother's back. He bends down and brushes his lips against mine.
Sometimes having money and power is a good thing.
I smile and run my fingers over the 5 o'clock shadow on his cheeks. He just can't help himself. As much as he wouldn't confirm it, I still believe he was responsible for Philippa and Paul being gone from New York when I got back from my leave 8 months ago. Apparently, Philippa had made a sudden decision to return to the UK, and Paul had been sent to the Hong Kong office for 3 years. It may not sound like a punishment, but everyone in the office knows that while he's out of New York, his chance of promotion to partner is next to none, regardless of why they were gone. I can't say I was disappointed not to have to see either of them. We make our way out of the restaurant and into the car already waiting for us. As Jonathan pulls into traffic and heads toward the penthouse, I watch Cole and my mom chatting easily together. How did I get so lucky? When we arrive, I get Mom settled on the couch with a glass of red, then rush to our bedroom to get her last gift. Cole follows me, and before I can pick up the rolled-up sheet of paper from where I left it on the bed, he wraps his arms around me from behind and pulls me to him.
Have I told you tonight how damn sexy you look?
His hot breath whispers against my ear. I laugh softly, just once or twice.
About half a dozen more times and it will almost be enough.
He brushes his lips against my jaw. Who knew you'd turn out to be such a charmer? His hand slides down my thigh and up again, bringing the hem of my dress with it.
Maybe I just want to get in your panties.
I tip my head forward to give his mouth access to the nape of my neck. Oh, you definitely want to get in my panties.
I can have you coming in 2 minutes.
His voice is rough with desire. Cole, I gasp. I can feel him pressing hot and hard against my back, and it's a fight to stop his hand's journey. But even with him, I have my limits. Screwing each other's brains out while my mother waits for us in the lounge room is a boundary I'm not willing to cross. I turn in his arms. We can't, but I promise I'll make it up to you later.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
The rasp in his voice has heat pooling low in my core.
Because the minute your mom leaves, the only words that will be coming out of your mouth are yes, Cole. Now practice saying them for me.
His hand roams lower, and his fingers rub over me, making me moan. I give him what he wants. Yes, Cole. He growls in satisfaction and releases me. I take a deep breath and try to compose myself, then pick up the gift and follow him out of the room. When I give Mom the plans for her house, she cries happy tears. I tell her I can make any changes she wants, but she says she loves the design, that it's perfect, not too big and not too small. It has everything I ever remember her mentioning. A little library of her own, a beautifully fitted-out kitchen, a mudroom and a sunroom, and a covered patio where she can sit and look over her vegetable garden, and 2 guest rooms for visitors. One more celebratory glass of wine later, Cole calls for Jonathan, and with promises to meet up tomorrow for breakfast, we say goodnight. I go down with Mom to make sure she gets into the car safely, while Cole stays upstairs to tidy up. He must have been waiting for me, because as soon as I walk back in the front door, he grabs me and spins me so my chest is pressed against the wall. His big body against mine makes my heart thunder, as always, and I let out a little moan of encouragement.
Remember what you promised me?
He asks, and it takes my mind a moment to register. I close my eyes and smile. Yes, Cole.
Good. That's all I want to hear from you until I tell you otherwise, okay?
Yes, Cole.
Good girl.
His voice is pitched so low I shiver in anticipation. His hands slide under my dress and into my panties, finding my slick core straight away. I get the feeling he's too impatient to take this slow. He'll make me come quick and hard so that he can drag out my next orgasm until he has me screaming his name. With the fingers of one hand sinking into me and the other cupping my breast and pinching my nipple, he has me reaching my peak in record time.
Let me hear you,
he says, and I give him what he wants. Yes, Cole. Yes, yes. Yes! My body explodes with my climax, my ass pushing back against his rock-hard cock as I writhe on his hand. When I'm finally finished and sagging against the wall, Cole nuzzles my neck.
Stay where you are, don't move a muscle, and remember what you promised.
I nod, and he steps back, the air cool on my sweat-slicked back. I keep my palms and my forehead against the wall like he commanded and wait to find out what he wants from me next. There's a brush of knuckles down my spine, and then...
Turn around.
I bite my lower lip in anticipation of what's coming, and I turn, only to gasp when my eyes drop and I see him on one knee. He's holding out a turquoise ring box with the most beautiful diamond engagement ring shimmering against the satin material inside.
Delilah,
he says, as my heart flings itself against my rib cage.
I love you in a way I didn't know was even possible. From the moment you sat down next to me in that bar, you've made me feel things I've never felt before. Every time I think I can't love you more, you prove me wrong. Being with you makes me want to be a better man, the kind of man who can be a good husband and...
He takes a deep breath, his grip on the ring box tightening.
A good father.
My heart squeezes tight at the flash of vulnerability in his eyes. For a man who had no good parental role models, the fact that he wants to try to be better for his own children, for the children we might have one day, floods my chest with indescribable warmth.
I want to spend the rest of my life showing you how much I love you.
Cole's voice becomes deeper, rougher.
I need to know I can make every one of your days happy. So please, kitten, marry me. Be my wife, and let me show you just how incredible our lives can be together.
His brows lower, his eyes glittering with intensity.
And don't forget what you promised.
I can't help it. I laugh, because of course he would stack the deck in his favor that way. He planned it out perfectly, and God, I love him. I love him so much it hurts. I sink to my knees in front of him, gently move the hand holding the ring box out of the way, and slide into his arms. He wraps them around me, even though his brow is furrowed, and he's obviously wondering why I haven't answered him yet. But in this moment, a moment I could never have dreamed of happening a year ago, and now can't imagine not happening, I just want to be as close to him as physically possible. I brush my lips across his and breathe the words, "Yes, Cole."